We have, according to the clerk, we have quorum, and I'd like to call meeting number 28 to order. My name is Michael Thompson, Deputy Mayor and City Councillor. I'm the chair of the city's Economic and Community Development Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call meeting number 28 to order. I'd like to welcome everyone. Welcome back. It's really good to see people in place, in space, and all the smiles and mask and non-mask, and as you wish you were here. It's great to see everyone. We've been through a very tough time. So welcome to your council chamber for the committee meeting, meeting number 28 for the Economic and Community Development Committee. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating both by video and in person at City Hall in the council chamber. As of Monday this week, City Council is once again open, City Hall is once again open to the public, and everyone is welcome to attend meetings in the council chamber at City Hall today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The city clerk staff have connected remote public speakers to the meeting by video conferencing, and there are public speakers in the room with us today. Welcome to those who are in the room, and welcome to those who are in the virtual space.
Chair, I believe you're just on mute.
Oh, I have no idea what happened there. So we may have just a technical issue there. And I haven't even gotten to my technical remarks yet. Just bear with us. Just give us a moment.
Chair, we can't hear you, just on our end.
We lost you, Michael.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. We're trying to figure it out, guys. Thanks. Just bear with us. We have our tech team are working on it. Can you hear me now? Fantastic.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
can. Yeah, we can. Yep.
Yeah, so thank you to the technicians who are just absolutely amazing and have done an amazing job through this very difficult period. And we see a moment ago their expertise. So thank you all very much for that. The list of speakers, the public speakers are here with us, can be viewed online by visiting Economic and Community Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I asked everyone for their patience, and of course we've just experienced some of the technical challenges that we can have with these types of meetings and so on, but I just ask for everyone's patience. And as you see, our able-bodied tech team, first class as they are able to respond and so on. And so again, just we ask everyone to be patient, and we will get through the meetings and we will be able to connect everyone. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and also on the CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members in the chamber and remotely if you need their assistance. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hands and unmute their mics if they wish to question or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they keep their videos on and to raise their hands and to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we're in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Members, before we begin the agenda review and rundown, we have two special presentations this morning, and I would like to now proceed to those two items. It is my pleasure to be here today and to recognize two city projects that have received the 2021 Lieutenant Governor's Award on Heritage Awards, on the Ontario Heritage Award. The annual awards recognize exceptional contributions to culture and natural heritage conservation, environmental sustainability, and biodiversity. This year's selection confirms that heritage conservation is a transformative, forward-looking activity that preserves our story for future generations to learn from and enjoy. At its best, it's not only preserving our past, it is transforming our historical places in new and exciting venues and expand our understanding of Ontario's shared history. The City of Toronto received award for two projects in the 2021 year. These awards were presented on February 24th, 2022 by the Honorable Elizabeth Dowswell, the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, in a virtual ceremony. The first winning project is the revitalization of the Ocelos Pavilion in the Excellence in Conservation category. Besides the city, the project team included Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, GMO, ACO Toronto, ACO NextGen, Walton GC, and Colonial Restoration. The city supports the projects through a heritage grant from the City Planning Heritage Planning Group and in-kind support from Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. The project included exterior revitalization of the historic Ocelos Pavilion in South Humber Park, which led to designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. It also included programming at the site, performances, and a temporary exhibit through the summer of 2021. The other awards was presented under the Community Leadership category for Economic Development and Culture, the Awakening Program. Awakenings is a series of arts projects by Black, Indigenous, and artists of color centered at Toronto's museum. The series is part of the city's efforts to address anti-Black racism, developed following Toronto History Museum's revitalization, that the way it is developed, delivered, and evaluated is programming needed reassessment. The series will be released over the next couple of years. Toronto History Museum are building partnership that amplifies the voices, stories, and knowledge of Blacks, Indigenous, and artists of color through its programs, collections, series, with more than 80% of the creative people involved in the Awakening Arts Project coming from these communities. To provide you with more information, let me turn things over to the project team so they can share more information with you themselves. And we have the Ambreen, I believe you are the first, Ambreen Inyata, who's going to be presenting the Awakening video. And then we have Mary McDonald, who will be presenting the Ocelos project. Ambreen, you're here? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Your mic's not on yet, I'm not sure. Some little technical things that we're sorting through.
Am I good to go?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I'll just do a quick introduction to the video you're about to see. So in December of 2020, with the support of Mayor Tory and Deputy Mayor Thompson and Cheryl Blackman, we launched the Awakenings program. The Awakenings program was addressing truth and reconciliation and confronting anti-Black racism. It was also created as a space for people to hold their emotions, everything that was going on in the year of 2020. It was created as a city cultural recovery response to basically take care of the people. It stands for three things. It's anti-colonial, anti-racist, and anti-oppressive. It was illustrated by creatives of color, Indigenous and Black artists, and newcomer Canadians, and we launched with 3 virtual projects. The first one was called A Revolution of Love, which featured 25 Black women who were calling for a revolution of love, shot at Fort York, and this piece was dedicated to the colored corps of the Black men who fought during the War of 1812, and basically addresses stories and histories you don't see. We also launched with a film series by Roger Mooking called Behind the Curtain, where he talks about the effects of intergenerational racism and trauma that takes place for people of color. And we also launched a mentorship program where we used these sites and gave them to artists to respond to. So we spent time collecting stories of erasure, gave them to cultural creatives, and what they did was created films that illustrated what erasure looked like, what a new future could be, and illustrated some of the issues and pain that they were dealing with. And this was a mentorship by Julian Christian Lutz, PKA Director X. So I'm gonna hand it over right now for the city to show the reel that will show you what we launched with.
Mandingo, I'm a working stiff, working with shoulder weight super heavy, I'm working a lift. Feels impossible, another obstacle. I don't fold, not good at doing what I'm told. Skull thick, skull cap won't fit. True confessional, my preacher's pulpit. My shoes got no treads, holes in them socks, and watch too much to not work round then clocks. Hungry like wolves, and through the rands, then bite the hand, turn a blind eye if the preacher can. I do. I try to live a peaceful life, but come at me with beef, I'll eat the meat and only leave you right. Short patience, like a dwarf doctor. Son, I'm not your father like the force got ya. You better bite your tongue like the cat caught ya. Spades of high notes, my life a black opera. It's like
no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace.
It can be a look, it can be a moment, it can be a, you know what I'm saying? You know what it is, and emotionally it's there.
Making my own lane, built to last, a runaway train.
Okay, so thank you very much for viewing that reel with us. And we're really excited to say, you know, this program that got launched in 2020 that stood for 2 things, consciousness and truth, has now won less than over 2 years ago the Lieutenant Governor Award in Community Leadership. So we've expanded from our launch, and now we have our programs launching in Black History Month. We're launching in May for Museums Month, June for Pride. We're launching for Canada Day. We're launching August for Emancipation Month. We have projects going forward in September for Truth and Reconciliation, in October for Nuit Blanche and Her Story, as well as for Remembrance Day. We have expanded our programming from films. Now we have public art, we have augmented reality, we have original music that's scored, we have an education program and a curriculum, we have a women's writing circle and program, and really honored to announce that we've launched a really strong multi-year partnership with the Toronto Raptors and the Greater Toronto Airport Authority. So we really want to thank everyone for their time and supporting our program, and of course the Deputy Mayor for being a champion of our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amreen. Thank you. Now we have Mary McDonald. Mary is joining us by video. Mary, are you there? Good morning.
I am here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Deputy Mayor.
Morning, Mary. The floor is all
I
yours.
am just Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen. I have a short presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Visible?
We can see it, Mary.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So as a historian, I thought I'd give you just a very brief history of the early construction of this beautiful building, the Oculus, and also a bit of information around how this project came together. Constructed by the Metropolitan Parks Commission in 1959, the South Humber Park Washroom Pavilion, as it was elegantly known at the time, was built to address the lack of restroom and shelter facilities in the park area of the lower Humber Valley. Designed by architect Alan Crossley, with integral engineering solutions provided by Lawrence Casale, the structure was meant to establish a theme for future buildings in all of the metro parks in the Valley lands. You can just imagine a valley full of these intriguing, beautiful, functional structures. But alas, our Oculus was the only one that was built. The Oculus Park Pavilion, as it became known, was scheduled for rehabilitation in 2016. The plan included the refurbishment of the canopy, removal of the flagstone, increased seating and public gathering amenities, and the removal of the out-of-service washrooms. That's all of the stone building in behind the circular structure. All of this was intended to increase visibility and access, and to address some very serious security and safety concerns that had emerged in the intervening years. When the plans were shared publicly, staff heard concerns that the changes were going too far. There was a Twitter storm, as happens. There was a petition, an online petition put up by the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario. And Parks, Forestry and Recreation staff got in touch with Heritage Planning, and work was suspended until a heritage study was completed. I want to acknowledge at this point the very important role that Councillor Mark Grimes played in working with staff and the community at this critical juncture to champion the conservation project while still acknowledging the neighborhood safety issues. There's a certain amount of tension at the time, and he helped us to navigate through that. Heritage Planning then hired Kim Story of Brown and Story Architects to undertake research and evaluation and to provide recommendations. Kim's work far exceeded what the contract asked for about the history of the site, and she also illustrated a possible future. By 2019, the value of the building was well understood, but the city had not started any work. It wasn't clear what to do on this site. The rundown structure remained unsafe, unused, and inaccessible, although, thanks to the public attention, now some impromptu community interest groups and gatherings were starting to occur. Seeing the need and having a vision and seizing an opportunity, ACO Toronto, led by Stephanie Ma, and Giamo's conservation architect, Joey Giamo, applied for and received Park People's Public Space Incubator funding to support a rehabilitation project focusing on placemaking and community needs to provide a showcase for future possibilities. Working closely with city staff, ACO and Giamo generated interest in the site with art installations and gatherings, and then with the additional support of the City of Toronto's Heritage Grant Program, the Oculus was restored to a bright, futuristic future. The revitalization of the Oculus Park Pavilion demonstrates how innovative design solutions, community partnerships, and public-private collaborations can conserve heritage and create unique and vibrant places for people. Lots of people came together to work on this project. I want to specifically give my congratulations to ACO Toronto, Giamo, and members of the project team. A thank you to Park People and the Toronto Heritage Grant Program for funding. A shout out to Heritage staff members, Larissa Quattrocaki, Aaron Smith, Tamara Ensign-Cartwright, and a former heritage planner, John O'Reilly, who was an early champion of this project. But special thanks and appreciation go to Parks, Forestry, and Recreation staff, Doug Bennett, Chris Clark, Helen Souza, and Anne-Marie Nasser for your patience, your openness to new ideas, your expertise, your support, and your commitment to maintaining beautiful outdoor spaces that we all need now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, and thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Thank you for your presentation and, of course, your incredible work. Both projects have helped people in Toronto and across the province experience heritage in an innovative and an engaging way. It is critical for all of us to know and understand our history from a more inclusive perspective. Such knowledge enables us to see not only where we have been, but how we can, in fact, move forward together. Thank you for this incredible work and your great contributions to the city and all of our people. All right, members, I think that deserves another round of applause. That was very good. Thank you very much. All right, members, I'm going to do a run through of the agenda, and I know we have additional piece of new business from Councillor Cressy, I believe. Sorry. Minutes, yes, we'll get, yeah. Yes, of course, yes, of course. So we will get to that. Yes. All right. All right, we've got lots of papers in a paperless meeting. All right. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? I'm just going to look at the screen. I don't see any, so thank you. All right, moving right along. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes of our meeting on January 21st? Okay, Councillor, okay, Councillor Lai, I see Councillor Lai's hand up first. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. All right. Moving right along. Oops. Sorry? Yeah, agenda here. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew and I are working together for the very first time, so thank you. Welcome. All right, so members, let me do a quick run through, and members, there are a number of items that we have speakers on, so we'll be holding those items, and members can let me know if they wish to hold additional items. So the first item is EC 28.1, Economic Development and Cultural Quarterly Economic Outlook Update. We have a presentation. The next item is EC 28.2, Supporting Restaurants in Toronto, Recovery and Renewal. We'll be holding that item. I know that there are a number of counselors here who are interested in that item. The next one is EC 28.3, Business Improvement Area, 2022 Operating Budget Report, and there's a number of wards, wards 4, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23. Let's see you. Councillor Grimes, you're moving that item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. All right, members, Councillor Grimes is moving the item. Looking at my screen, I see 2 members on the floor, 2 members. All those in favor? Oppose? Carries? That carries. Thank you. EC 28.4, Bloor Street Business Improvement Area, dissolution of Board of Management and repeal of designated bylaw, Ward 11. What say you, members? All right, so I think I see Councillor Cressy's hands up. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cressy. The next item is EC 28.5, updating Toronto Business Incubator and Commercialization Grant Program. This is good news. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, happy to move those.
Moving that. We have no speakers. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Mr. Clerk, it's really interesting. This is very difficult. Actually, it's not as easy as it looks, but it's okay. I'm fine. Just want to let you know. EC 28.6, authorization to enter into a funding agreement for Enterprise Toronto. What say you, member? Okay. Councillor Ford is moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Our next item is EC 28.7, review of the Imagination Manufacturing Innovation Technology Financial Incentive Program. Councillor Grimes, you're moving the item? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Our next item is EC 28.8, Little Jamaica Initiative, Master Plan Aligned Initiatives, Introduction and Status Update. Okay. Right. Let's hold this down for a moment. And I'll hold this in my name. I know Councillor Grimes, you wanted, Vice Chair Grimes, you wanted to move it, but let's just hold it for a moment because there might be some interest. All right, so I'll hold that in my name. All right, the next item is EC 28.9, COVID-19 Shelter Transition and Relocation Plan Update. I'll be holding this item down. There are a number of speakers on this item, and we also have a presentation from Mr. Tanner as well. The next item is EC 2810. It's the final recommendation on Urban Hens, teal backyard hens pilot program. There are speakers on that item, so we'll be holding that down. The next item is EC 2811, a dangerous dog review tribunal 2021 annual report. The chair, Mr. Ross, is here, so we'll be holding that down. All right, moving right along, is the next item is EC 2812, communication techniques for Toronto East Community Awareness and Emergency Response Association Siren Tests Communications Plan. Okay. Councillor Carroll is moving receipt of this item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The next item is EC 2813, amendment to non-competitive purchase order number 6051977 with Ian Martin Information Technology Incorporated for the provision of administrative services required to support the city's COVID-19 response for Toronto Public Health. Councillor Cressy, moving that? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I see all the hands. All right, and the next item is EC 2814, Toronto Music Strategy. What say you, members? All right, so, okay. Councillor Ford, you're moving that item? All right. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And members, there was a new business item from Councillor Cressy. I know, has it been circulated? Yes. We'll display the item and then we'll vote to introduce the item. Okay, we'll just give members a moment to have a chance to review and read. All right, so members would like to add this item to the agenda, and all those in favor of adding it to the agenda, opposed, that's carried. And I don't know whether or not there's a need for us to hold it, but since you've just received it, let's hold it down for a moment and let you have a chance to review it, and you may have questions. All right, so we'll hold this item down, and we will then proceed to... Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. All right, members, we are moving along to our first item, which is EC 28.1. It's the Economic Development and Culture Quarterly Economic Outlook. We have Adrian Warren, who is Dr. Adrian Warren is the Supervisor of Economic Research at the Economic Development and Culture Department. Having joined the city in 2020, she leads EDC's research team, supporting the city's macroeconomic industries and cultural research. She brings to the city over 2 decades of experience as a leading economist in the financial industry, as well as obviously having her doctorate in economics from York University. Dr. Warren, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me fine?
We can hear you fine. Thank you very much, and good morning and welcome. Can you hear us?
Share my presentation. Visible. A thumbs up. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can see you. See it. It's
Great.
Very clear. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just jump right in. First slide here, we're just looking at an overview of the Toronto economy. We're anticipating a roughly 4% expansion in growth this year after roughly a % rebound in 2021. The resilience of the growth in the last couple of years was largely to the strength of the financial services sector and the large professional services sector of the Toronto economy that were less impacted by the pandemic restrictions. However, a notable development is we are expecting to see a strong takeoff in the arts and entertainment, the hospitality, and the tourism sectors in 2022 with the lifting of restrictions. In particular, we expect to see strong spending on festivals and social gatherings, just given a lot of pent-up demand for such activities. Turning to a view of the current labor market performance, we have seen a strong rebound in hiring over the last year and a half. The chart on the left is essentially showing overall employment, which is now trending back around pre-pandemic levels. The pace of hiring is still highly sensitive to pandemic restrictions. We had a little bit of a setback late last year and early this year in the pace of hiring due to the temporary lockdown measures that were reimposed, but we are now coming nicely out of that period. And hopefully these restrictions are behind us. Obviously, we're still cognizant of potential risk that can't be dismissed of future waves of COVID. If we look at the chart or the table on the right, we just included this. We did want to highlight essentially that while we have seen a very strong hiring rebound, it remains somewhat uneven. If we look at overall employment levels for 2021 relative to the pre-pandemic 2019 average, there are many workers that were and continue to be somewhat more vulnerable. These include part-time workers, temporary employees, youth, workers in certain sectors such as accommodation and food, transportation, that were hit harder by job losses during the pandemic and are still seeing a somewhat slower recovery, or at least their overall of employment remain somewhat below pre-pandemic levels of total employment. Turning to the unemployment rate picture, the jobless rate has come down sharply over the past essentially year and a half. We peaked at about 14% for the city of Toronto in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic. We're now trending as of February down to around 8% in the unemployment rate. It's still about a percentage point or so above a pre-pandemic level, but again, keep in mind that that level itself was historically a very tight labor market, which we are moving back into. And the chart on the right, we're essentially trying to highlight here, looking at the tightness of the current labor market across the Toronto region. And this is essentially a job vacancy rate that tracks the number of job vacancies as a percentage of overall positions out there. And that has jumped sharply during the course of the pandemic. Currently, there are 170,000 vacant positions across the Toronto region. We have seen a notable increase in some sectors, in particular the hospitality sector, where it appears that some workers may have permanently left the workforce after initially leaving during the pandemic due to shutdowns. There are other sectors that traditionally have higher vacancy rates that we continue to see as well, areas such as construction and healthcare. This is a relatively new indicator we are tracking here from Statistics Canada, and essentially tracks the number of active businesses as well as openings and business closing. What we're seeing here is getting back to a little bit more of a state of normalcy. The chart on the left, looking at active businesses across the Toronto CMA, we're essentially back to, I would say, just a little bit shy of pre-pandemic levels overall. And if we look at the chart on the right, we can see that the open now are matching the number of closures. So there was a spike in closures early on, and now we are beginning to see a much slower pace of closures clearly, and openings beginning to pick up as well. And what we can glean from this as well is that many of the closures, or I'd say by far the vast majority, during the pandemic appear to have been temporary. These were restaurants, other services such as hair salons and gyms that may have hit by the various restrictions, but have subsequently reopened. If we look at other indicators in terms of business conditions overall, such as bankruptcy stats, we in fact actually see a very stable performance over the course of the pandemic. I think a lot of supports during the period essentially prevented an outcome in terms of permanent job closures, yet we did experience a number of temporary closures. We're also taking a closer look at measuring the pace of return to downtown. We do know that there was a significant jump in the office vacancy rate over the course of the pandemic, and that's what we're showing on the chart on the left as leasing demand slowed. It went from a vacancy rate for the city of Toronto of about 4% in the office space to about currently around 10%. Again, keep in mind we were coming off of historically low vacancy rates overall at the pre-pandemic period. And in terms of the current situation, Toronto, Ottawa, and Vancouver as a whole still have the tightest downtown office vacancy rates in North America, even at that roughly 10% rate. We did see or have seen some stabilization in vacancy rates over the second half of last year, and we expect to see further improvement with vacancy rates gradually coming down in 2022. We have yet, according to the various sources tracking, have little evidence that major occupiers want to shrink their space as to new hybrid work models. In fact, some of the latest research from CBRE is showing very strong leasing demand and investment demand in the fourth quarter of last year, led in particular by tech firms across the city, just suggesting confidence in a longer-term outlook. But they are also reporting as many firms appear to be expanding their footprint currently as shrinking it. The chart on the right is again looking at office occupancy, essentially the number of office workers that are coming to downtown major office occupiers, major towers, relative to the pre-pandemic sort of status quo. These typically track things such as mobility data and foot traffic. Where we're seeing now, and it's a gradual pace of occupancy returning to the downtown core. And again, there are a number of different indicators to track, but we're looking at essentially a 20% level of occupancy on a daily basis relative to the COVID pandemic status quo as of mid-March 2022. This puts us back essentially where we were last fall before some of the return to home and return to work from home regulations were reimposed. Surveys of some of the major occupiers and landlords currently suggest that with the reopening, and it is a gradual phase in across the major occupiers, that by the end of April, we could be back to about a 30% occupancy, and again, continuing to climb, hopefully rapidly after that as we move through the summer months. I will just close with a couple of additional comments. One is looking at the demographic situation. The chart on the left is looking at the City of Toronto's population by major component of growth. Perhaps no surprise, Toronto's population being largely driven by immigration. There was a fairly abrupt immigration inflows early on in the pandemic as the borders were closed and we saw fewer foreign workers and fewer foreign students coming into the city. That, however, now has, I would say, essentially fully reversed. And the chart on the right is essentially tracking quarterly immigration inflows into the City of Toronto. And with the reopening of borders, with some ramping up of new policy measures by the federal government to speed up applications, we're seeing a very significant turnaround in the inflows coming in through the fourth quarter. I believe the fourth quarter was actually a record number of immigrants coming into the city. And we would expect that to continue to ramp up over the next couple of years. The federal government has essentially raised their immigration targets for the next couple of years to meet labor shortages and labor demand across the country, and a large share of those will be arriving in the region of Toronto. Turning to the housing market, here's an area which was a big story during the pandemic, continues to be. We saw record home sales in 2021. During the course of last year, it was the condo market that became especially active as we saw more people returning downtown. We saw another increase in this environment of record home prices, peaking over 1 million on average in the course of 2021. Forecasts, for the most part, are looking for some moderation in the pace of home sales in 2022, alongside higher interest rates. But given still a relatively tight supply of listings, we are probably looking at a further increase in prices in 2021. And just looking on the right at construction activity, likely to remain very active as well. Not only was last year a record year for resale homes, we saw a new record level of sales of new homes. So those are essentially pre-construction condominiums, which will be brought to the market over the next couple of years as you move from pre-construction sales to the actual start of construction. So again, overall construction activity throughout the pandemic remained in line with its decade average and could in fact pick up over the next couple of years further as we begin to transition into the construction phase of the recent sales. I'll finish off with just a quick comment on overall financial market conditions. Inflation has increased sharply over essentially, I guess, the last 6 to 12 months. A number of factors at play here: supply chain challenges, higher oil prices, among other factors, but the increases have been fairly broadly based. We would expect in this environment of rising inflation that the Bank of Canada will become relatively aggressive in raising interest rates. So we're coming off of a period of historically low or near record low interest rates to an environment that is probably somewhat more typical of an expansionary economic phase over the coming years. So this will put some potential pressure on businesses and on households as we adapt to a shift in the overall financial conditions. And finally, just to sum up, I would just say that the economic recovery, it is gaining both in longevity and in breadth. Most indicators that we are monitoring currently are pointing up, including the latest readings we're seeing in terms of small business confidence and consumer confidence, which through February and March have been showing significant increases. I think it just largely reflects that there's growing optimism out there about the economic recovery, about the strength in hiring. Hiring plans are up, and the lifting of pandemic restrictions that, again, has added a fair bit of optimism on the part of both businesses and households.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Warren. We do have questions. Let me look to the screen first to see whether or not there are any visiting members wishing to ask Dr. Warren questions. All right, I see none. I have questions from Councillor Carroll and also Councillor Ford at the moment. Those are the two on my list. Councillor Carroll, you may begin. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Dr. Warren. We sort of rushed through the slide early in your presentation on commercial vacancy rates. I'm really focused on that because, you know, elsewhere in the city's business, we're going through the municipal comprehensive review and looking at, you know, a number of developers wanting to convert what is employment land and commercial space to residential. It's you know, the bane of our existence. We have to deal with that all the time. But I'm wondering if you could put it in the context of what you're seeing in commercial vacancy rates. If we stand our ground and say we got to keep these employment lands, you don't get to convert. Do we have a hope of filling those commercial lands with employment?
I think the hiring outlook, the employment outlook looks very positive, and longer term, yes. I think you can fill the commercial lands with office employment, but I understand the constraints that are out there as well. And we see this in terms of investment flows across commercial investment. It's not necessarily demand just for office space. I did have on that chart, but for the sake of time, I sort of skipped over it. But if we look at industrial vacancy rates,
Yes.
They have tightened throughout the course of the pandemic, and they are historic lows because of things such as distribution space demand and the tech space, and of course, high residential demand. But so right across essentially all categories, we are seeing strong demand. So I understand that we would probably fill residential space. We would probably fill industrial space. I believe longer term, you'll also fill commercial space. And not just from a development perspective, but we have seen the outlooks for investment demand. Some of this coming domestically, much of it from retail and institutional investors internationally, but all categories of property were in high demand, whether it's land, office space, industrial space, residential space. Land and space are in high demand, and I think you could fill them, and there's demand for different uses.
Right, different users, but we certainly have far less employment in commercial and industrial space, and so we're not talking out of our hats if we say we need it. We need to stand our ground and keep those properties for employment. The demand is there.
Again, this is a policy question that I'm probably not the person you would want to address that question with. But from a macroeconomic perspective,
yes,
I think there is a strong demand for those lands.
Okay, thank you. And one other question. In looking at job return and where we lost jobs, the youth employment really stands out. Those are some pretty scary numbers, 31% down and such. Much higher than in adult levels. In the past, when we've got to those numbers, we've actually had to incentivize it. We've had to create youth employment programs and such. Would you say we're going to need to do that? It's not going to recover on its own without a bit of incentivizing? Is that sort of the economic outlook?
No, I view the fall off in youth employment much more of a cyclical event as opposed to a structural development. And by that, it is something you would typically see during a recession. And certainly the pandemic recession was not a typical recession. But the areas that were hardest hit tend to be areas that were dominated with a heavy representation of workforce and youth. So in the restaurants, in the hospitality,
yes,
working in tourism-related sectors that youth particularly pick up maybe the summer months or as part-time jobs. And so we would see that in a typical recession, and we would also see that during the pandemic, that areas that faced the physical distancing and the lockdown pressures were areas that would have employed many youth.
Right.
And they have been slow to come back. We would expect the summer might be a very good youth job market.
So if we can help those sectors, we're helping youth employment.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so
And we
much,
can
Mr.
continue
Chair.
to track that as we move forward, yes.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Ford, question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Dr. Warren. Thank you for the presentation in front of committee today. So I have a couple questions. Actually, some are similar to Councillor Carroll's questions, but to start off, I think broadly, on your first slide, broadening economic recovery in 2022 here in the city of Toronto. One of the biggest challenges we're faced with right now is cost of living and inflation. And as we've seen the economic recovery happen, we've seen inflation go up, cost of living, and in general. And in this chart, it shows that in 2024, 2025, it may slow a bit, or maybe stabilize is the better word. Do we see the cost of living and inflation kind of stabilizing?
Yes, so a couple of comments. So in terms of the overall growth slowing, what we're seeing is you're coming out of a fairly significant contraction in 2020. We've got a couple of years of rebound where growth is strong, and then moving back to something that's just more of a trend growth rate of around 2%. So that is essentially a healthy pace of growth that we're seeing beyond this year. A couple of things related to cost of living. I think there are some temporary factors, and we will see a improvement or a slower trend in inflation as we move forward. But yes, people are facing an increase in shelter costs and transportation costs, food costs to some extent. That does put a little pressure on household budgets. But I think there are a number of important offsets that should continue to support households, and that's probably why we're continuing to see a very high level of consumer confidence and even increases, despite the fact that cost of living pressures in terms of the CPI seem to be rising. One is that we are seeing a very solid increase in hiring across the city and for that matter across the country that is supporting job growth and incomes and putting upward pressure on wages that will benefit households. And we've also saw a lot of support throughout the pandemic for households, whether it was wage supports and other supports. So in fact, certainly there were some households that were much more vulnerable than others, but on average, what we did see is while employment fell off quite a bit, the overall income of households on average actually increased over that period and held up very strongly, very atypical of what we'd see in a recession. So
Right.
a few challenges for households in terms of rising cost of living, but overall, I think the household balance sheets are in very healthy shape.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. And then just I'd like to move on to slide 3 of your presentation. And this is around kind of the unemployment rate in the city. According to this chart here, it's still relatively high, matching maybe 2014 or whatnot. One of the things I hear as a local councillor in North Etobicoke, and what I've heard across the city, is businesses needing people. They're really having a hard time finding people to fill important positions in their businesses. But it's showing that the unemployment rate still remains a bit high. How do we better connect people who are looking for these jobs? With, how do we match that unemployment rate and connect them to these businesses? And do you think there's a role in government there, how we can be helping them?
Yeah, certainly I would say the unemployment rate, so currently around 8%, is historically still a relatively low level, and it is trending down and will continue to trend down. So there will always be in that type of environment, and again, what I was highlighting in the second chart, looking at labor shortages, some skills mismatches. So even with an 8% unemployment rate, there will still be lots of vacancies out there because matching the available workforce to the skills that are out there will always be a challenge. I believe there are a lot of programs out there that look at training and development and improving skills to match the available jobs. And certainly from a policy perspective, that's something that would want to encourage and continue at all levels of government, essentially, to help meet and better connect, as you say. And again, why we are tracking the job vacancies, which we can track by industry as well, and to see what areas are facing those skills mismatches. So we are hearing a lot of reports from, for instance, restaurants looking at some areas that are difficult to match workers and find workers because there may be less interest in that field currently. There are other areas that have traditionally faced more skills-related challenges and that we continue to see. Again, I think I highlighted the construction sector and skilled trades. Certainly increasing immigration might help bring in some of these skilled trades. And healthcare workers, again, has been a fairly long-term challenging area to fill positions. In part, much of this is due with demographics and an aging population, and we should see shifts in and out of certain industries. And so that's likely to continue, and it continues to exist. And that's why we see some of the challenges and the policy measures that try to adjust and match the skills to the available workforce.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Ford. I'm just looking at the screen to see whether or not there are any questions from any members. No. Dr. Warren, thank you. Let me just ask you, what would be considered as a, you talk about the unemployment level, what would be that number that we would be looking at that speaks to, I guess, that level which is full employment, because we don't want it to be at zero, but with respect to, you've got 8% here, what would be that number that we could go to that would create that full employment?
It's difficult to define a full employment rate.
Gotcha.
Certainly, even the Bank of Canada is very challenged. They focus on inflation as opposed to full employment. I would again say, again, because of an aging population and different demographic pressures, a full employment would change over time. But essentially, looking back towards pre-pandemic levels, towards a trend line over the last number of years or decade. And again, I would have to pull that statistic, but it would probably be somewhere in the maybe the 6-7% rate. So you're getting very close to where it does become a certain unemployment rate is difficult at that point to get the unemployment rate much lower, because it'll always be a certain amount of static unemployment.
Right. Thank you very much for that clarification, because I just wanted to make sure we had that out there, because obviously sometimes people will read that the wrong way, and this is very helpful. Can I ask you then to help us to understand?
Which we are beginning to see, or labor shortages. Again, that suggests that you're probably nearing that full employment position.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you, Dr. Warren, to tell us your views and your outlook with respect to aviation? You talk about hospitality, you talk about restaurants and so on, which are some of the questions I had, but you've addressed those. Aviation plays an important role with respect to our city and others around the world. How do you see aviation sort of responding? I mean, the sectors between, those who are traveling for leisure, those who are traveling for business. I'm just wondering if you'd had an opportunity to take a look at the sector.
Well, overall, the tourism sector is one of the sectors that is expected to see a strong take up in 2022, 2023. I would say first led by domestic tourism, which is probably a little less aviation focused, but certainly to some degree. But we are, with the reopening borders, expecting to see a fairly strong increase in international tourism globally, and including coming to the Toronto market, and as well as gradual recovery in business tourism. So again, areas that are much more aviation dependent. Certainly it was an area hard hit, and again, we saw the transportation sector statistics and employment, much of that reflected the transportation sector reflected. But again, that is an area we expect to see.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. My final question to you is that during the pandemic and prior to the pandemic, we knew that the BIPOC community faced a tremendous disadvantage with respect to employment and unemployment situation. Lots of work have gone into responding and addressing through the varying initiative through COVID. What is your view in terms of the outlook? Do you see that changing at a particular pace, whether or not pace could be defined as being sort of on a scale of 1 to 10, 5 being sort of being medium, 7 being accelerated, and 10, of course, being the absolute? We've lost all audio? Oh, that's, okay, no worries. Doctor, I don't know if you can hear me, but we've lost all our audio. Doesn't look like she can hear us. As I had mentioned earlier this morning, folks, that we would ask for your patience, and this is leaning on your patience now, so just give us a minute. Yeah, they are. Yeah. They're not connected to the external. Yeah. All right. It's fantastic. Thank you. We had a bit of a technical glitch there. So, Doctor, I was trying to, and thank you, Councillor Cressy. Doctor, I was trying to ask you a question around the work that has been done to address the issues facing the BIPOC community. During the pandemic, there's a lot of discussions, lots of initiatives taking place, and the expectation is that that would actually formulate itself into sort of the bounce back and the recovery. I'm just wondering, when you look at the indicators and so on that you're looking at the sectors and so on, how do you see the future for the BIPOC community going forward in terms of actually connecting with jobs, training, and things of that nature?
Yeah, so certainly this is a challenge in any sort of economic analysis and monitoring, but stated we are aware that certain communities were more vulnerable during the course of the pandemic in terms of the economic outlook. What I guess we're essentially doing here today is trying to provide a broad macro picture to track the higher frequencies on how the recovery is proceeding. I think that is an important development for both BIPOC communities and for the community as a whole. As we sort of move forward and looking at other sort of economic analysis, I think it'll be important to look at other inclusive economic indicators to see how economic development benefits our broader communities as opposed to just the broad macro picture. And in that perspective, I think there are a number of indicators that we will be tracking very closely. Maybe not on as high frequency as what I presented today in terms of data that are available, but certainly we can look at the annual labor force employment statistics by demographic groups to see how certain areas are proceeding in terms of overall development. And really, it is this year provides an opportunity, being a census reporting year for the 2021 census, to look and do a much deeper dive terms of some of the developments across groups and essentially really down to the neighborhood level that typically we can't do with sort of available statistics.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Doctor. Those are all my questions, and I'm just looking at the screen to see whether or not there are any further questions of you. I see none, but I just wanted to certainly thank you for your very stimulating and wonderful presentation. I will see whether or not there are any speakers on the item, and thank you again, Doctor, for your presentation.
Thank you.
So, members, I'm looking to see whether or not there are any speakers to the item. No, there are no speakers. So again, I just made a comment to the doctor, and I thought her presentation was very, not only timely, but quite effective, and she touched on a lot of points, and the questions that members of committee have asked have been very helpful in terms of bringing forward more details and so on to assist us with respect to where things are, where we're going in the unemployment rate question that I'd ask her is very encouraging, because it means that we're almost at that level where obviously people are able to move around and move from job to jobs and so on. So we're not as bad as I think it was anticipated that we would be. And so this is a good series of information and indications that the doctor is providing us with today, and so we all have to work much harder to ensure that we maintain the course and that we move forward, and to ensure that we incorporate and bring into the fold of the economic opportunity and prosperity members of the BIPOC community as well, who have to a large extent have been left out. It's been great work done on the leadership of Mayor Tory and many others, and so on. The private sector has also worked really hard, as well as our institutions as well. And I think it's reflected in Dr. Warren's comments and presentation. So thank you very much for that. So members, I would simply move to receive Dr. Warren's presentation. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. That item has been dealt with. Members, we're going to move now to EC 28.2. I don't believe this is a long item. I know that Councillor McKelvey is here on that particular item. And Councillor, we're going to basically deal with the item now, which is supporting restaurants in Toronto, recovery and renewal. So, visiting members of council, and I'd also like to acknowledge the fact that Councillor Parizzo is with us. Councillor, good to see you, and thank you very much for being with us. Councillor McKelvey, I'll turn it over to you. Do you have questions of staff?
No questions, I can just speak.
Okay, and did you have a motion? Oh, let me just see. Let me check for members of committee first. Okay, looking over to you, Councillor Lai. Do you have questions of staff?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I have a question of staff, please.
Fantastic. So I will turn the floor over to you, Councillor Lai. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And come back. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions quickly about, Cafe TO actually doesn't work in the suburbs. And I just wanted to see in the report, it says that staff will be surveying Scarborough restaurants owner about. So what will they be surveying them? Like what kind of questions, or, in my ward, a lot of restaurant owners, they don't speak English. So will that be in different languages, or at least in Chinese? Because, it's along the stretch of SEVBIA, they're all Chinese owners, and we have to outreach to them. And if we're going to survey them, it have to be in the, in the language that they speak.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Lai. It's Pat Tobin as acting GM for EDC. I'm joined with my colleagues Margaret Piggott, Tobias, and Grodsky. With respect to your question, the surveys include whether or not restaurants outside the core, real focus on Scarborough, are aware of available financial supports, such as those offered under the city's Main Street Recovery Initiative, to be able to defray costs associated with taking on patios. Also, multilingual marketing efforts to promote both Cafe TO and adjacent programs, whether those are city-run or available from the federal, provincial governments or local BIAs. And in addition, though not perhaps as directly related to Cafe TO, efforts to speak with restaurants outside the core, including those in Scarborough, around their interest in participating in an adapted Summerlicious program to launch in 2022. And I'll hold there and see if any of my colleagues wish to elaborate on those points.
Yeah, thank you. Tobias Novogrodsky here. I would just add that that's the work that we're planning to do to survey restaurants across the city, but in it, which my colleague Pat just spoke to. But in addition, we've partnered with the University of Toronto to pilot a new approach using University of Toronto students to go and meet with restaurant operators in Scarborough on a pilot basis in the language spoken by those restaurant operators, which will include Mandarin, Cantonese, Tamil, Urdu, Bengali, Arabic, etc. So it's a new approach of helping us to leverage the research capacity of our university community and the linguistic capacity of the students who attend those universities to be able to go out and engage commercial operators, including restaurants. And we're starting this approach in Scarborough to understand better what supports they did or did not access through this recent period and what supports might they need going forward. So that's in addition to the broader review of restaurant programs that my colleague Pat spoke to.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that because, you know, like I've said on the committee or on council numerous times, some Asia-licious, there's none of the, only 2 or 3 Scarborough restaurants has signed up. And when we had the Asia-licious TO on the Shepherd East Village BIA, we managed to sign up about 10 of them because, you know, because of language barrier, they don't know what program Summerlicious or whatever is, and it's just being not very inclusive. So I'm very happy to hear that. But just the next question I'm going to have to ask is, you know, we in Scarborough, we don't have a lot of you know, curb lane or sidewalk that we can use as a cafe TO, and the 7,500 grant program. So would those restaurants be eligible, or it has to be used for curb lane and sidewalk improvements?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for your question. I believe you're referring to the Cafe TO Property Improvement Program, which is one of the 6 Main Street Recovery and Renewal initiatives. That program is eligible to be used by business operators, restaurant operators, who want to make an improvement also to private property. So not only for those participating in Cafe TO in the sense of curb lanes or sidewalks, but also those who are making use of the new temporary bylaw.
So they will be eligible. Because I don't have much time. So just one last question. So can you describe how it works with the program for strip malls?
So that's an interesting question. Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. In that particular case, it would need to be the property owner or operator who is approaching the city to make that improvement on private property, and then they would need to apply through the regular process. I don't know whether the particulars in a restaurant operator case that is in a strip mall, but it's the strip mall owner that owns the property, how that would work, but we could sort through those mechanics. I would need to see that.
So it's considered private then, I suppose.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Just looking at the screen, see no one. Let me just ask just a sort of a bit of a wrap-up question. Can someone point out some of the initiatives that have been put in place to help the small business over the last 2 years, particularly in the restaurant sector? I know the report speaks to a variety of things, but I just wonder if you could just, maybe through you, Pat, if you could highlight some of those, and your team, Tobias and others maybe?
Sure. Thank you, Chair, for the question. I will start off and ask my colleagues to fill in additional information. The report principally speaks to 4 initiatives, capping POs, expansion 2 to 22, and adjustments to make it more adaptable to different settings that approved by council in this year. Our colleagues from Transportation Services are also here to give additional questions. The amplified music on patios pilot that played in 4 wards. This report speaks to adjustments that we would make with the lifting of pandemic restrictions to ensure the viability of that with our licensing regulatory regime. And based on the experience, the feedback we received from business owners, that was a successful project. I've mentioned adaptation of the summer and winter leadership program. Ultimately, a survey out to clients now, to some 500 clients with a 33% response rate, indicating interest in seeing that program adapt. Principal adaptations would be dropping fees, introducing greater flexibility into the prefix menu categories to incorporate lower price points and streamlining administrative processes. So that is underway. We hope to be able to finalize that consultation and launch something April for delivery in August. And then finally, further to Councillor Lai's question, refinement of our marketing strategies, particularly from a multilingual aspect, and working through community intermediaries who have established measures of trust with restaurants, particularly ethnocultural restaurants led by newcomers. And that is the UTSC project in part that Tobias was just referring to. So that's a quick overview. I'll see Chair Thompson if my colleagues wish to add any gaps.
Yeah, thank you, Pat, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just in addition to what Pat has mentioned, I think it's important to reference the broad-based tax relief that the city is making available to small businesses through the introduction of the new small business property tax subclass, which is anticipated to provide $33 million in municipal tax relief across, many small businesses this year. And also referenced in this staff report is the Main Street Recovery and Renewal Initiative programs. Those are 6 programs that the city's received $18 million in funding for from the federal government over the next 2 years. And each of those 6 programs in different ways will benefit restaurant operators in different ways. So there's a retail accelerator program that provides a micro grant to small retail businesses. 1/3 of the applications for that program have come from restaurants. There's support to the Plaza Pops organization, which animates strip mall parking lots and plazas. There's the support to the Black Business and Professional Association in a dedicated way in Little Jamaica and Eglinton West community. And then there's support for the Cafe G Property Improvement Program, which restaurants are participating in, of course, as well as the Commercial Rehabilitation Grant Program, which will transform underused commercial space. And we would anticipate many restaurants, future restaurant owners, would be benefiting from that as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you for adding, obviously, some much needed information to assist us with an understanding in terms of what we have been doing to help to support businesses in the city. All right, there are no further questions on this item, so we will now turn to speakers. Visiting members of council, looking in terms of the chamber, I don't see anyone, but I do know that Councillor McKelvey has her hand up. Councillor McKelvey, you have 5 minutes. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I think the answer, Cynthia, to your question was Plaza Pops for the plazas. I think they didn't answer that as succinctly as they could. So do check it out. I'm going to check it out for my Scarborough restaurants as well. The approach that they just talked about for calling the Scarborough restaurants, I just want to point out this isn't new. Over the last 2 years, I've had 4 interns in my office, plus 1 FTE that have been working on supporting restaurants. We worked alongside the other 5 councillors in Scarborough to compile a list of more than 300 restaurants. We put packages together. We mailed it to them about the city programs that were available, and students that were participating in fine dining made phone calls to them, including in their languages. So that is a continuation of work, not a new program. So I want to start by specifying that. Fine dining launched through discussions between Scarborough stakeholders to come up for what was lacking, why was summerlicious, why were winterlicious not really working in Scarborough. The first was the price point. It was about making fine dining more accessible. What we decided on was a program called Find Dining, because really it's about those local finds, those cool places that the locals know about, and how we can share that with the rest of Toronto. So in collaboration with the University of Toronto and Centennial College, Fine Dining was launched. We now have a website that tells the story of food, the people behind food in Scarborough, and profiles more than 39 restaurants. Because of delays, we didn't get to all the events that we wanted to with this program. The motion that I'm asking the Deputy Mayor to pass is to extend the program so we can continue on with that great work. And just to give you an example of how this is a win for community restaurants and students, I'll give you one example. The first event that was held at Centennial College in the culinary school downstairs, Chef Latoya of Twist Catering was showing how to cook 2 different curries to the participants, to the residents. Meanwhile, in the background, the students were learning how to cook that same meal. And then through the magic of the event, as soon as Chef Latoya gave us our demo, all of the participants were served the curry. They got to try that. So the students got to win. They learned how to cook something new. They got to interact with the real restaurateur, which is something they may not always get the opportunity to. Chef Latoya and Twist Catering were able to profile their food, and community members also got a win. So we'd like to do more of that and expand the fine dining program. So I'm very hopeful that you'll support the motion by Deputy Mayor today to extend this program so we can have more time to continue more events. We can continue to tell the story of food in Scarborough through that website. And I do hope you all will check that out and maybe go visit a Scarborough restaurant you haven't been before.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKelvey. And bring the matter into committee. Councillor Lai, then Councillor Cressy. Councillor Lai, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to really thank and applaud the economic development staff to listen. They're listening, and things are happening now, and it's getting better attention, especially some of the people that have a language barrier, especially in my ward. And I just want to kind of bring something into perspective. We try to help the restaurants in North Scarborough. So actually, there's an organization who started up a Delicious TO program. And I've been very supportive of that program. So the first year was 2020. They did, they have signed up about, in the Toronto-wide, about 170 restaurants participating, but mostly of them are Asian cuisine, because I feel that Councilor McKelvey was right because of the pricing point as well, and it's going to be we need to do a little bit differently with helping those restaurants that have very low profit margin. It's not like a fine dining restaurant that has tons of profit margin. So we launched that, and 39 of them were in Scarborough. So it's improving. And last year, I was very happy to see some support from the economic development to give them some grants to do it. And this year, I have spoken to staff, and they have reduced again some of the subsidy that for this program to move on. And I just wanted to say that these are very good programs. It's a Toronto-wide program, but it benefits inner suburbs in Scarborough. So just for give you an example, the Shepherd East Village BIA, there was no member that signed up with Summerlicious and Winterlicious, but with the Agelicious, about 10 of them have signed up because I have my staff go out to reach out to the restaurant owners who don't speak English, and they gladly try to participate, and everybody benefited from it. So I guess my point is that it's very important that we are proactive in helping the Scarborough restaurants and food places to survive and to grow economically, and especially after the pandemic. So Cafe TO program doesn't work as well up here because we don't have those pedestrians or sidewalks. But I'm very happy to hear that we have the private strip plazas or malls. They can actually apply as well. I think we're just putting everybody in the same same page, and everybody's same level playing field. And I was very, very happy to see that. So thank you very much, economic development staff, and I look forward to working with you and the other councillors in Scarborough to make sure that Scarborough is well served and helping those restaurant owners to moving forward with the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my remarks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. All right, Councillor Cressy, you have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair. And first, on behalf of Councillor Layton, there are a couple amendments here that I can place, which I believe Council, that Clerk's adds, to include Ward 11 in the list of, which is Councillor Layton's ward, in the list of live music on cafes pilot locations, to ensure consideration of any past issues in regards to those. And then also one, his third here is to look at the feasibility, safety, and relevant conditions for the approval of full or partial permanent or seasonal enclosures. This is regards to heating on patios and the right of way, and looking at fire safety and the building code in terms of how we can better support them. So those are I'll place in front of you. I'll just say very briefly, we've talked about it before in regards to Cafe TO. Of course, I am thrilled to see that it is not only permanent, but expanding. And as we've just heard from Councillors McKelvey and Councillor Lai, expanding in different ways in different communities so that it works. And then I would also say that I'm really excited to see the pilot that was initiated last year for live music on cafe patios, to see that being expanded in a pilot this year to include, and I see in the staff recommendation, my ward as well. And of course, there's a lot of music in downtown Toronto, and I'm thrilled to see it's going to be played on patios. So just to put those forward, to echo the other councillors' thanks to our city staff, and looking forward to hearing some music on patios this summer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. There's a lot of music in Toronto, period, right? There's a lot of music in Scarborough as well. So we are collectively Music City. All right. Members, I too want to. Sorry. Matthew, we'll get there. Members, I too want to offer my great thanks and great appreciation to the economic development staff. They're an amazing group of people. We've seen Mr. Tobin, Mr. Nowogrodzki, and Marguerite Baguette, and Cheryl Blackman, who is not with us today. But I can tell you, I work with them every single day. I can tell you that we've had meetings, for those who are not aware, in Scarborough about Scarborough-related issues. Not simply in the downtown offices and so on, but we've actually been out in the field. And I can tell you that they understand and they appreciate the nuances and differences in terms of geography and so on. I want to, Councillor Cressy, if you don't mind, I'm just going to tag on your motion there. I'm going to add Scarborough Centre Ward 21 to this as well, so that we will also have the component, of the live music and all those additional features that is really essential and helpful to helping businesses and so on. So I'm going to just add to that. But just to continue on, that the staff at EDC have been working extremely hard. I have been out talking with business owners. I have been out talking with people who are employed by many of these businesses and sort of getting the reaction, the tax break for businesses that has been the sort of catalyst for, I would say, positive transformation led by the mayor, and of course, action out by a series of city department and so on. And it's really helpful with respect to recognition from an overall perspective in terms of what the local government's actually doing to help businesses to sustain themselves, because they are our main street, they are the lifeblood of our city. And so a lot of work is actually happening there. So I know that there's a real connection between our staff. Supporting the motion that Councillor McKelvey has asked that I move. I will be moving that on her behalf. and staff maybe will just put that up. I want to just simply say that there's been a lot of great work done by the councillor and also other members of council in the Scarborough area in terms of putting together the lists. I know my office was very helpful as well. It's really important that we all collectively work together in the interest of all. And it's important that the staff also, augment their work and also borrow from really good work that was being done, as Councillor McKelvey was pointing out. There are great restaurants right across the city, and one of the things that we need to see more of is we need to see people from varying parts of the city visiting the varying different neighborhoods as part of the recovery. It's really super important, whether or not it's in Councillor Lai's area, Councillor McKelvey's area, Councillor Grimes' area, any of these areas across the city. It is absolutely amazing. One secret that I want to just let out today, and it's really Centennial College. They've got the Local, which is a restaurant there, and it is just magical. It's a hidden gem at the moment, and I'm hoping that more people will go out. And of course, George Brown has its facility as well, where those wonderful students are working hard, developing their culinary and hospitality skills and so on, and preparing wonderful meals. And I would encourage people to go out and visit those local areas and so on right across the city, along with the restaurants. So members, the motion is there. And this is on behalf of Councillor McKelvey, and I'm moving that. So again, thank you to the staff and thank you to the members who have participated in a lot of these programs and so on. All right. So that's one Councillor Cressy has moved, right? Okay, thank you. All right, so are we ready to vote? Okay, what order are we going? Yep.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councillor Lai.
I just have a question. I just have a question on the motion, Councillor McKelvey's motion.
Okay, yeah, we'll put it back up on the screen, Councillor, and you may ask your question. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm just kind of curious about the unused previous allocated funds to be used. Just wanted to know. So this has no financial impact for this budget this year. So how much is the one that has been allocated previously on this program?
So let me just ask Councillor McKelvey, and you're right. I don't think that it has no impact.
It's
on
in
this
the.
year. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was in the 2020 budget, and
Right.
it was 100,000 and it was for the 2 years, but we still have funds left in it, so it's to use those remaining funds.
So you are not asking for extra funds as opposed
No,
because the
it's
program is
using
going to
yeah, it's an extension on the 2020 funds.
2020. Okay, it's been 2 years. I see.
Yeah, because they had delays because of COVID for having the in-person events.
I see. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That was just my quick question.
Oh, no problem. Thank you very much for asking the question to clarify, but it's just basically allocation of previously allocated funds that were unused. So that's great. All right, so may we put the motion up, please? The motion is coming on the screen. We'll take the vote. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Oppose? That carries. Thank you very much. We have two more? Right, the motion by Councillor Cressy? Add word 11, okay, yep. It's coming up, yep. Okay, folks, do we need to read that or consider it read? Okay, all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. We just have one more motion. Okay. That's the one we were just discussing. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, item as amended. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. That item has been dealt with.
Mr. Chair, before we get into the speaker items, I wonder if we should maybe do quick releases, because we only held item 8 in case Councillor Cole should drop by, and he hasn't, so we don't want the staff waiting around. And I've had a chance to read 15. I'm good with that as well.
That's fantastic,
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll, and that's a good advice. And so on EC 28.8, Little Jamaica Initiative, Master Plan, and Align Initiative, Introduction and Status Report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And we will move right down to the bottom of my page. That's the new business item by Councillor Cressy. It is the updating the Toronto Food Charter for All. Members have had an opportunity to review and read the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right, that's done. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. All right, members, we are now going to move to EC 28.9, COVID-19 shelter transition and relocation plan. I had asked Mr. Tanner for a presentation before we get to speakers and so on, and for questioning and to speak. Mr. Tanner, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor, and good morning, committee members. We're just going to wait to get the presentation here up on the screen. Great. Okay, excellent. Okay, next slide, Sinead. So I'm here this morning to provide an update on the staff report before you in the COVID-19 shelter transition and relocation plan, which outlines next steps for 2022. It requests the authorities required to implement this plan over the next 24 months, including the ability to extend lease and license agreements at many temporary shelter sites, agreements for ancillary services that support those programs, and recommendations for new supports catered to help refugee claimants seeking temporary accommodation. Next slide. The COVID-19 pandemic has required Shelter Support and Housing Administration to continuously adapt program delivery to support the well-being of people experiencing homelessness. As a result, over the last 2 years, the shelter system has undergone significant transformation to respond to the unprecedented situation caused by the pandemic. Forecasts from our health partners in January 2020, who I met with, indicated that we needed to take immediate action and that hundreds of lives were at risk. So with council support, we moved to implement one of the most comprehensive plans to protect people experiencing homelessness from COVID-19 in North America. Currently, there are 27 temporary shelter sites operating throughout the city. Next slide. These 27 temporary sites now make up around 40% of the total spaces in the city's shelter system and provide safe shelter to over 3,200 people each night. Since the start of the pandemic, shelter system capacity has been maintained and slowly increased to respond to the demand and provide space to people to move indoors from encampments. This figure shows the shelter system capacity over the past 2 years and demonstrates that as a result of opening these temporary programs, capacity for single individuals and couples has increased by 25% from 4,900 spaces in March of 2020 to 6,100 spaces in March of 2022. Approximately 2,000 spaces were moved to temporary sites to ensure physical distancing in the base shelter system, and an additional 1,200 spaces were added to provide capacity to respond to the demand in the single sector. Next slide. A sudden reversal of these temporary spaces is not recommended, as it would cause significant disruption to the vital services delivered through the sites and to those people that rely on them. Therefore, the staff report before you recommends a phased approach to transition over the next 24 months. This approach includes 6 core components, of which are currently underway and form the basis of phase 1 of the transition plan in 2022. Next slide. The report recommends the extension of most temporary shelter sites until at least April of 2023, while the phased transition and relocation plan is implemented, and to provide time for a focus on housing as many people as we can out of the emergency shelter system. This includes an extension of 12 leased hotel sites until April 30th of 2023 as needed. The report also requests authority to extend 3 hotel sites secured through non-competitive procurement and 11 additional sites that we have existing authority to continue operating into 2023. Details of all the temporary sites are included in attachment 2 of the report. Next slide. Given the factors related to shelter system demand and the need to maintain adequate shelter capacity outlined above, staff are preparing plans to decommission up to 5 temporary shelter sites in 2022, while focusing on a range of options to offset the shelter capacity and increase housing opportunities wherever possible. Decisions about which locations to decommission will be based first on the continued availability of those sites through our negotiations with the property owners, and those negotiations are currently underway. We have identified 2 locations that will close this year, the first being the Better Living Center located at Exhibition Place, 195 Princess Boulevard, and a shelter hotel program at 1684 Queen Street East. Both will be decommissioned in the spring. All of the remaining sites where extensions can be secured will continue, but we will look at closing 3 more. And the criteria for determining those additional sites will include a range of considerations, including their operational suitability, the current state of good repair, their cost, and their geographic location. Staff will work to establish transition plans for each of the programs to be closed in partnership with site operators, and we will work to match clients with either permanent housing or space in the shelter system that best meets their needs. Next slide. In 2022, the reduction in shelter system capacity related to the closure of these 5 locations will be offset through the creation of an additional dedicated refugee program, increasing occupancy in the remaining temporary sites where possible, returning some capacity to the base shelter system, and then reopening some of the rooms and beds available at our COVID-19 isolation and recovery facility. And again, we're going to focus on housing outcomes through many new supportive housing opportunities that are available this year. We'll finally continue to explore with our colleagues in corporate real estate and the Housing Secretariat opportunities to acquire more sites for permanent housing or shelter. Next slide. Since September of 2021, Toronto has experienced a notable increase in the number of refugee claimant arrivals in need of emergency housing. This increase is largely due to the borders reopening and the easing of international travel restrictions after more than 2 years. The anticipated number of new arrivals of refugee claimants may surpass what we saw in 2018 and 2019. So as part of the transition plan proposed in this report, a specific refugee sector will be established that will operate in parallel to the existing base shelter system. Given the increasing pressures and, in particular, the number of refugee families seeking access to emergency accommodation, the report seeks authority to increase services available for refugee claimants by providing temporary grant funding to at least 3 community-based refugee service providers, including Costi Immigrant Services, a coalition of refugee houses, and the Canadian Red Cross. These additional programs will provide support to approximately 750 people while they secure permanent housing in the community, and will also free up shelter space in our base system for non-refugee clients. Creating a distinct refugee sector will help support the increased demand for shelter services from refugee claimants, while it will allow us to match those individuals with refugee serving agencies that can best meet their needs. Next slide. So we have begun exploring the various options for revised personal space standards in the base shelter system. And the staff report presents 4 possible scenarios for the future shelter system capacity in those programs. A full return to pre-COVID-19 capacity in the shelter system is not recommended. Instead, staff recommend proceeding with scenario 4, which would include which the city would maintain the current shelter system capacity through just moderate increases in the base system, and the continued use of some temporary sites in 2022 while a gradual transition plan is implemented. In order to return to a moderate increase in the base shelter system, we'll work with Toronto Public Health to develop a revised shelter standards directive that allows for a safe increase of capacity in those programs. The new directive will build on the existing shelter design and technical guidelines for shelters, which move away from large dorm settings and encourage the use of fewer beds per sleeping area. A return to the previous standard of 0.75 meters laterally between beds is not contemplated. However, revising the directive to, for example, 1.5 meters between beds or 1 meter between beds could net between 400 and 1,100 additional beds in the base shelter system. Next slide. Demand for emergency shelter has continued to increase over the past year as a result of the combination of pressures that I've described, including the arrival of refugee claimants, but also the ongoing uncoordinated release of people from provincial institutions like correctional facilities and health facilities without adequate housing plans in place, as well as economic uncertainty, eviction rates, and the continuing worsening in housing affordability. The underlying causes of homelessness is that affordability gap in Toronto, particularly for the lowest income households, which has continued to worsen. For those on income support programs, including Ontario Works and the Ontario Disability Support Program, this gap is particularly pronounced. On Ontario Works, a single individual shelter benefit is $390, while the average cost of a one-bedroom apartment in Toronto is $1,431. So in addition, rising inflation continues to increase the prices of groceries and other basic necessities for those living in poverty, and contributes to the growing housing instability and food insecurity. Next slide. So the experiences of the pandemic have made clear that the best way to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and to address homelessness are the same, and that's by providing people with safe and adequate housing. Success of the shelter transition and relocation plan is dependent on availability of affordable and supportive housing opportunities for people to quickly move out of the shelter system. The city's 24-month housing and homelessness plan aims to create more than 3,000 new affordable housing opportunities by the end of this year, including 2,000 with supports attached, to meet the needs of marginalized and vulnerable people experiencing homelessness. The homes opening in 2022 can also support the transition out of the existing COVID-19 response locations. And in February of this year, Council approved an accelerated housing plan to provide an additional 300 housing opportunities through partnerships with housing providers and private market landlords. An initial webinar with the Greater Toronto Apartment Association has been completed, and we look forward to continue working with the GTAA and private market landlords on new opportunities to create affordable homes. Next slide. So finally, next steps. And the city has launched an engagement process with temporary site service providers and people experiencing homelessness staying at these temporary locations. And this information will further inform the development of our shelter transition and relocation plan. The engagement will be completed by the end of May and will be shared publicly. As the transition plan is implemented, staff will provide regular updates to ensure consistent messaging and a singular point of reference for key stakeholders and the public on our website. Staff will report back to the Economic and Community Development Committee in the first quarter of 2023 with an update on the first phase of the shelter transition relocation plan and next steps for phase 2 of the plan in 2023. This will include an update on key indicators to measure shelter demand, and our progress in implementing the transition plan and the impact of the increasing number of housing opportunities we have this year in order to free up that shelter capacity so that we can return to the city's goal of ensuring that homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanner. All right, so I have a list of speakers who are here to speak on that item, and the first name on that list is Dana. Okay, I'll ask. Sure, fair enough, yeah. Wondering if there's a possibility to get a copy of your report, your presentation, your deck. Yeah, sure. And it's probably, yeah, it's, I don't know if you have your computer with you. If not, we'll get a hard copy for you. Okay, get a hard copy for Councillor. Thank you very much. Councillor, we'll get a copy for you. All right, the first speaker I have on my list is Dana McKill. Ms. McKill, you're here. Thank you. Just to ensure everyone is aware as to the procedures here, I will just do a quick run through, Mr. McKill, before you come to speak, sir. Everyone has an opportunity. There's a large list here, but I'm not going to suggest that we reduce the speaking time. I'm going to allow everyone to have their 5 minutes to speak. So you'll have 5 minutes to speak. At the end of your 5 minutes, members and non-members of committee may ask you questions. They may not as well. So you have an opportunity. It's an opportunity for you to come and communicate to the committee and to members to ensure that they have a strong understanding as to your concerns on this particular issue. And so, Mr. McKill, you're the first speaker, so you have 5 minutes. I hope those who are listening online are able to grasp and understand the procedure here at committee. So I will start your time, sir, and there's a timer to the left there, and you may just want to keep an eye on that as you get close to the 5 minutes. Okay? Thank you very much, and welcome, and good morning, sir. Or
Thank
good
you very much, Chairman Thompson. Members of the Economic Community Development Committee, my name's Dana McKeel. I'm a resident of Ward 10 downtown. When COVID permeated Toronto in March 2020, the Shelter Support Housing Administration, led by former General Manager Marianne Bedard, current General Manager Gord Tanner, and Justin Lewis, procured facilities across Toronto, mainly downtown, to provide shelter for the homeless with proper 6-foot spacing as required by law. 38 shelter facilities were initially leased, including 98 the Esplanade, without public consultation first, utilizing operators from Dixon Hall, St. Regis, Homes First, with assistance from Streets to Homes. Little did they realize it would cause a wave of crime and carnage like never seen before in downtown Toronto. Break and enter, theft, property damage, drug trafficking, weapons possession, propane tank explosions, assaults, public intoxication, public nuisance, panhandling, needles, robberies, and garbage is among all the carnage downtown residents and businesses have had to deal with. At Midtown, the Roehampton Hotel, and in apartment buildings due for demolition, clients caused a firestorm of violence, including several stabbings. Auto theft spiked by 225%, robbery by 100%, sexual violation by 175%, theft by 76.5%. These are Toronto Police statistics. This wave of crime and violence has been taken to a whole new level with a $282 million sole source contract with Deepak Ruparel, owner of the Silver Hotel Group. City of Toronto officials shut down 98 the Esplanade, and its 35 clients were moved to the Novotel, a boutique hotel located at 45 the Esplanade, in the spring of this year. Along with 3 other Silver hotels, including the Bond Place, Strathcona, and Victoria, it's been an absolute nightmare for residents, businesses, parents, and particularly seniors who are afraid to go outside their homes. 3 of the hotels are located within 800 meters of each other and to 3 seniors buildings. A cast of homeless drifters, vagrants, and criminals totaling in the vicinity of 7,000 have flocked here from across Canada and beyond the point where 83% are not from Toronto. They've been lured here on the premise of free hotel rooms, daily heroin injection, and a party. The criminal activity includes a woman being viciously assaulted at the Young Front location near the Hockey Hall of Fame. She spent a week in the hospital. A Harbourfront resident who has been viciously assaulted twice. The breakfast restaurant at the Victoria Hotel was torched, causing a 3-alarm blaze last August. A client walking down the Esplanade punching assorted people in the face, which I personally witnessed. Shoppers Drug Mart, located on Lower Jarvis, has had its windows shattered on a weekly basis. Multiple propane tank explosions, including one that caused over $10 million worth of damage to the Gardner Expressway ramp, while the mentally disturbed roam the streets panhandling for money, firing rocks at streetlights, and taking up residence on street grades. Meanwhile, almost every business in the St. Lawrence financial and harborfront areas has been broken into at least once. Novotel is recognized by Toronto Police 51 and 52 divisions as the hotspot. Daily criminal activity includes throwing bottles, cans at patrons on patios of nearby restaurants and bars, theft, robbery, break-and-enters, property damage, public defecation, drunken fights, and 3 to 5 EMS police calls per day. 2 Toronto Police pay-duty officers are on site 24/7, while many security personnel at the Novotel are deemed pylons. 3 different investigations have resulted in 3 automatic firearms being confiscated, including an AR-10 assault rifle. Currently, there is a chop shop operating out of Novotel, which includes grinders and curbside pickup of stolen bicycles, as advertised on Kijiji. The latest phenomenon is stealing dogs, again advertised on Kijiji for curbside pickup. Who wants to live in an environment dotted with people walking around downtown Toronto emblazoned with community safety on their fluorescent vests, reminiscent of San Francisco or Seattle, which is shockingly being used as a model by the SSHA in their proposal for lease extensions? Erosion personified in neon. Also unbelievable are Homes First operators in attempts to obstruct Toronto Police while they respond to these daily 911 calls. Residents and businesses have also complained about calling 911 only to be put on hold due to the amount of criminal activity in progress, most of it due to homeless hotels and street vagrants, according to the operators. Many have resorted to calling 416-808-2222 instead, while Toronto Police Senior Command officers just shake their heads. All this crime and carnage has cost to the residents and businesses $1 billion hard-earned tax dollars and climbing. The Novotel has cost residents and taxpayers over $8.1 million over 10 months, or $766,000 per month, to provide 254 rooms at the Novotel, Mr. Tanner. Residents, businesses, parents, and seniors sit in with frustrated frontline liaison and senior command officers on monthly Zoom calls looking for solutions to stop this ideology from spreading like cancer and accommodate the truly homeless who are too afraid to go to homeless hotels because of all the crime and the violence and the carnage.
Your 5 minutes, sir.
Okay.
5 minutes. I just remind you again, just take a look at the clock. Let me ask and see whether or not there are any questions of you, sir. Just looking at, okay, see. Let me ask you a question, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you for being here. What should be done?
Well, first of all, honor the agreements. And the people are very, very angry, residents and businesses, to honor those agreements that were initially put into place when everybody is willing to help. But when you go and you start moving the goalposts all the time, which is what the Shelter Support and Housing Authority has done, then all of a sudden you've got all these residents and businesses wondering if they can trust City Hall, whether they can trust Mr. Tanner, whether they can trust the Shelter Support and Housing Authority. That's step one. And then you take it from there. But honoring agreements first. And then secondly, we've got to beef up on Toronto Police. We've got to beef up on consulting with the public first. Not 7,000 people flocking to Toronto because they hear it's a great time to go and take up residence at a homeless hotel and coming here for heroin injection and partying it up. All you got to do is consult with your 3 division commanders at 14, 51, and 52, and they'll give you the reality of it all.
Can I then ask you, sir, the report itself is looking to obviously extend the lease at the varying properties. I'm wondering, what would you suggest that we do if this committee were to extend? Would you suggest, and you talk about beefing up the police, and so you talk about consultation with the public and so on. I'm just wondering, are there some additional measures that could maybe address the concerns which are real that you brought to us, because you indicated they're from the police. They're not stats that you're making up. They're stats that are coming from the police. I'm just wondering whether or not there are any sort of mitigating things that you think that could be done, because if the lease is extended, obviously the problem is going to exist unless there are some additional changes. I'm just wondering, based on your experience, and you've done a lot of work, I'm aware of it, what, if anything, would you offer as a suggestion that Mr. Tanner and team could look at, implementing to mitigate and to minimize the challenges which are real that you and the neighbors are experiencing?
I think just based on what our committee members have looked at with the Downtown Concerned Citizens Organization, that represents over 43,000 plus people here in the downtown area. And they've all said the same thing, that we know we have to help the truly homeless, but we don't need to lure all these people from across the country, 83,000 people, as advertised by Shelter Support and Housing and various members of Toronto City Council. That's got to stop. And with that, consult with 3 division commanders in downtown Toronto, because they're livid. And when I'm speaking with command officers at Toronto Police Headquarters, they're telling me the same thing, but they all tell me the same thing too. We're employed by the city and we're handcuffed by Toronto City Council.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. There is a question from Councilor Pertsa. Go ahead, please, Councilor Pertsa. Councilor, we'll just get you to a mic. And just speak to the chair, please, Councilor.
We're advertising across the country and saying to people, come to Toronto and we'll house you?
Precisely, and we've watched this, and it's been well chronicled by all the members of 43,000 people that represent the Downtown Concerned Citizens Organization. And it's been well chronicled in Toronto media and national media, by the way.
Chronicle, how are we doing that? Just curious.
I was going to ask the same question to you guys. The same question. Everybody's asking, why would you go and promote to come here to Toronto? Here, quote unquote, from one senior command officer, he said that officers, people up in Barrie and Aurelia just want the whole situation to go away. And some of these people are known criminals, street vagrants, and people that cause a lot of damage. They're not truly homeless, who we like to help. These are people that they just want to get rid of, so they give them a one-way bus ticket to Toronto. Why? Because we've got members of Toronto City Council who are peddling this ideology. That's what it is.
Okay, thank you very much. There are no further questions of you, sir. Thank you.
Chairman Thompson, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rajan Kelsey. I believe Rajan should be in the room. I don't think that's that person. Rajan is not online. I was told that Rajan would be in the room. I'll call again. Rajan Kelsey. Rajan Kelsey. Okay, I'll just make a note, and should Rajan comes, we may be able to accommodate the opportunity for him to speak. All right. Our next speaker is Chris Fisher, and Chris is on the line. Chris Fisher, are you on the line? Is he unmuted? Or is she? She's unmuted. Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Chris Fisher?
You can speak.
Okay, we can barely hear you. I wonder whether or not it's possible for you to turn your system up. Chris, I can see you, Chris. Can't hear you. Are you able to speak louder, Chris? Okay, so why don't we do this, Chris? We'll hold this down for a moment. We'll come back to you. We'll go to the next speaker, and that's Andy Yen. And then we'll come back to you again, Chris. We'll see if we can make some adjustments to your volume. Thank you. Okay, so do we have Andy Yan here or on the screen? All right, Andy Yan. I'm told Andy is supposed to be in the room, not online. Third call to Andy Yan. All right, I'm just going to make a note here. All right, can we try Chris again? Chris, let's try you again. It looks like you're muted at this point.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can. Success. Hey, Chris, we can hear you. Thank you very much. And we've had some challenges this morning with some technical challenges. I'm hoping that you heard me earlier where I indicated that you would be able to speak for 5 minutes, and then members and non-members of committee may ask you a question. So you have 5 minutes. I'm timing you. What clock will Chris be able to see? Will it be? Okay, so Chris, there's a clock there. Can you see the clock?
I don't. I do.
Okay, excellent. So you have 5 minutes, and I will actually hold you to the 5 minutes, please. You may proceed.
In last year's town hall meeting announcing the Novotel emergency shelter, Councillor Cresty was asked, what is the end point for the shelter? His answer was, when every homeless person in there is provided affordable and supportive public housing. That answer was clearly off script, and Councillor Wong Tam and others attempted to walk it back. No, they assured us, the end point would be the lifting of physical distancing requirements imposed on shelters by Ontario Public Health. In spring 2021, Councillor Cresty and Wong Tam's offices again confirmed that once the health emergency ended, the hotels would be closed and clients returned to their old permanent shelters. And so the city won our support. But clearly there was a different agenda, which was to use the hotels as indefinite bridges to permanent housing, regardless of Ontario lifting emergency restrictions. Renewed this past December and hoping no one would notice, SSHA and this committee operationalized that hidden agenda. Despite your originally chosen end date last December, you suddenly said that you can't kick people out in winter. You chose December. 7 months to prepare for your own chosen deadline. Somehow you were still unprepared. Are you saying that this December will be any different? Now that this conflation of the COVID response sites with the availability of unbuilt, affordable housing directly contradicts the original justification for the shelter hotels. This conflation violated your promises to us. Emails to councillors' offices asking them to disavow the changing of the goalposts were characteristically ignored. So much for accountability and transparency. Unless this was to ensure the homeless remain far from some councillors' personal residences, like being able to move the Trinity Bellwoods encampment to shelter hotels. That was a nice NIMBY favor to those neighbors and friends. And so the SSHA's morphing of one justification for another is complete with today's report, even as emergency measures are all but phased out, which is the proposed shifting from an emergency response to permanent public housing. Tell me, how is SSHA able to abrogate to itself a power to impose 24 more months of COVID-related measures despite Ontario restrictions ending? And so the bait and switch strategy, kept hidden from the communities which the shelter hotels were shoehorned into, is now exposed. A hotel shelter, said to last for only 1 year, will extend for much longer because you changed the original deal to require new public housing at some make-believe time in the future. Come on. A bait and switch with costly tax repercussions ahead of a municipal election? Real smart. We've been lied to for over a year, and the SSHA is asking to consolidate that lie for 2 more. The Novatel's irresponsibly massive occupancy numbers, staff shortages, and cruel mix of tenants has wreaked havoc on the local community and shelter tenants respectively. In the Novatel's case, with an abundance of addiction and mental health problems, the current mix is a dedicated 3rd floor of early release convicts, originally required to social distance in provincial jails, and other floors of clients trying to escape abuse, drug addiction, but all meeting up in lobby elevators all day, all night. No wonder the Novotel has become a hotbed of fighting, screaming, gun possession, prostitution, and daily overdoses. This is not why young families, condo developers, and businesses finally invested in the transformation of the Esplanade St. Lawrence market over the past 15 years. This neighborhood could very quickly degrade into a Queen Sherburne or Queen Jarvis wasteland if you're not mindful of these positive changes here. The negative experiences in California and elsewhere, highlighted in peer-reviewed studies, clearly show the failed policies of highly concentrating homeless into such small areas. It's foolish operating on an ideological basis versus reality basis, and to insist that reality ought to conform with progressive theories. It's the other way around. Those of you who are not ideologues, please have the courage to stand up and ask some hard questions versus being bullied into silence. And so you didn't expect voters to notice your deceit, but we have. You expect voters to meekly submit, but we won't now that this betrayal has been exposed. It took you about 6 weeks to fill the Novotel. Tearing down will be much faster given that you won't be cleaning up. The city has thousands of shelter beds sitting empty, already paid for, about to come free. So please spare our community in 51 Division from this statistically significant crime hell. The Esplanade is currently a police and EMS state, but thank God, because it would be so much worse if the cops were not here around the clock. Our children, schools, businesses, and families cannot remain easy victims for early release convicts, drug dealers, and break-and-enters any longer. Tell me, SSHA, since all Ontario public health units are declaring a return to normal, why would you be maintaining 50% restrictions in the regular shelter system any longer? The province is ending everything, and instead of celebrating the return of your thousands of badly missing shelter beds, you choose to hemorrhage additional public funds into 4 of multimillionaire hotel owners' Silver Group's already grossly swollen pockets. Perhaps investing these funds in more children's programming, libraries, restaurant aid, parks, or schools would be better, no? Maybe the hundreds of millions could instead go towards 12 hotels full of university students getting 3 meals a day, free internet TV, and clean medical grade drugs, but who have to maintain a minimum of 80%. Don't you think that would be a better investment to build a better Toronto? Food for thought. I'll happily take 1,000,000 questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. Let me check to see if there are any questions for you. Looking at visiting members, seeing none. Bring the matter to committee. Seeing none. Chris, may I ask you a question, please? Given what you have stated, and obviously I have no reason not to obviously believe what you're saying, so I'm not questioning what you're saying. What I'm trying to understand with some clarity is that the staff is obviously recommending the extension of the agreement. I'm wondering if there is any way that you see that this extension of the agreement and perhaps any additional mitigation initiatives that you would offer to suggest beyond simply to remove the residents from that location. I'm just wondering if we could have that conversation. And again, thank you very much for having provide some clarity in terms of your concern.
So what specifically is your question?
Well, my question was, what would you do in terms of mitigating the circumstances and the challenges if, in fact, the extension were to continue at the location?
I think you guys are collectively crazy. I use that in a very respectful term. To like you have been told not to concentrate to these levels in such a small area. So I would ask you, why are other wards effectively exempt from such a concentration? Why are you taking advantage of this area, which you've been taking advantage of for decades? Queen Jarvis, Queen Sherbourne is a catastrophe. It's probably beyond gentrification. And the reward for our ward for carrying that is more. Where's Rosedale, Forest Hill? I don't know. Pick anywhere else. Why is there not one in Councillor Cresty's ward? Where's the disbursement? The academics say spread it around. You have a view on the last year of what's happened in a short period of time. Imagine 2 more years. Imagine 2 more.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris.
People are leaving. Businesses are shuttered.
All right. Thank you.
It only gets worse from here, guys.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. We are going to...
Do you have any more questions?
I do not have any more questions.
I see one question. I think she's raising her hand.
Thank you.
She's raising her hand.
There are no more questions. There are no more questions of you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
There are no more questions of you, sir. Thank you. We are going to move to our next speaker, and that's Dan Ju. Dan Ju, is Dan here or is Dan on? online. Dan, are you on the line?
I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. This is Dan Ju.
Okay. Yes, this is Dan Ju.
Okay, thank you. You have 5 minutes, and there is a clock on the screen. I will just ask you to pay attention to the clock in order to ensure that you're within the 5-minute guideline. You may
Yes, I
begin.
can see the clock.
You may begin.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you everybody for your time and giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'm a resident at 38 The Esplanade, which is right across the street from the Novotel at 45 The Esplanade. Our door, our entrance to the building is facing Novotel's main entrance. And I've been living in the neighborhood since the end of 2014, and I definitely see the change brought to the neighborhood by the shelter. And I just want to let you know, give you a few examples of my personal experience and to tell you how much it has impacted me, my life, and my neighbors, because my experience is not unique. My experience is probably less than some other people because during COVID, I was working from home and for 2 years, and I barely went out. And every time I went out onto the street, I see things. So whoever goes out to the building more often than I do, they probably experience a lot more. So first, I can tell you, there's constant yelling and screaming. And I could hear it from my unit on the 14th floor with my window open. And these yelling and screaming can happen during the day, at night, anytime during the day. And when I'm having conference calls during the day, my coworkers on the computer could hear them. When I'm at night trying to go to bed, sometimes they're so loud and they're just lasting so long that I cannot fall asleep. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, particularly in the summer when my window is open, because there's someone yelling outside, and I'm living on the 14th floor. I'm not even at the street level or close to street level. So this has impacted my sleep and my peace at home and my work when I'm communicating with my coworkers. And it's causing a lot of stress on my part. And then there are people urinating and defecating on the street. There was one day that I went out twice, so once during lunchtime and once in the afternoon. It was, I think, last spring last year. And so twice in a row, I saw two different men pulling their pants off on the street as if they're not on the street, as if there are no people on the street looking at them or walking by, and they're just urinating in public. One was urinating right next to a garbage can. The other one was urinating to the what's it called, fence at a patio, which one of the restaurants just put out, getting ready for patio season. And it was very, very disturbing. I could not imagine how people will feel if they have children seeing that. And I, as a grown woman, I was traumatized by the scenes I saw. And after those two experiences, after that day, I definitely do not feel comfortable walking on the street. And I would try to use the back door of the building to get onto Scott Lane, which is a back alley for the restaurants on our street, and instead of going on to Esplanade. And if I have to go on Esplanade, it has to be like daylight, and hopefully someone is walking with me. Or sometimes I will go to the 1 Scott Street entrance to access my building because there are just more traffic there. And I feel if anything happened, I could get more help. So I don't even feel comfortable entering my building from the entrance of my building. And then there is the Green Key right behind the Novotel. I sometimes have visitors coming to visit me, and they usually park at the Green Key parking. But since this shelter has been used, I've had every single visitor trying to park there, telling me that that place is gross. There are human feces, food waste, and garbage is disgusting to smell and to look at. And And the parking lot is the city cannot be accessed because although you can drive your car in and it will look fine, but once you try to come out of the parking lot after you get off your car or when you go back to the parking lot using the staircases are full of human feces and food waste and garbage. It's just like, it's a biohazard site. It should not be accessed. So I think for the city to propose to extend the shelter for 2 more years and we residents have to stand this for
Your
2 more years
your
is.
5 minutes are up. Your 5 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me check to see if there are any questions of you. Yes, visiting member, Councillor. Just let me do this, Councillor. Let me just reset the time. You may begin, Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the deputant, I did hear your concerns about urinating in public. I was just wondering, would you and your community support more publicly accessible washrooms in Toronto?
Ms. Jude?
Oh, sorry. It was a question for me?
Yes, it
Great.
was.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Maybe-
okay. Sorry. For some reason, sorry. I don't know if any more public washrooms will help in the area because they are urinating right in front of the hotel. I mean, the hotel is a shelter. So if they want to use a washroom, they could just easily go to the shelter now, like use the hotel. Why would they urinate right across the street from the shelter? Like, I don't think any public washroom will help. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's my question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Now, let me check, Ms. Jude, if there are any further questions of you. There are none. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. A.J. Withers, adjunct faculty, Critical Disability Studies, York University for Shelter and Housing Justice Network. Dr. Withers, are you with us? Aha.
Hi.
Okay, great. Hello.
I was trying to get this to work, but I
We're
don't
still-
think I can. That's fine.
Okay. Just one moment, please. Let's get things corrected before you begin.
Thank you.
Just give us a moment. Thank you. We need the projector on. Okay, Dr. Withers, someone is coming to help you. Just one moment, please.
Deputy Mayor, the councillors all have the visuals in my deputation, so we can proceed. I don't want to take up the committee's
Okay,
time.
the gentleman's there to help you as well.
Oh, okay.
Just in time. But thank you very much for offering that helpful information. Let me know when you're ready and I'll start your time. Okay, members, you have the deck from Dr. Withers. All right, so Dr. Withers, I'll give 30 seconds or so. Let's see if we can get this projector working. If not, we will just have to proceed.
I can just start and hopefully it'll turn on before I get there.
Just looking to see if I'm getting a thumbs up or any indication from our team. Just give me another 5 seconds. Okay, another 5 seconds or so. All right. Why don't you start, and then if we are able to get the projector working, then we could maybe just add your information to the projector, and then we can see that.
Thank
It doesn't
you.
appear that it's going to go ahead. You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to yourself and the members of the committee for having me be able to present today and for bearing with me just now. I'm speaking on behalf of the Shelter and Housing Justice Network, and this oral deputation accompanies my extensive written deputation. So you have before you what you're told is a plan to transition out of the shelter hotel system that was initiated in response of the COVID pandemic. And there are multiple problems with this report. First and foremost, it's not a plan. This report contains insufficient details to be enacted, aside from closing the 231 spaces by May 15th, and also ensuring that the shelter hotels won't be extended past April 30th, 2023 without council approval, regardless of if residents have been placed anywhere, regardless of their well-being, regardless of the state of the pandemic or any other circumstances. It's a trap. I commend the city for keeping many of these shelter hotels open until the spring, or potentially doing so. However, planning to close several facilities without sufficient plans in place and planning to close the facilities without the ability to accommodate people is irresponsible. Further, while shelter hotels are obviously inadequate in many ways, they're far better than congregate sites, and the closure of these sites is a regression in the system. Unilateral closure without consulting with the residents is a gross injustice. I want to draw your attention to some simple math. The shelter system is full. People are being turned away every night. On Monday night, the emergency family system was 99.1% full, as was the adult system, and the shelter hotel system was 99.3% full, which effectively means that no one could get a bed. There's a significant shelter hotel bed deficit. And so I've calculated that deficit, which you can't see, but it's in my deputation. The deficit is 4,311 beds right now, or will be by the time that this plan is enacted. It doesn't factor in the refugee spaces that Mr. Tanner spoke about, which I commend, but those spaces come nowhere near the number of people that are likely going to arrive here this year. People are being turned away every night. We don't know how many people, because this is a carefully guarded secret by SSHA. We have asked as a community, members of the media have asked, and there's been an FOI filed, but, quote, SSHA has, quote, placed a hold on request processing, end quote. We know that last year it was 38 people a day were not able to access shelter, and we know based on one night's data that it's much higher this year. I suspect that's why it's being kept secret. At this time, we are told that the city took unprecedented measures to house people this year or during the pandemic. But even still, it's failed to house even half as many people that were housed in 2019. And at the same time, chronic homelessness increased between the two last streets needs assessments by 29% and 1,474 actual human beings. So we've learned that SSHA plans on housing 3,000 people. That is great, but we learned in October that they're not that good at actually meeting their housing goals. So this is a real plan. Have SSHA report in the third quarter as to its progress on the actual housing units, to what the shelter bed deficit is at that point, how many people are being turned away daily, and the outcome of meaningful consultations that they take part in with shelter residents between now and then. And don't close shelter hotels without a real plan and without real reporting. Keep shelter hotels open and take direction from residents where they want to go. Don't close them unless the residents have places to go that they deem adequate. Improve the quality of shelter hotels while they remain open. Lift the criminalizing of camping in parks, lift the bylaw. Expropriate 214, 230 Sherburne for it to become rent geared to income housing. We are advocating at the federal level for them to fund that. Eliminate the shelter bed deficit and build housing. We need rent geared to income housing in addition to supportive housing. We need it now. We get nothing, we get nowhere as long as we're continuing to struggle to shelter people in the emergency shelter system. We need those beds and we need housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me check to see if there are any questions of you. Visiting member, Councillor Ainsley. Go ahead, please. Councillor Ainsley, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Professor Withers, could you explain a bit? So currently, if I go to the City of Toronto website, I can get the numbers for the capacity of our shelter system. So what you're saying at the beginning of your deputation is there's no information available on how many people get turned away from those shelters on a daily basis.
Yes, so in October of 2020, I believe it was, City Council passed a motion requiring SSHA to collect a different kind of data. It's called wrap-up code data, and that's the data that people are turned away at the time of call, and service queue data, the data that people are turned away at 4 a.m. and wiped out of the system. So the 38 people a day is the people that are just wiped off the system. They just don't exist by the end of the day. So that's the data that we really need, because those are the actual people that are being turned away. It doesn't matter that there's 18 beds in the adult system if real human beings can't get into those beds.
And sorry, that the two different data sets, one is called wrap-up code data, which are people denied shelter at the time of call.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be like any time.
Yeah.
And then service queue data, for example, if you called at 4 a.m. and said, you know, I need a bed. So that's two different types of data sets that aren't being provided.
Sorry, the wrap-up code, they're told to call back. And
Okay.
as council has heard many times, people have great difficulty calling back. And the service queue is, at the end of the day, all the wrap-up codes that never got shelter through the day. So sometimes people are calling back multiple times, or they're spending half an hour on hold, trying to get through to find out if there's a bed. And then the service queue is everyone that's left over.
Okay, and then the data that you provided in your presentation, and I know you've emailed information to councillors. So by your estimates, the capacity that we're looking at closing down, the people that need shelter far exceeds the capacity that we're even looking at closing down, correct?
Yes, absolutely, by 4,300. And I just want to apologize to the councillors. I sent a draft to you that overestimated, because it's an obscure thing. But anyways, the draft that's in the official record is the correct draft.
Okay, so sorry, by your estimates, there's 4,300 people that need shelter in Toronto but aren't getting it?
There's 4,300 people that by the time the city enacts this plan, I project that there will be a deficit of 4,300. In terms of how many people right now, the SSHA says that there are 9,559 people in the shelter system, and roughly there's 7,993 spaces. They shift a little, so it's 1,797 people for which there aren't spaces, but that doesn't count people who are in encampments who haven't accessed, or sleeping outside otherwise, who haven't accessed the shelter system in the last 3 months.
Okay, and then I also wanted to ask about, I know you're on Twitter, one of the Twitter accounts that you retweet called Voices from the Bond, and one of their tweets 18 hours ago, they said, many of us are without housing workers and there are no caseworkers here. We're left to find safe, accessible, financial attainable housing for ourselves with the allotted shelter allowance of $390 or $497 on OW or ODSP, and that's damn near impossible.
Yeah.
Would you consider that accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the problems is SSHA actually wasn't able to use even half of the rent allowances that it had for the 2021 budget. And the reason for that is because people are discriminated against, and even with a rent allowance, people on welfare can't access housing right now. So rent allowances are portable and people prefer them, but the city getting rent supplements and sort of block renting spaces is, I think, a far more practical way to actually put people in housing than giving them fictitious rent allowances that lead to fictitious housing. But so many people have told me and have complained about the lack of access to housing workers and just being sort of left on their own in the shelter hotels without real assistance accessing housing.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
and
That
then
was
my
your
last
last
que-
question. That was your last question, Councillor Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm just bringing the matter into committee, members of committee. Councillor Carroll, just reset.
Thanks. Your written deputation talks to us about the increase, not just homelessness, but chronic homelessness. And that as chronic homelessness goes up, it shows in our numbers that we then become less and less able to find appropriate housing for them. There's a pretty compelling graph there that shows as chronic goes up, housing goes down. Are we in a situation now where we're promising 2,800 units of housing to be created this year? Do we have 28 people that would be, able to be placed in those housing opportunities?
So yes, absolutely. There's so many people that desperately want housing. The increase in chronic homelessness, I would argue, is not about the individuals. It is about the conditions that create the housing crisis.
Right.
And so housing is really the outlet that we need to eliminate the dramatic increases in chronic homelessness.
You understand you've been here this morning. There's a real disconnect between what we've heard from some members of the committee who are saying honor the original agreement and end these leases. Just shut down this hotel and evict these people. You call the fact that we're doing that even with just 5 facilities to start with violent, and that in fact their option, if we do that, if we don't extend these leases, they just end up back in parks where we ride in with cops on horseback. So there's a real disconnect between those two. Is there a way to do the work in the community for them to understand that we have to that we have to transition? We can't just shut down the leases?
I think that there is to a certain extent, and it depends on where people are at. But what we've heard today is a real NIMBY argument. I don't know that people are. It sounds like people just don't want homeless people in their neighborhood and want them to disappear. That's one of the problems with encampments. People just don't want people to exist, and the reality is they do exist. Less than 10% of homeless people in Toronto, or actually 10% of homeless people in Toronto have been in the city less than a year, according to the Street Needs Assessment. There's a lot of sort of inflated ideas about who people are in the city. The crime statistics as well. I worked on the lawsuit against the city to stop the encampment evictions. And one thing that became very clear from that evidence is that the police were inflating or conflating crimes in and around parks with encampment residents. And that's something that we heard about today as well, where it doesn't matter who the person is, they're a shelter hotel resident if they're poor and they are in and around a shelter hotel. And so that's a problem. Also, the issue of fires. The city has repeatedly inflated the number of fires in encampments. The city has said that there were 253 fires in encampments in 2020. That includes false alarms. It includes pre-fire conditions. Now, both of those are by definition not fires. And it also includes campfires. There were actually 132 fires that required fire suppression. And so these inflated numbers help drive fear. And so while the city is working to inflate fear, it's very hard for people to have reasonable conversations.
Unfortunately, we're not really specifically talking about encampment strategy this morning. Council very much does want to talk about that. That will come. But before these, we heard a deputy earlier talk about we're being targeted. Why aren't these elsewhere? But this room is full of councillors whose wards are now hosting shelter hotels, some of us more than one. In some cases, the community has stabilized around having that facility there. So in those places, should we definitely take that deliberate transition, be honest about the numbers and honest about the length of time it's going to take to properly house those folks and not take the immediate and more violent approach?
In every place, I think it's important to not take any immediate and more violent approach. And so for the Roehampton, for example, there's a group of community members that have started the Friends of the Roehampton that work with residents to provide support and to do that kind of neighborhood outreach and education. There has been a lot of different kinds of support from members of the community that isn't unfortunately being heard here today.
Yeah.
But I think that what needs to be really prioritized is the reality that some people will potentially be faced with inconvenience, where other people will be faced with life and death decisions about where they're going to sleep each night.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor
Thank
Carroll.
you.
All right, just seeing if there's any further questioners. Okay. Seeing none for Dr. Withers. Our next speaker is Kara Heineck, Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. Kara, you're in the room? She's on the phone?
Yes, hello, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Hi, you're not in the room. You're actually on the phone. Excellent, thank you.
I am.
Okay, are you able to see a screen at all? So obviously you're not. So what I will do at the 4-minute and 30-second mark, I will let you know you have 30 seconds. It'll be a bit of interruption, but if you could just acknowledge and focus there and recognize you'll have 30 seconds thereafter. As we get to 5 minutes, it will be the conclusion of your speaking time. And there may be questions of you. Okay?
Of course. Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
You're welcome. You may begin.
Well, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. As you are all more than aware, the issue before us today is a critical opportunity to address the increasing emergency that homelessness is in our city. We all know how bad it is, and the staff report for this item correctly identifies the growing complexities involved and the inevitable rise in the number of people at risk of homelessness as the longer-term effects of this pandemic take hold. You will hear different points of view stressing different nuances from deputants working in the housing and homelessness sector today. The one thing we all have in common, however, is a commitment to reducing and ending homelessness. In the absence of enough appropriate and deeply affordable housing and support services, the Alliance agrees that we must keep the shelter hotels open as outlined in today's report. Ideally, the hotel programs will continue to provide services to people until each person is matched to housing and any necessary support, so that we do not send anyone back to even more precarious environments, dormitory-style shelters, encampments, or the street. Extending the hotel leases through April 2023 is a good start. During this time, the city and community housing and service providers can continue to work to increase available housing options, and we can collectively continue to advocate for the additional funding needed from the other orders of government to build more housing and create deep enough housing allowances and rent supplements to allow people to access the private market as well. If we find that we need more time after April 2023 before closing all the hotel programs, the TH will be back to advocate for keeping what is needed open until every resident finds a good home. We must also use this time, as is recommended in the report today, to truly dig into what we have learned during COVID to improve and even redesign how we deliver emergency and housing services to people experiencing homelessness. To that end, we encourage you and your fellow councillors to note the following key points. Any and all actions regarding the hotel programs must uphold the right to housing. This is a commitment of the City of Toronto, and the principle of non-regression inherent in the human right to housing dictates that any degradation of a person's shelter is a violation of that right. Secondly, it is generally understood that the hotel programs have provided a more dignified and healthy experience for people. Their ability to offer a higher level of integrated on-site support has resulted in many people remaining in one place for greater lengths of time than ever before. This is a critical lesson of the hotel programs and has created significant stabilization for many people who have experienced chronic homelessness and are cycled in and out of various shelters and housing for years and years. It is clear from every provider in the sector that people currently living in the hotels are thus, rightly, not going to go back to the overcrowded dormitory-style shelters of the pre-pandemic era, nor do the providers think they should. There is unanimous consent in the sector that the previous shelter model is unacceptable. And to that end, the Alliance is pleased to see the recommendations in today's report not to do so. Making sure that this will not happen is one reason why it is important to extend the hotel leases. We need the time to transition the system first so that people find better environments than before and not degraded ones. The call for a more and then the next point, the call for a more robust city role in funding and delivering additional deep enough income side supports to access housing made previously by the Alliance and others is again underscored in this report. We simply must have additional housing allowances and rent supplements that are deep enough to allow people in the hotel programs that are ready to leave to find affordable housing. So in conclusion, we support today's report and its recommendations and urge you to pass them. If we do not keep the hotel programs open, thousands of people will be returning to our parks and streets. Their human right to housing will be further degraded, and they will be at greater risk.
30 seconds.
We will not have the time to create, thank you. And we will not have the time to create better shelter environments informed by what works in the hotels and other lessons of the pandemic and grounded in housing-focused services and solutions to homelessness that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me check to see if there are any questions of you. There are no questions of you from members of committee and non-members. Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next...
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Diane Chan McNally, Toronto Drop-In Network. Is that person here or is on?
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Great.
Welcome.
Good. Thank you.
You may begin. You have
2
5
minutes.
minutes, and I will let you know at the 4 minutes and 30-second marks. So you have 30 seconds left. You may begin now, please.
Thank you. To members of the Economic and Community Development Committee, during the pandemic, the City of Toronto raised the bar. Heeding the call from advocates, service providers, and unhoused people, the city established shelter hotels to mitigate the threat of COVID by allowing people access to single rooms to self-isolate and stay protected from viral spread. But the value of these spaces surpasses COVID and viral transmission, and the benefits they offer cannot be overstated and should not be eliminated as we move forward through the pandemic. The plan you are considering today seeks to decommission these spaces by next spring. From the perspective of COVID, the threat to unhoused people is far from over, especially considering the low rate of vaccination compared to the general public. But shelter hotel rooms also offer real safety apart from COVID. According to the research findings of the Meeting Crisis with Opportunity report, compiled by the Toronto Shelter Network alongside Dixon Hall, 42% of shelter hotel residents cited the ability to sleep in a private room as opposed to a congregate dorm as a top-rated benefit of their accommodations. For people staying in congregate settings or who are living outdoors, the ability to access private space or have the health benefit of a full night's sleep is next to impossible. In addition to this, 41% of residents cited shelter hotel spaces as overall safer for them, understanding that violent assault and theft are commonplace within congregate shelters. Knowing that people are actively safer and healthier in shelter hotels, how can we backtrack to conditions that are worse than where people are staying now? Any medium and long-term plans for Toronto's shelter system must begin with commitment to non-congregate shelter beds. It is neither safe nor is it dignified to consider placing beds as little as 1 meter apart in congregate settings. Similarly, it is neither safe nor dignified to contemplate placing 2 people in a shelter hotel room together, knowing that in the past, strangers have been paired, including at the Roehampton Hotel. If beds are to be decommissioned at the Better Living Centre, the East Beaches Days Inn, and other locations, non-congregate beds must replace them. The city also has a duty to plan for the expansion of non-congregate beds based on the real and projected need and ensure that the shelter system never surpasses the maximum threshold of 90% capacity, as it has done consistently for years, unfortunately, and against council's own direction. While we are deeply appreciative that the city secured shelter hotel spaces, as had been advocated for, we must recognize that there is ample room to improve on health and safety issues in these spaces. The city must support shelters to uphold and apply the shelter standards, including minimizing service restrictions and ensuring appropriately and adequately trained staff. The city must also uphold its human rights obligations by addressing and acting upon the accessibility concerns of residents living in the shelter system. The health and safety of people who use drugs must be supported by working with residents to implement adequate harm reduction measures. The aforementioned asks are already inherent to the city's own commitments and obligations and must be strengthened in any transition plan of our shelter system. Again, we have seen the city step up and do better. You have done better, and you can continue to do so in support of the welfare of unhoused Torontonians by reconsidering this transition plan. We cannot return to congregate shelter beds, and we must commit to non-congregate spaces. We must strengthen our own commitments to shelter residents by upholding the shelter standards and the city's own human rights obligations. Understanding that permanent housing, and especially sustainable, affordable RGI social housing, is not available for every person whose shelter bed is at risk. And in fact, the Shelter Transition and Relocation Plan fully recognizes this barrier. We have a duty to allow people to stay where they are until better options, permanent options, are found and agreed upon for every single resident. Finally, we ask you to reconsider the increase to STAR security to enhance the surveillance of shelters. There is no evidence that the presence of private security enhances the safety of shelter spaces or promotes a sense of safety among residents. This funding could be much better applied to the city's own pilot projects and to upstream community supports like drop-ins that unhoused people rely upon for their wellness needs. I sincerely thank you for your time and attention, and I'm very happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me check to see if there are questions of you. No visiting member. We'll take this into committee. Councillor Lai, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the deputation. And you were suggesting that the security guard on site, they're not really helping much. What other mitigation measures would you suggest that the city can help?
Again, I think if we're investing in upstream supports and we're looking at better harm reduction measures inside the shelter hotels, the sense of safety will be improved. I do work frontline. And I do work in spaces where we have security staff on site, but their role doesn't actually fulfill any function in terms of increasing the safety in those spaces. They don't even interact with people. Really, they're just there to watch. And that in itself, to me, decreases safety because people know they're being watched. It's uncomfortable. It really isn't actually promoting a sense of security in that space. And ultimately, they don't intervene and can't anyway. So it doesn't really make sense to be investing in security to the degree that we are. What would make a lot more sense is that we have amazing pilot projects that we're putting on by the city. We have lots of upstream supports that are in need of funding, and that funding can absolutely be redirected there to increase the wellness and safety of people who are unhoused.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Thank you very much, Ms. Chan McNally. There are no further questions of you. And members, it is 25 minutes after 12. I think we have time for at least one more speaker. And so I will call the next speaker that I have on my list. And that speaker's name is Mabel Cheng. Mabel Cheng, and she is not in the room. She's actually online, but she's not online, okay? Mabel Cheng. All right, so let me go to the next speaker then, please. Dan Robertson. Dan Robertson. Dan is here. Okay, great. Dan, please come on down. And members will be breaking for lunch after Dan has concluded his presentation, and questions of Dan if there are any. Good afternoon, Dan, and thank you very much for being here. You are aware that you have 5 minutes to speak.
Yes.
And I don't have to tell you at the 30-second mark because you were able to watch the clock there. You may begin, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, councillors, and committee members. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. I live in Toronto, and for the past 20 years and the last 10 years in Cabbagetown. Together with my wife, I'm raising an 8-year-old boy in the city in which he was born, and he's the reason I'm here today. He's in grade 3 at St. Michael's Choir School on Bond Street. Now, I fully appreciate that in sending my son to a school in the heart of downtown Toronto, he will encounter both the good and the bad of life in the city. It's not the little house on the prairie. I also want to say this. I am personally acquainted with both addiction and mental health disorders. I know the root causes of addiction and homelessness are many and complex, and let no one believe that I lack sympathy for anyone who suffers from both or either. It's my view that the crisis in mental health, addiction, and homelessness is one that requires the full weight of government action at every level. I've also worked in public affairs for the past 30 years. I've worked with elected and unelected officials at every level and understand very well the demands and pressures they come under from their constituents and stakeholders. And so balance and compromise must constantly be found. I do not see why it cannot be so when it comes to balancing the duty to help those most in need with the well-being of elementary-aged school children. To cite one obvious example, we do not, for good reason, permit cannabis retailers to operate within the immediate vicinity of a school. Yet now, a mere 20 paces from the playground of an elementary school, at the corner of Bond and Dundas, there is a shelter and drug consumption site. Formerly a hotel, the site around the corner from another facility offering the same service was leased as a temporary measure to ensure social distancing during the pandemic. That's what we were told. In any respect, in any case, in that respect, it was a failure. The Bond Hotel shelter suffered a large COVID outbreak with reportedly as many as 46 cases. Now, with the pandemic abating and restrictions and mandates lifting, the city is proposing to renew its lease. And I'm here to respectfully ask you to reconsider. Since the facility opened, the neighborhood, including the school, has seen property damage, trespassing, discarded syringes and drug paraphernalia, and violent altercations. You've heard others speak to these things. Toronto police reported multiple robbery, shootings, and damaged property. I'm there twice a day dropping my son off and picking him up. I have personally witnessed drug trafficking and threatening behavior, all within plain view of students. These are clear-cut and indisputable threats to public safety, which shouldn't be tolerated anywhere, much less on the doorstep of an elementary school. But please also consider the mental and emotional impact this has on students as young as 7 and 8. Surely a child should be able to go to school without having to sidestep needles and human excrement. Is it really controversial to insist that an elementary school not have to worry about the erratic and unstable behavior of intoxicated men and women? Indeed, why should any child of any age experience any fear when at school? Yes, build more affordable housing. Yes, invest in services for those afflicted by addiction, mental health disorders, and homelessness. But as I said, a balance must be found, and lines must be drawn. The safety and well-being of children is where this particular line should be drawn. I ask you to reject the extension of the hotel shelter leases, and I thank you for your gracious attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. We have questions of you from Councillor Carroll, and I'm just going to ask that we move just to extend to complete the questioning.
Oh, okay,
Councillor
yeah.
Carroll, because we're at
It's a
12:30.
quick question.
That's fine. Go ahead, please.
We've heard don't renew the leases, but you do speak to the repairs. I'm wondering if you noticed in the report, part of the reason they're recommending, we may well choose the other shelters in the first 5 to be wound down, maybe the very shelters we're talking about today, the very hotels we're talking about today. But the reason that I understand from the port, they're recommending renewing all the leases is the length of time it's going to take to do the repairs is such that somebody has to hold the keys during that time. So part of renewing the leases is to do the repairs in even the hotels that we are winding down and rehousing the residents. Was that clear to you in the report?
No, it wasn't. Well, in any case, it's a problem. It's an immediate problem right now that requires a solution. These facilities we were told were to provide social distancing during the COVID pandemic, necessary, and I think we all support that. But circumstances have changed, and that those requirements are no longer required. So I see no reason why, if that was the justification.
Right, if there are 6 months of repairs to be done, someone has to hold the lease while that's happening.
If you're assuring me and the committee and the public that in 6 months, the leases will not be renewed. But
Well, no, what's happening today is we're being asked to renew all the leases, to extend the leases in all of them, even though we're also being asked to adopt a transition plan, which involves shutting down 5 this year. But even those, we're renewing the lease because they will require months of repair. And the hotel that you're speaking to today is one of those that will need a lot of repair.
Sure it will.
Yeah, but we are in fact today adopting a plan that, as you've heard from some speakers, they actually don't think we should be doing it. But 5 facilities will close down this year. 2 are named by address. The others are being evaluated for their operational suitability. Currently, you've mentioned one with problems, so it may well be the very one. But if we don't renew the lease, how do we stay on site and do the repairs?
Well, you'll forgive us for being a little bit skeptical about temporary, quote unquote, temporary accommodations when we're now here talking about extending leases, which we were told wouldn't be.
Right, but there are 3,200 human beings that we have to deal with, and that's why a gradual plan is being recommended, but a plan is being recommended. Movement is being made, progress is being made, but it includes repairing those facilities. And during that time, it's easiest to do those repairs if we have the keys, and you got to renew your lease if you want to have those keys. Yeah. It's just a dilemma. I don't think it's clear to the community that that's one of the challenges we face. I don't think it's clear in the public report. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you, Councillor Carroll. Members, we're recessed until 1:30.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch. We are resumed, and when we broke for lunch, we were on our next speaker. So our next speaker is Miguel Avila Velarde, Regent Park Neighborhood Association. Mr. Velarde, come on down. Good afternoon, Miguel. How are you?
It's good to be back, Councillor Michael, and
Welcome
everybody
back.
else.
Welcome
After
back.
a
been a while.
hiatus, I'm back at City Council. I was one of the individuals outside trying to deliver an important message to the mayor and City Council. This plan of either extending the agreements or coming with a better plan to address the housing crisis, you know, it's so complex. Never in my life I have experienced the COVID-19 pandemic that created an awful situation where many people were forced out of their homes to live in parks because they were evicted. And that situation, my friends, is not going to go away. I want to thank AJ for bringing numbers, which may be conservative numbers, but it shows that if your plan is put in motion, there will be an extended need to increase the number of social housing units, specifically RGI units. I heard people from the right and the left expressing the disappointment about the state of the hotels. I live in Ward 13, and Ward 13 is the epicenter of the crisis of mental health, addictions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Since I've been coming to City Council since 2010, the rates for ODSP and Untitled Works have remained frozen, slightly increased by governments all the time. You know, the liberals try their best, the conservatives cut it, and then this situation needs to be addressed in a way that we have to get people out of poverty. Time and time again, we have stressed that the gun violence, the violence that we experience is because we have poverty. I live in Regent Park. 40% of our residents live in poverty. We live in brand new buildings. Thank you. Thank you for making our homes brand new, but we still are facing with a difficulty to bring bread to our table, to feed our families. I'm a father of 3 children. And by the way, Councillor Thompson, my son is one of your youngest constituents members. He attends Debbie and Mary Thompson Collegiate. And I was just as scared as any other parent that what's happening in our society, that young people are carrying guns, is devastating. It's a symptom of what has happened for the longest time, putting aside the issue of poverty. It's time to tackle it now. So again, as I was mentioned at the beginning of my deputation, I was one of the members outside this morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, trying to convey the message to Mayor John Tory. And I hear also with great pleasure the announcement yesterday about the plan for reconciliation action plan. And it will address some of the concerns that we have as a grassroots activist. 40% of our indigenous population are living in poverty, specifically in encampments. And I was part of that group who cared about the community, and we show up to see that the residents at the encampments, particularly Lamport Stadium and Trinity Belgus Park, you know, this was a waste of time of taxpayers' money. $2.2 million was wasted alone on policing, security, fencing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Imagine if we divert funding towards the building, accelerated building of housing. I know there's a good intention moving forward to address the housing crisis, but that number of 2,000 units that Mr. New Social House Department, I forgot your name, sorry, I see you the first time.
Mr.
We can
Tanner.
do better. We can do much better. Thank you, Councilor Michael. So, Councilor Perks, during the budget committee last month, conversations, he put up a motion, 10% to increase to divest the Toronto Police, and take the money and give it to his department, because that was the way to go to address the issue of building housing. And I want to conclude by saying that the property of 230 Sherburne Street should be turned into wholesale housing, because, as I said, we live in the center of the crisis. And thank you, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. And I'm sure I'm coming back again.
Thank you very much, Miguel, and it's good to see you. Let me see if there are any questions of you. Just looking on the screen and looking in the room. There are no questions. Thank you for your presentation, Miguel. Thank you. Our next speaker is Patricia Mueller, who's Home First. So Patricia Mueller.
Hello there.
Hi, Patricia. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, actually. I
hear
just
me?
can't speak this afternoon. It's been a long day. How
Hi
are you,
there.
Patricia?
I'm fine, thank you. My name is Patricia Mueller. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Homes First. We are a very large nonprofit housing provider and shelter provider in the city of Toronto. I'm also the chairperson of the Toronto Shelter Network and a current member of the executive of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. I'm been deeply involved in these issues for 17 years. I've been working for Homes First since 2005. Homes First has been in existence since 1983. We have been providing emergency shelter support and housing to people with the fewest options in the city of Toronto. We operate currently 3 hotel shelters, 7 other emergency shelters, and 14 housing sites. We support people from falling through the cracks and the other gaps in the system by providing shelter and housing and the ancillary supports that are so necessary to keep people alive and well and living in dignity and connecting them to stable housing. I'm deputing today with respect to the Strathcona and the Esplanade hotels. The Strathcona was one of the very first hotel shelter programs, and the Esplanade Hotel was one of the very last programs, which was specifically designed to decant the encampments in the city of Toronto. Many of the individuals at the encampments had addictions, mental health issues, and behavioral issues. To that end, at our hotel shelters, we have case management, on-site primary and psychiatric care, harm reduction services supports. We have paid duty police officers. We have neighborhood safety patrols. We have safety security in buildings. We also have staff trained in housing supports, trained in developing and case management, and we try to respond to every request for safety from the neighborhood throughout our whole system. We have, just at the Esplanade, we have been able to house 30 clients since June 2021, and 10 more are currently waiting to sign a lease, and will be housed within this month. We have heard from clients that if they lose their hotel shelter, they will return to encampments if this program closes. And I want to note that it is not our clients that are not housing ready. It is often landlords that are reluctant to accept our clients as tenants. It is so important that council and this committee recommend the extension of these leases, because there is a shortage of housing, and in particular, a shortage of supportive housing in the city of Toronto. We need time to find more supportive housing placements that will help people stay focused. And by those people, I mean the individuals that may have, we did a survey of our clients, and we had, for example, at the Esplanade Hotel, we had 97 people out of 252 had noted they had acquired brain injury. We had 207 individuals with mental health issues and 183 individuals with addiction issues. These people are truly the homeless individuals needing the most supports, and we don't want to turn them loose and without finding them proper, appropriate supportive housing so that they can live their lives with dignity. I think the city has put together a plan to help us get some time to be able to put in place more supportive housing, to find more sort of tenant-friendly landlords, which is very critical, and to ensure that our clients are placed and not put out back on the streets or into encampments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see whether or not there are any questions for you, Ms. Mueller. Yes, we have visiting member Councillor Ainsley, and then we'll bring it into committee. Go ahead, please, Councillor Ainsley, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Ms. Mueller, I just wanted to ask, so the recommendations before us today, do you think the hotel leases need to be extended longer than what staff are recommending?
Councillor Ainsley, I think that's contingent upon getting some supportive housing units in place and prioritizing those individuals with the highest need for supportive housing as supportive housing becomes available. It's not a really great answer for you, but I think that with we need to buy some time to get some supportive housing in place, because we still are respecting Toronto Public Health's need for physical distancing.
Okay, and then, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead, sir.
And I just wanted to ask, in your professional opinion, for ending the hotel leases and the course of action that our staff are recommending, do you think that's an appropriate course of action, the options that they're looking at?
Absolutely. I think that we have to look at extending the leases to be able to put more time in place, to be able to find and build supportive housing, whether it's modular or conversion of existing buildings. I think we need to look at there's plans for ensuring that rooming houses are not lost. We need to look at all of those, that whole continuum of services, and ensure those are in place to support people moving out of the hotels, and then being able to provide the right supports when those individuals are placed.
Okay, and then my last question, I just wanted to ask, there was a comment from one of the deputants about the shelters seem to be congregated or clumped together in 3 wards downtown. I just wanted to get your opinion on whether you think the city's doing an adequate job of dispersing and building shelters right across the city.
Well, I think that the city has made great leaps and bounds. At one point in time, our agency, Homes First, was only located in the downtown corridor. And now, as you know, we have many shelters in Scarborough, one of them being in your ward, and we had them in North York. And I think that we found, and that, now, it wasn't true when it was in the bitter cold of winter, but we find that people are happy to be living in the suburban neighborhoods where they may have their services located. I know when we had that massive snowfall, and we had to locate people wherever we could find a safe place to shelter. But I think people are very happy to be living, if they're from Scarborough, be located in Scarborough.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Mueller, and I appreciate all your work and that of your staff on the shelter on Lawrence Avenue in my ward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Carroll, question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Patricia, first of all, hello. But I'll start by thanking you for the work you're doing on knitting the newest permanent shelter in my ward into the community in a very stable way. I will point out. You actually started to answer the question that I was going to ask you when you were answering Councillor Ainsley. I was going to ask you, because I know that you are the host agency for residences, both downtown and the suburbs. And when we had to open hotels really across the city, right out to the city limits, to do COVID-19 response, there was a lot of talk of, oh, people just won't want to be there. They will not want to move further out of town. This will be a disaster. They'll go downtown every day, et cetera, et cetera. But we have now got the supports, including harm reduction supports, inside some of the facilities, specifically for those residents, not people off the street. And are we finding now that as long as the supports are there, they're okay with whatever is the location of the shelter residents?
Quite honestly, there is some resistance from some people. And
Okay.
there are always going to be people that say that's not my neighborhood. Interestingly, they've not been saying that they're resisting because of they're missing the downtown. They wanted another neighborhood in the city of Toronto, which is some of the feedback we've received. However, there are individuals that have said that they are really want it to be in downtown. But the individuals that have been relocated to these more of what you would call suburban areas in North York and in Scarborough, we're trying with our housing health workers that are located in the shelters, connect them to housing that's in that area.
Yes.
Because they're beginning to get used to that community. And there is some often some good choices in those suburban communities for housing.
Yes,
So
so,
I think
some
that
rent
relocating
supplements
them
would be
up
easier to
is
use
good.
there. Yeah.
Yes.
One of the deputants spoke to a rent supplement isn't really of much use if it doesn't really fill the gap. But if we're talking about suburban locations, we're much more likely to find affordable housing to use Canada Ontario supplements and conventional rent supplements out in those areas, are we not?
Well, there still is. I'm very concerned that rent supplements won't go all the way, just because we keep seeing costs go up. And I think
Yes.
every time I open the newspaper, I see that the cost of housing has gone up, the cost of rent. So that
Yes.
those are really great, and they stretch further in the suburbs. However, I'm still concerned.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thanks for speaking today.
Thank you very much, Councilor Carroll. Thank you, Ms. Mueller. There are no further questions of you, ma'am. I will now call the next deputant, Guru Allen.
Councilor, it's just Guru.
I'm just reading the name.
I understand that. My
Fair enough.
apologies.
So I will call you Guru from now, sir. And you have 5 minutes. You've been here for a while, so you're aware as to the timing. You
Yes,
may be-
sir. Just going to remove the mask.
Sure. Take your time. I'll start your time when you're ready. Just let me know you're ready. I'll start your time. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Members of the committee, visiting councilors, thank you for having me. With respect to the earlier deputant, I call it a little bit of bullshit. I've been at the Novotel now for just over a year. I was one of the lucky ones, one of the lucky residents there, in that I moved in early on, did get access to a caseworker, did get access to a housing worker. Not every one of my neighbors gets that. In fact, very few of them do. Each of our caseworkers at the Novotel carries a case of about 30 people, which is a lot when you're dealing with having to get people ID and other supports. But there's only 3 of them. There's only 1 housing worker. And there's 270 people who live in this hotel. And so for every 1 person who does have access to a caseworker, there's 2 who don't. Again, I've been here for over a year, and the landlord piece that Patricia mentioned is really the part that has ended up keeping me here, is that we have gone and spoken to landlords who said that they were perfectly okay with it, and then as we're doing the showing and having a conversation, the landlord will inevitably at some point flip a switch, and you see it in their eyes. They go, you know what, I can't take a risk on this unhoused gentleman. And sure enough, a couple of weeks later, as we're following up, we'll hear we had to pick another prospective tenant because the business case for Gru wasn't strong enough. We were worried that he couldn't or wouldn't pay the rent. This stigma against homelessness is what's keeping a lot of people in the shelter system, and that's what needs to be addressed in addition to just simply building more housing options. We have a massive deficit of affordable, accessible, safe options for people in this city. Councillors, you've all heard all of the numbers. I'm not going to repeat them today, except for this one, and that is that AJ had mentioned there at the end of February there were roughly 9,500 people who are actively homeless in the city of Toronto. Two nights ago, there were 7,800 people in the shelter system. That leaves 1,700 people sleeping on the streets tonight, right now, across our city. And that's unacceptable in a city as wealthy as Toronto. If we decommission these shelter hotels, any of these shelter hotels, without having adequate housing, safe housing in place as a place for the people to go to, I will assure you of one thing. We will see mass encampments come back to Toronto, and the community that stood up in support of those encampments last summer will stand up again. This morning we had a rally with the Ontario Coalition Against Poverty out front of City Hall, hoping to catch some of you as you were on your way in. I believe that most of you drove in, and so we weren't down in the garage simply because we did want the optics of City Hall behind the faux encampment. But during my speech there, I closed off saying, "Look around me. This encampment is purely spectacle. It is purely a visual aid. But if the city closes these hotels, it will not be 18 empty tents. It will be hundreds of them, and every one of them will be full of people. We have a duty to our most vulnerable neighbors to make sure that that is not the case, and I really hope that you consider not just extending these hotels until the end of the year and dropping people off into the winter with no supports, but extending the housing programs for us to move into."
Thank you very much, group.
Thank you for allowing me to go over the 3
That's
seconds.
okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Let me just check to see if there are any questions of you. Seeing no questions. Can I just ask you, Councillor Ford. No, please. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I don't want to have my back to the deputy. It's a little difficult here. But through the chair, Gru, thank you very much for coming down to City Hall to speak to the committee. So you were mentioning how there's quite a lack of housing support workers there. For the people who are engaging with our housing support workers, I know you mentioned the stigma, which I fully understand and whatnot, but what, in your opinion and what you see, what is the success rate of helping individuals facing homelessness land a place to live?
Through the chair, Patricia mentioned in the previous deputation that 30 people have been housed out of the Novotel since, I believe since it opened at the end of February. So like that kind of level, again, there's 270 residents at the Novotel, give or take a few. I believe there's 252 beds, or 252 rooms rather. Some of them are double occupancy because of couples. But that's 30 people out of the roughly 270 who have lived there, or like now 300 who have lived there. So it's roughly 10%.
Thank you for that. And then my second question through you, Mr. Chair. Gru, if there's and you did mention a few things, but if there is one recommendation you have to committee of what we can do better in these in the shelter system, in the temporary hotels right now, what would that be?
That is a great question, Councillor, and I'm not sure. Part of the problem of the shelters, both the hotels and congregate sites, is that they often seem to serve no purpose other than to warehouse people out of sight. Your House constituents, many of whom spoke today, are very much about, we need to provide support for these people, but not where I can see them, not where I'm going to have to share a neighborhood with them. Outside of City Hall, we often refer to them as NIMBYs, and there's a little bit of a pejorative meaning there. But that idea of, we need to support these people, but not in my backyard, is really prevalent, and especially around the 45 Esplanade site. And there is I don't know how City Council can necessarily change that, other than the tone in most organizations is set from the top. And so we also see those same sentiments coming from a variety of city councilors. We see it coming from our mayor. We see it coming from senior city staff. That the idea is just to get people out of the encampments and into indoor spaces where we don't have to look at them anymore. And like all of that then trickles down through the media that people consume, through people viewing these council sessions, and they think, okay, well, if that's the message that we are to take, then it's okay to dehumanize the people who are on the ground. Again, I just don't know. Personally, I don't think the shelter system as like people going in and being out of sight for a decade should exist. I agree with the words that the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness generally puts forward of homelessness should be rare and brief and non-recurring, but I don't see Toronto making any actual moves towards making that the case. There's words there, but there's never any action.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Let me just check Drew to see if there's any further questions of you. Yes. You should come and chair this meeting.
Certainly. Would you like to depute? This is terrifying for me, to be fair.
It is.
No problem, absolutely. Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes.
It always is, and we spend so much time here that we forget that someone who's dropping by, it's overwhelming. I'm wondering if what's being lost in the community, for those who've read the report, I think what's being lost is, there's a list of all of the temporary sites and their planned end date, but of all the sites, there are only 2 that are being recommended to be done by the end of this year, and a possible 3 more. Then you see a long slew of planned, but not, council's not adopting today. We're giving staff the authority to decide whether or not, in fact, they're ready. And if we're unable to house people, if some of the housing opportunities that we thought were going to materialize don't, we're not authorizing them to today. They have to shut the door on December 31st. That's if you can do all of the things that Mr. Tanner described in his presentation. Is that clear to the community? It feels as if it is not.
It is to an extent.
Oh, okay.
But with respect, there is enough of a shortfall both in the amount of affordable housing and in the amount of shelter space in the congregate system, that closing even one of these hotels is going to lead to the vast majority of the residents of that hotel ending up back to the streets, unless there is something else put in place. And so there are 250 people right now at a Better Living Center, and I believe somewhere, and Mr. Tanner, you can absolutely correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 or 40 people at the Queen East site as well. So we're looking at 300 people, and the shelter system just doesn't have. I believe that a few days ago, the capacity, the like publicly published capacity was something like 18 or 19 people, and has been for months through the winter.
Yes. Yeah. So even there, even those two sites that the report says they want to start with, they still have a number of things that they list in the report that have to be satisfied. They can't be closed tomorrow, for instance. There are operational reasons why they need those two locations, but there's still a plan to deal with the actual residents as human beings, and not to say we have to close it now, so goodbye. I almost wish that some of the people that joined us this morning were here to hear your deputation, because I don't think they want the residents of Novotel to suddenly be camping in Berksea Park, which seems like the natural next step. That's where they'd head to.
There is no chance that any of us are going to Berksea Park. A few of us may, but it's far too small of a park.
Yeah.
I do think they, again, a lot of the people who moved into the Novotel, especially, were decamped from West End parks. Those are actually our neighborhoods. And so I think that you would end up seeing a return to, I do think that you'll see a return of mass camps, don't get me wrong, but I think that those camps are going to end up in the sort of traditional areas that have always seen homelessness, and so that's going to be around Queen and Bathurst, it's going to be around Queen and Sherbourne. Allen Gardens will likely see that the encampment that exists there today grow exponentially.
So some of the people, no one's ever told us that before, but a lot of people that were decamped, that may be why there's some expression of anger, because they're traumatized people. Traumatized, I should say, that decampment was not a shelter support and housing administration operation. And so SSHA is now dealing with people who have been traumatized.
SSHA and Streets to Homes were on site that day.
It was not their strategy.
I agree with you that it was a police
not their
operation.
strategy. Yeah.
But and this was part of what we were saying earlier outside, is that the easiest thing for council to do, and I realize this isn't an ECDC thing necessarily, but the easiest thing for council to do to make sure that we don't see that kind of heavy trauma happen again, and I do notice the time, the easiest thing to do is to repeal the bylaws 608.13 and 608.14 that prohibit camping and sleeping in parks, because then the police and bylaw enforcement don't have that impetus to go into the parks. We could also, we could 100%, actually start implementing some of the recommendations out of the Faulkner report. These encampments were areas that people who had been in shelters previously and who were newly homeless ended up congregating in and finding safety in numbers, finding safety in community. And the only thing that was really missing was any sort of support from the city.
Thank you very much. That was your last question, and just looking at the screen, seeing no further questions. Drew, I have a question for you. Tell us about
Grew with a
Drew. Tell us about, Gru, tell us about you.
About me?
Yeah.
Well, what is there to tell?
You're a sharp, articulate gentleman who's telling us a lot of stories. I'm curious how
did I end
you
up
arrive at where you are, please, because that's really helpful to us to hear the human story. So
It's fair.
tell us your story.
Eight years ago, I had a relationship that fell apart. And at the time, I was living up in Barrie, but working down here in Toronto as a bike courier. I was living that far out because Toronto was already expensive enough that people who live here and provide services here couldn't afford to live here. Not that the train made it all that much more affordable, to be perfectly frank, but sharing a space with a partner out in Barrie allowed me to survive. When the relationship fell apart, I ended up moving down here to Toronto because work was here, and I wasn't going to be homeless in Barrie and then commuting down. That would have been complete insanity. But I was still at a point where I couldn't afford to put together first and last month's rent, to put together the additional money to fund a place, moving costs, whatever else. I did at the time have $500 in the account, and I was able to go out and get a tent. And I've spent the majority of the time since then out in the Don Valley, hiding away from housed neighbors who don't want, homeless people in their backyard. I've been hiding from the police who consistently come through to displace people. I've been hiding from the weather a little bit. It is a little bit warmer along the river, and there are areas where, from a tent, you can move up and down the river a little bit in order to move with the weather. And so all of these things sort of allowed me to survive for the 6 years before the pandemic. I was still working. I was a bike courier, and so I was able to charge my electronics in our dispatch office. I was able to feed myself with cafes and restaurants. But when you're spending, say $30 a day on your meals because you don't have anywhere to cook at home, then that ends up costing nearly as much as rent in this city did. And so I was never able to build up that nest egg in order to move into a place. The pandemic came around, and all of a sudden, all of those sort of like coping mechanisms of being able to use my dispatch office, of being able to go to restaurants and cafes, they disappeared. And I don't blame any level of our government for taking the precautions that needed to be taken. I fully understand those, but what ended up happening is now I'm in a position where I have zero support, I can't support myself, and ESN, the Encampment Support Network, I was seeing the work that they were doing with these large encampments that had community support, and so I moved to Trinity Bellwoods Park. Again, it's an area that I know. It's an area that I feel comfortable in, and Councillor, honestly, one of my primary rules in the 6 years before COVID were I do not do encampments. I will not move close to a bunch of other people because it always tends to attract a certain element of trouble. And I had tried it a couple of times. I had done congregate shelters. I had done shared apartments with roommates. In every case, every single time, people let you down. People will re-traumatize you, and you end up in a position where you've got nowhere to go.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. I
No problem.
really appreciate that, and I appreciate your presentation today. I think you're fantastic. Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll talk again.
I'm sure we will. I won't do what he does. I'm not coming out to every single
No
meeting.
problem.
But
see you again.
I'll come out. I'll come out every once in a
Please, you're
while.
invited.
You guys seem okay.
Invited. Thank you.
I'm still iffy about Mr. Tanner. I don't know.
It's okay. He's a good guy. Trust me on that. All right. Thank you very much. There are no further questions of you, and I appreciate your taking the time. The person here? Okay. Rafi Aaron, Interfaith Coalition to Fight Homelessness, care of Beth Shalom Synagogue. Rafi, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to speak, and I'm hoping that you can see the clock.
I can.
Okay, great.
Can
Let me
you
begin.
see me as well? Can you see me as well, or?
I cannot see you at the moment. I think your camera is coming on now. You have to turn your camera on, sir.
I'm just trying to find that here. I'm not, oh, here. Okay, there we go.
All right, we can see you. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. You may begin.
Mr. Chair, councilors, my name's Rafi Aaron, and I am the spokesperson for the Interfaith Coalition to Fight Homelessness. Toronto's shelter system has collapsed. The city's winter plan has failed. The situation continues to worsen. The emergency is ongoing. People are suffering and dying in ways that are unbearable to witness. And as someone that does outreach, I want to repeat that to you. People are suffering and dying in ways that are unbearable to witness. This winter, the city shelter system has hovered at 100% capacity, turning people away on a daily basis. Toronto's shelter system is short 1,700 to 2,000 shelter beds. It is therefore no surprise that the city will reach the ominous milestone for the most homeless deaths by hypothermia this year, which currently sits at 5 and which we believe is higher. The city's continued practice of removing tents and confiscating people's belongings while shelters are full is contributing to the suffering and deaths and can only be described as sadistic. Private citizens and frontline organizations are purchasing rooms for those abandoned by the city. Frontline organizations, volunteers, and faith groups are overwhelmed and cannot fill the enormous gaps left unattended by the city. A case in point is the Out of the Cold meal program at St. Luke's United Church in the downtown east that Reverend James Keenan and I started as a response to the emergency. The program was to run for 5 months and serve between 300 and 350 meals a week. We've been operating for 15 months straight and serve over 600 hot meals every week. The city's transition plan out of the hotel shelters is nowhere near the realm of reality because it doesn't take into account the 1,700 to 2,000 people it failed to shelter. Hundreds upon hundreds of people will fall through the canyons, not cracks in this plan. We could see 2,500 to 3,000 people living on the street, in parks, ravines, bus shelters, and on storefront stoops. The city cannot continue to offload its responsibilities onto frontline organizations and its workers, faith groups, and volunteers by having us care for more people. It's just not possible. Everyone is burnt out and barely hanging on. This transition plan cannot be approved. We are talking about displacing 40% of the people in Toronto's shelter system. It's missing critical details. Specifically, where will every single person be transferred to? Placing them on housing lists is a pie-in-the-sky approach. With each shelter closure, hundreds of people will join the swelling ranks of those currently unsheltered. People cannot be doubled up in shelter hotel rooms as this plan suggests. Toronto's shelter system is a highly violent environment. The Canadian Press obtained city data from the Freedom of Information Act that reveals in 2016 there were 120 violent incidents per month in city shelters. That number grew to 270 incidents a month in 2020 and to 368 incidents per month in January 2021. The city has finally tackled this issue. The city has finally got it right. One person in one room. There is no going back at this point. Your number one priority has to be saving lives. There are 4 homeless deaths a week in this city, and we know that that number is actually much higher because it doesn't take into account people who are couch surfing and those who die in hospitals. This isn't a transition plan. It's another implosion of a shelter system that continues to collapse, causing suffering and more preventable deaths.
Thank you,
And
sir.
are in a
It's 5
position
minutes. Thank you.
to prevent these deaths.
Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you, sir. Councillor Ainsley to question. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Sorry, Rafi, just at the end there, you were saying that it's estimated there are 4 deaths currently a week. I have one report from Toronto Public Health from December 2019. It said that there's approximately 2 people die homeless each week in Toronto. So currently that number is doubled. And you think that's a conservative estimate?
Correct.
Okay. The other statement you said right at the beginning is the City of Toronto's winter plan has failed. I know that last fall, when the winter plan was reviewed, there were some criticisms of it, that it wasn't viable. I know there's some tweaking done and some changes made to it, but you think our winter plan is still failing the homeless in Toronto?
It is, and it's just the vast numbers of people we're seeing when we're doing outreach. When the city opened up, was forced to open up the armories in 2018, there were a tremendous amount of homeless people on our streets that were visible. This is the same type of situation, but in my opinion, there are more people now. One of the ways I always judge the shelter system is how it handles particularly women who are in distress, if it can incorporate them. And I have had cases where a mother escaping domestic abuse will show up with a child and needs 2 sleeping bags and you say, well, can you go to this, can we get you into a shelter? There's no space. We've had situations like that, and we've seen horrific things. We have seen sexual assault, women who have been beaten and raped. This is just a horrific situation. And whatever plan that the city or shelter support housing admin comes up with, they have to include before they begin getting anybody who is currently housed out of there. They have to figure out how they're going to incorporate these 1,700 to 2,000 people that are now on our streets.
And I guess, so the recommendations that we have before us today, you would take that further and open up the hotels longer and look for more hotels? Or, what would you do so you would come back and say, hey, the winter plan works now?
I would come back and say, what you have is a first phase, and you have people housed. You have so many people that are unhoused. Don't do anything to destabilize the situation by moving 40%. And even if you can't get, 15% of those, 20% of those, they're going to, housed. We need rent geared to income. And the biggest thing that the city needs to be doing is not selling off its land. It needs to begin building social housing. It needs to open a building department, and it needs to be building the social housing that we need, because there are 78,000 people on a waiting list for social housing and another 10,000 people who are homeless that need it.
Okay. And then Rafi, could you explain to me, how do you arrive at the number of 1,700 to 2,000 people are on the streets? And, sorry, I think you said we needed 1,700 to 2,000 more shelter beds. How do you arrive at that number?
Well, I think Dr. Withers did a really good job, but I think it's just basic math about how many people are in the shelter system and how many people that we know are homeless using the city stats. So it's not sleight of hand, and a lot of people have gone over that.
Okay, yeah, and I am going to be moving a motion asking for staff to start publicly disclosing the wrap-up code data and the service queue data that Dr. Withers mentioned, because I think, that will help bring a little more transparency to the system as well. Would that be an appropriate thing to be moving forward with?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Rafi. I really appreciate your time and all your hard work and dedication on behalf of our homeless. Thank you, Chair Thompson. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Let me see if there are any further questions for Rafi. I don't see any. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Our next...
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Sonia Nurad. Is she on the phone, or is she? Okay. Sonia, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Are you able to see the timer
Wonderful.
from where you are?
I'll keep an eye on the time. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Just want to make sure you're able to. You may begin. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much for providing the opportunity to speak with you today. I am the Executive Director of the Toronto Shelter Network, or the TSN. We represent the 34 organizations that collectively are delivering Toronto's 24-hour emergency homelessness services, and that includes our shelters, our respite centers, our 24-hour drop-ins, and our COVID hotels, which many of us have been discussing here today. I'm here to support the recommendations in the staff report. The recommendations, namely to extend the leases and the licenses for the 12 temporary shelter hotel sites, will provide the necessary shelter and service continuity for more than 3,000 of our city's most marginalized residents. Approval of these extensions and the related recommendations means that people who need shelter will have the support. And it also ensures that, as others have noted, we will not see encampments returning to parks throughout the city in the way we did last summer, and all of the conflict that came with that. Approving these extensions also gives us time to rethink and move forward on our current approaches to homelessness and create a client-centered and housing-focused set of options for people who are currently using our emergency shelter system. So over the past year, TSN has conducted research. Our research was named by one of the speakers here today. We've also convened planning tables with shelter providers across the system to talk about how best we can recover and transition from the pandemic. And so in consideration of the transition and relocation plan, we would really like to emphasize some of the things that we've been hearing from shelter residents, and we've spoken with over 200 shelter residents, and from service providers. And as others have said, first, we cannot move back to congregate settings. Single occupancy rooms provide people with basic dignity, and they provide us with sacred spaces of our own. And these are factors that are fundamental for people who, many of whom need to be healing and moving forward in ways that bring stability to their lives. And we've also heard and believe that we don't need to go back as a city. The City of Toronto has long been a champion of progressive and innovative policy and programming. We support the recommendations in the report to continue with advocacy efforts with other levels of government. However, we want to see the investments that result from those advocacy efforts used really differently. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on emergency shelter programs that, to the best of all our intentions, everyone's intentions, are not moving people out of homelessness. And unless we are doing things differently, the number of people entering and staying in emergency shelter system will continue to increase, even more so as we start to see eviction controls and the end of that, the impact of that, affordable housing not becoming available, shrinking in fact, and as our borders start to fully reopen to refugees. And we believe, certainly we've heard from providers across the system, that the same financial investments that we're using today on emergency shelter system can be reimagined to reduce homelessness and reallocated and redesigned. A good number of shelter residents can get back on their feet with some time and some support, and shelter service providers rather are eager to get trained up in terms of their staff and to redesign their facilities and offer programs that can facilitate residents' access to the supports and services that they need to get back up on their feet. So that's employment, that's training, that's health, that's housing. And for those people who are chronic users of shelters, and let's be clear, these are people who've experienced deep trauma and violence and who are living with mental health challenges and addiction and increasingly toxic drug supply, and who are living in a continuous and deep state of poverty. We have an opportunity to design and deliver housing, and that's emergency housing, that can offer really robust primary care and mental health and harm reduction and addiction treatment services and supports, and still do all of that with the resources that we're currently using for our emergency shelter system. So Toronto can learn for sure from other jurisdictions, and we need to do that. I believe, and I know our network of service providers believes, that we can lead the way when it comes to housing and affordable housing and sheltering. And we can repurpose our shelters and our facilities and our financial programs to provide really robust housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me see if there is any questions for you. Seeing none. Thank you very much. Our last.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Our last speaker is Emily Daigle. Emily, where is Emily? Oh, there she is. Hi, Emily. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. Welcome back.
So it's finally accessible.
You have 5 minutes. Okay, you may begin.
I have 3 quick points, and if you can give me a 30-second warning, that would be really appreciated. I can't see that.
Okay, sure, for sure. Absolutely. You
It's
may
here
begin.
too. Okay. Wow, it feels weird taking off the mask.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, everybody. I'm Emily Daigle. Many of you know me. Many of you don't know that I come to this topic from a very difficult place. A few of you know, including Councillor Ainsley, hi Councillor Ainsley, I miss you, that I was homeless. My husband and I were homeless for a long time, and we were forced from Hamilton, Ontario to Toronto because we were a multiply disabled couple, married couple, dependent on each other, both legally blind, me in a chair, no kids. My hometown had no space for us. Nowhere did, between Hamilton, Peel region to Toronto. We ended up at family res far east of Scarborough. Little to no accessibility. Staff were not trained with accessibility No one was trained in AODA. No one was trained in ASL. You can put things in 40 different languages, but God forbid you're legally blind and need it in Braille or large print. Housing workers are great, but they're not trained to assist those of us with disabilities to find accessible housing. Because most encampments of any kind, a lot of these shelters, a lot of apartments that are lower rents are not wheelchair accessible. Another problem with the system is I can't bring in my PSWs. I took SSHA to the City Ombudsman in 2015. I was assisted by a couple of very good people, counselors. Miriam Bedard went through a lot of work with me and my mom when my mom was homeless. But I have a question. Now I've finished my story. I have a question. Why was this not brought to the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee? Why is there zero information in this report about AODA standards and guidelines? 2025 is coming fast, my friends. Why is there no information? Why is there no information about any kind of accessibility audits of any of these shelters you want to extend leases to? I'll wait for Michael. Thank you. What frustrates me most, and Councillor Ainsley could probably attest to this, the Lido Motel is definitely not wheelchair accessible. I can tell you that from firsthand knowledge. You can't even get in the front office. You can get to a Coke machine. You can get to your room if you're lucky. You can't get to the kitchen. You can't get to do laundry because it's not wheelchair accessible. How many of these motels that you rent in these spaces are truly wheelchair accessible? I know of people in the Bond Motel that are going through absolute horrific experiences and they're disabled. Two of my good friends in the homeless community have frozen to death on the streets of Toronto because they're too disabled to go to an encampment. They're too disabled for the shelters, and there's nowhere for them to go. How many more people with disabilities who can't get access to information because staff don't do large print or Braille? They don't do American Sign Language. How many more people in the disabled community are going to be falling through the cracks? I was in the Pan Am Athletes Village housing. I got 2 years until the rent got too high. And our affordable housing strategy failed me and my husband. We're on ODSP. It doesn't count us. More people like us are falling through the cracks and losing our accessible housing because of this sort of thing. I believe in that we need to take Sherbourne, we need to redevelop it, and at least 50% of that needs to be deeply affordable, wheelchair accessible, barrier-free RGI housing.
Yeah, 30 seconds, Emily.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thank each and every one of you. I thank everyone that's here, but most of all, I pray for those who are disabled, who are homeless. Stop letting us die. Stop putting these reports through without accessibility oversight and without proper audits of these shelters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Let me check to see if there are any questions of you. Give me one moment, please. Just checking the screen. Councillor Carroll, I see no visiting members, so just members of committee.
Okay.
Councillor Carroll, you may begin. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, Emily.
Hey.
Emily, this morning, this site on Sherbourne was raised a couple of times. I don't know it. I'm a suburban councillor, as you know. Is this something that was considered, and so the community, the housing community writ large knows about it? What do we know about this Sherbourne site?
So it's well known. It's 234 and something else Sherbourne. It's up for redevelopment. Apparently it's for sale.
Oh.
I would personally like to see the city of Toronto buy this land and put RGI. TCHC put actual affordable housing, so people who are absolutely limited to ODSP or people who are limited to very bare minimum can afford to actually have a roof over their heads. I don't want nothing fancy. I still say we should do what other countries are doing and developers that follow through on their developments, take away the fancy stuff and make it affordable housing. You know, this city has a major housing crisis, and it's coming from other areas too, because places like Peel Region and Hamilton and Durham and York Region are pushing people here because they don't want to deal with the problem. They think Toronto
Well,
is,
can't afford to, is like we do.
yeah, we can't afford it though.
Yeah.
We need to start going after these municipalities and going after them.
So acquiring a new site like that is really the only way to get a larger number of accessible units on tap quickly, buy a new place and retrofit.
I think that, as well as redeveloping some of our office buildings, our City of Toronto surplus office buildings, and make them into basic housing. It can be done for pretty cheap. Take old office buildings. I'm not saying 1900 young. Ugh. I'm saying like there is places that we have surplus for the City of Toronto. There's places that can be done not too expensive, and have at least 25% minimum, absolute bare minimum. AODA is
Yeah.
2025. We're breaking AODA every day.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Carroll. Thank you, Emily. There are no further questions of you. Okay. Questions of staff? We had Mr. Tanner's presentation earlier on. I'm just looking at the screen first. I'm going to start with Councilor Cressy and then Councilor Carroll. Be you?
Sorry,
Cressy?
Councilor Ainsley?
I didn't see you, Councilor Ainsley. I thought you had left. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. Councilor Ainsley, what we'll do is we'll start with you. You're a visiting member. Your video is off there. Okay. All right.
Sorry, my apologies. Somehow my video got turned off.
I thought you had left. Okay, Councilor Ainsley, you may begin. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair Thompson, to Mr. Tanner, I wanted to ask about the, seems to be a discrepancy in numbers. A number of deputants have said they believe there's between 1,700 and 2,000 unsheltered people living on our streets in Toronto. If you could comment on that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. I did not have a chance to review the deputant's submission, but I gather that the information is coming from what we post on our monthly website, our shelter flow data. And that shelter flow data provides a dashboard of the number of people experiencing homelessness who are both entering and exiting the shelter system over time. And the total number is reflective of the individuals who have used the shelter system at least one night in the past 3 months, and they are recorded as being actively homeless. We know the experiences of people who are homeless are fluid, and there are people entering and exiting the shelter system each day. For instance, in 2021, we had 19,605 unique individuals that used the shelter system on at least one night. And so I believe that's where the shelter flow, or the discrepancy, if you will, that's being raised with respect to the numbers in terms of people who are actively homeless. If a final point, Councillor, if I could, people leave the shelter system without letting us know where they're going and never come back. They maybe make, plans of their own and are able to get out of homelessness ever without touching the services of city staff or community partners. And so many of those actively homeless, about half of them never return to the shelter system again over time.
Okay, and then Mr. Tanner, so I'm looking at the shelter system flow data chart now.
Yep.
You don't record or you don't publicly disclose people that were denied shelter at time of call, or also, service queue data. I think the one deputant referred to as how many people are still denied shelter at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, so over the last several years, we've been modernizing our central intake system, which is the call center, if you will, that people call to if they're in need of a shelter bed. And through the modernization of that program, we are starting to collect RAPCO data with respect to what an agent would record at the end of a call if there were shelter space available at that immediate time. And there are days and times each day that somebody may call central intake and there may not be a bed immediately available for them. We do put them on a list and try to call them back if they have a phone to call them back when a bed becomes available. But that data we don't currently publish through open data, but it's certainly something we could look at and come back to.
Okay, and then one of the recommendations is to renew the lease of the Lido Motel, and I'm a Scarborough councillor. I'm very familiar with the Lido. It's been used, I think, 20, maybe 25 years for sheltering individuals and families. I understand it has new ownership, and you're just offering, you're doing a 1-year lease for 1-year options to renew. But as the last deputant also said, the Lido's had a long history of capital repair issues. I don't think it's AODA compliant, as the last deputant outlined, yet we're renewing a lease with them. Could you explain that?
Yes, and through the chair, Councillor. So we, as you know, we've been using the Lido Motel probably for upwards of 30 years at this point. We currently have 44 rooms occupied there, about 114 people. And through recent visits and ongoing connection with the new owners, and in fact, ongoing inspections have been a matter of course there for several years. We've identified a work plan to undertake, or the owners will undertake, have committed to undertake, to replace, a number of features at that motel, including furniture, carpeting, exhaust fans and different things. And we'll be watching very closely, their adherence to some of those capital upgrades. We are seeking to enter into an agreement with the Lido Motel for upwards of 5 years, but a 1-year, by 1-year extensions only. And should the Lido Motel not increase its standards, then we'll be looking for an alternative place to shelter the people that are currently using that facility.
Okay, and how do you monitor the standards of the shelters like
Last
the Lido
question, Councillor
Motel?
Ainsley.
Do they get a monthly inspection, or?
Yeah, we have staff on site there that work during the day, providing case management supports to the clients, and anytime a room is vacated, those rooms are inspected to indicate to the owners any upgrades that need to happen. Based on the current state of repair of the motel, we'll be increasing the frequency of those inspections and be holding the new owners of the Lido Motel accountable for the upgrades that they've committed to implement.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Perruzza, do you have questions? You have no questions? Okay. All right, because I'm now taking the matter into committee. I just wanted to make sure before taking it to committee. No, it's fine. It's fine. All right, members, we're now taking the matter into committee, and the first member of committee who I had seen was Councillor Cressy, and then Councillor Carroll and Councillor Lai. Councillor Cressy, you have 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Chair. To Gord, I want to delve into the shelter flow data. In the reports in the fall, your team provided sort of on a monthly basis how many people were entering chronic homelessness versus on a monthly basis how many people were exiting. And I see there's some reference to it on page 11 in your report, but could you tell us where we are today in terms of that shelter flow? How many people are entering versus exiting chronic homelessness, whether you have that monthly or in some other context?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair, Councillor. So currently we are continuing to see the number of people enter into the definition of chronic homelessness increase month over month. And that is reflected in our shelter flow data, currently standing at about 47% of the people using the shelter system have been in the system for at least 6 months or more. As we continue to house people out of the shelter system, we are not keeping pace with the number of people who are entering that definition of chronic homelessness. And so at this time, we feel that we almost need to double the number of people that we're housing to start to address the number of people experiencing chronic homelessness in our shelter system. So for example, 160 people moved out of the shelter system who were chronically homeless on average in 2021, but 310 people became chronically homeless each month, so doubling that number, if you will.
So then if we were to, so if we need to double on a monthly basis or overall on an annual basis, we need to double the number of people who are exiting chronic homelessness and to find housing for them. In this plan here, so it's a 24-month transition plan looking at 27 sites for 3,200 people. Is there, and this may be you or, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, maybe it's Abigail Bond and her team. Do we then have a plan to provide 6,400 homes over that 24-month period? Like, does this transition plan account for both housing for those 3,200 people, but also the need, as you've articulated, that we need to double that?
So through the chair, and happy to start, and perhaps Abby could round out, but in the course of 2022, we are planning, upwards of 3,000 housing events out of the shelter system, and those housing units or spaces will be prioritized for individuals who are experiencing chronic homelessness. That covers the first 12 months, but obviously we've got more work to do, over the next 10 years of our housing TO plan. But perhaps it could pass to Abby just to round out in terms of what we have planned beyond 2022.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Through the chair, for the remainder of this year, we're planning to bring forward around 1,600 new affordable and supportive homes, made possible through the kind of capital investment we've received from the federal government under RHI, and that was part of a 24-month plan on the housing side to deliver 3,000 homes. We're in the process now supporting the work that Gordon and his team are doing in thinking ahead about the next 24 months and taking advantage of future capital that might be coming. So I think a combination of new build, the acquisition of hotels, and housing benefits create new pathways for people coming out of homelessness, and we are working really hard to kind of make sure that there are sufficient numbers of those so that we can support changes in the shelter system that the report today outlines.
So I guess the only follow-up I have there, Abby, and I hear the plan accounts for the rest of 2022, and that was part of a 24-month program, and then we're looking on a go forward. As in the shelter flow data, if we have 3,200 people living in these 27 sites, we're talking about transitioning, and we have double as many people entering versus exiting homelessness every month, are we accounting for in 2023 to be increasing the number of new permanent beds to meet that gap?
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Through the chair, that is the planning work we're doing right now. The focus on supportive housing is directly linked to moving people out of the shelter system, out of encampments. And so, but we are not the only government responsible to deliver on that. We can do a lot by providing land and also securing capital funding, but we also need operating dollars to support these efforts. And when we can bring all those things together, then yes, I think we can actually start to turn the tide around homelessness. But the exact numbers, this is about the alignment of funding that we're trying to do right now.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, you're next to question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a difficult report to ask the public questions about because we are talking about real estate and leases and such, so there has to be a confidential item. But I think what we're left with is that because there's some vagueness in the public report, I think people are thinking there is no plan. But I want to ask questions, and if I'm putting you on the spot and I'm veering into confidential territory, you'll stop me immediately. What's before us is extending leases, and you name only 2 sites that, for operational reasons, have to happen right now. What I heard you say, Mr. Tanner, in your presentation was that you'd like to increase that number to 5. You'd use certain criteria, whether or not it's operationally suitable and stable, or has a lack of stability. You use descriptors like that. But we don't have a specific instruction that 3 must happen right now. That is a goal, am I right?
Through the chair, that's right, Councillor.
Because that's a goal, and we have to do this transition in such a way that we don't simply fill our parks back up. It's a goal, and the purpose of reporting to us back in January 23 is to extend the leases, do just the 2 sites, plus whatever is possible. But if it's not possible, you will simply tell us that, or whomever is the new council, you will tell them that in January 2023, right?
Through the chair, that's right, Councillor.
Okay, so I didn't read the report wrong. That's what I took away from it. But there are certain reasons why to be a good business partner to all the private sector hotel owners and such that we've been working with. You do need to extend the leases, whether the people are going to continue to live there or they're going to transfer and we're going to start repair. For at least this initial period, this initial year, you need to extend the leases because there will be activities taking place in all. Am I reading that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'll move on from that to, I have questions about the flow chart as well that is on page 11. It looks like if we're getting anywhere, if we're making any gains, it appears to be in family housing. I'm wondering why I see the numbers going down in that family group across the top. Is there a special reason why that's the case, or do they simply at some point in COVID begin to be counted in a different way?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor, the numbers of housing outcomes has decreased, based on 2 factors. I mean, one is that the population that was driving some of those higher housing numbers were refugee families who came into the system, stayed for a shorter period of time, were able to access the housing allowances we had and move through the system in a faster period, if you will, than non-refugee families might. So that, in addition to the pandemic itself, slowed down the ability to show apartments, to set up leases, and do some of the natural business-oriented practices associated with moving people into housing.
Okay, so where it looks like you made some real achievements there, we can't take credit for all of them because often it could be sponsorship and any number of things could have led refugee families to make their way into housing.
That's right.
Right, okay. But we're not, unfairly focused on them. The other question I have, this isn't in your report, and I'm putting you on the spot here, but I did have a meeting in my office, the Coalition of Refugee Houses. You mentioned them just briefly in your report. I had a visit from one of the members of the coalition, an operator of one of the houses. They have been looking for the ability to set up a sort of hub. You talk about setting up a separate refugee sector within our shelter system, and they have been for a long time asking, could we receive the funding or the bricks and mortar or something to set up a sort of collective hub where the kinds of supports that lead refugee families more quickly to housing before they become chronically underhoused could be achieved more. But they don't seem to fit into our municipal grant system. Could the ask, there's a lot of ask here about the federal and provincial government stepping up here. Could the ask include them talking to our coalition of refugee houses?
That's your last question, Councillor.
Yes, through the chair, Councillor, it would make sense for them to talk to the refugee houses. They do outstanding work in a very community-based way to get families connected very quickly with the supports they need to move into housing. Our challenge is that we don't get to talk to the province and the federal government very often on these issues. There's not a lot of outreach, perhaps, from those levels of government on the important issue of supporting refugee claimants as they arrive in the city.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you very much,
Mr.
Councillor.
Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to question. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I'd like to ask a few questions. I heard some of the deputy was saying that, the security company that we hired, they do not interact or interfere with the shelter people and all that. And I'm just wondering, the council extended the Star Security contract by 19.5 million and extended the Guard of Canada security contract by 8.1 million. And the total shelter security now is about 43 million. So if this is not going to, this plan is not working, has the city staff think about of any other alternative plan to make sure that this will work? All these vandalism, whatever happening, I heard what the deputies were saying, how can we stop those things from happening?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. There are a variety of different security approaches that we're using at the shelter hotels. Some of them are fixed guards that are within the hotel footprint itself, in the inside of the hotel. Sometimes as part of the contracts that we have with the owners, those are people that need to be in place. And then we have an outward, viewing and in the community group of security individuals whose job it is to keep an eye on things happening outside and around in the community. They pick up needles, they intervene with any issues that might be happening on the street, but certainly based on some of the feedback, happy to go back to look at that scope of work. I see Dwayne Nickel here, our Director of Corporate Security, who helps us oversee those contracts and perhaps pass it to him for any further information.
So thank you.
My next question would be, how much consultation?
Councillor Lai, Councillor Lai, just one moment, please.
Sorry.
Did you wish to hear from Mr. Nichols?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There was some additional information that was going to be provided. So why don't we allow that to happen?
Because I only have so much.
That's okay. I'll give you another 30 seconds. How's that?
Thank you. Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The security staff deal with a tremendous amount of incidents at the sites on a daily basis, and they absolutely are performing, as we thought. There's some really difficult, complex issues occurring, and they can only deal with those in the site, as Gord was saying. There's a different team that works in the community for the community safety teams, and those two groups are working together. We've had very few, complaints about the security guards themselves and their interactions. But I'm really happy to take back any particular concerns you may have and look at those closely. Thanks, Councillor.
Yeah. Okay. The next question would be, how much consultation do we do with local residents?
Through the chair, Councillor, we have, in a time outside of a global pandemic, we have a fairly comprehensive community engagement practice. Those practices, in some cases, did not occur in advance of us leasing some of the shelter hotels that we moved individuals to, just based on the immediate and urgent need to do so. In many of those cases, though, we have started up and engaged and reached out to local communities after those projects have opened and started things such as community liaison committees and an active and ongoing way for us to communicate with local stakeholders around these programs.
Okay, next question would be, the report says the cost to the end of April 2022. Okay, to extend the lease to May the 1st to the end of the year. What happens, are these, this money budgeted for? I think it's about $130 million for the up to April. So what about the cost after April, from May to the end of the year?
Through the chair, Councillor, yes, these costs were included in our 2022 budget, recently approved by Council.
Also, they are. Okay, good. And you mentioned in the report that restoring some of the temporary hotels back to the previous state. How much would it cost, and is it included in the budget as well?
So through the chair, Councillor, that's part of the confidential attachment of the staff report, but those costs are included within our 2022 approved budget. Any remaining costs would come forward to the 2023 budget process next year.
Okay, my last question would be, the report make reference to some of these hotels has risen from $110 per room to $250 a night. What constitutes the increase?
Through the chair, great question, Councillor. So the $110 per day is what we were paying on average across the whole shelter system before the pandemic. That would include the cost of staffing and other supports, food, to run those programs. Since the pandemic and since we've moved into shelter hotels and across the city, the per diem on average across the shelter system now is $250. The actual room rent, if you will, at some of these locations is only a small component of that, but the costs have really escalated because we are reduced the capacities and lost some of those economies of scale, if you will, with respect to the number of people we're serving. And now we have many more shelter sites that we're operating across the city.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Just a few questions for me, Mr. Tanner. We had obviously the deputants this morning, and the things that they were saying are generally happening, and there's the police information that was presented by Mr. Markel. I'm wondering, as you look at expanding or extending the lease, how are you proposing to make the adjustment in order to address the issues that the residents are complaining about? They are legitimate complaints and concerns. I'm just wondering, what's the game plan?
Thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. And I think with any program we operate in the community, it's important that we're communicating with all of the local stakeholders on a regular basis. So with respect to some of the issues that deputants raised today, we will go back to the shelter operator at those locations and take the issues to active community liaison committees that meet based and made up of residents, local business owners, and other stakeholders, including the police. And look at, if there are changes that need to be made, we will look at what changes we can make and do so. I would say also over the course of the time for a program like the Esplanade, which was raised, we've incrementally increased our investments in community safety in that neighborhood, up to and including, as was mentioned, pay duty officers that now work on site at the Esplanade Hotel.
But some would argue that's not enough. What would you then how would you then respond to that?
I think we need to continue to talk, Deputy Mayor, with the public and hear their concerns and understand what more we can be doing about those concerns.
Okay, that's great. Can you tell me, please, what is our exposure with respect to the cost to repair and to fix elements of these hotel facilities? How does that work? If there are damages or fires to a room or an area in the facility, is there a third-party intermediary that will make a decision with respect to the costs that would be submitted, for example, by the owner of the hotel versus our own numbers? How is that agreed, a sort of formulation, and or is it a negotiation? How does that work? Because that's an additional cost as well, correct?
Yes, thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. So certainly we are obligated in the leased hotels to return those properties to the state that they were in when we initially leased them, minus the wear and tear that would naturally happen in one of these facilities. So we are working with the owners to develop a framework with the support of third-party consultants to approach the restoration on a standard approach and a consistent approach across the various properties. I think the other key piece to this is when there is damage reported, we are intervening very quickly to repair that damage where we can, so that we're keeping the properties in the best state of repair as we continue to use them.
Thank you for that. So if you didn't extend the lease as you're proposing as part of the report, and of course the transition, because this is about transitioning, moving forward, and how that's going to be done, how people are going to be housed and so on, what would be the sort of next option for both the city and the agency that are actually operating and running the facility? I mean, where would people go?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. I mean, at the current time, public health guidelines in congregate settings have not changed. We continue to await further guidance from the Ministry of Health with respect to those guidelines, and may have an update in late April. If we were not to extend the leases of the properties that we're proposing in this report, we would need to immediately wind down those programs. And I think, as you've heard from very eloquently from a deputant, many people would return to the street and return to parks.
So we heard from many today that there is a lot of people coming to Toronto because of our Cadillac program that we have. What kind of conversations are taking place with the province, federal government, with respect to additional assistance? Because it seems that the programs that we have here are quite well tailored, and so it's understood if you get people to Toronto, they'll get help, and that help has a huge demand on the city's resources, other resources, and so on. So I'm just wondering, what's the go forward in terms of the conversation, the strategic position that we have to take in order to ensure that it's understood that these are not just people who reside in Toronto, these are people that are being sent to Toronto. We've known this for some time, and the question is, what are we doing about it?
Yes, thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. I think first off, I'd say that based on our work with people using our system, we report through our street needs assessment in 2021 that 90% of the people in our shelter system have actually been in Toronto for more than 1 year. We do see some inflow from various GTHA communities, and obviously we are serving a number of refugee claimants that are brand new to the country itself. We keep a very close eye on people that perhaps show up at our Peter Street location coming from other, in taxis from hospitals in different regions, and we follow up on that very quickly to understand, people can best use the supports in their local community to assist them to get out of homelessness. Our conversations with the federal government certainly are clear, and with the province with respect to asks to support large-scale arrivals of refugee claimants in Toronto, and not just in Toronto, but actually in communities right across Ontario. That's been an ongoing ask since our last response in 2018 and 2019. And I think further to that, I mean, on the question of some of the very complex issues that people we work with face, whether it's mental health or substance use, again, our ask to the province and the Ministry of Health specifically is that we need more supports for people who use substances and who have some complex mental health and other physical health challenges.
Thank you very much. All right. Members and non-committee members, we are at speaking time. I've started a list, and it's blank. Well, I'm going to start with the external members first. So I see Councillor Ainsley, and then I will go to Councillor Cressy, Councillor Carroll, and then Councillor Lai. Councillor Ainsley, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion that the committee clerk has, and Councillor Carroll has offered to take care of it for me. It if I can have it on the screen, it's basically asking for more data to be put on the shelter's flow data page, and also in an open data format, which is the information around the people who wrap-up code data, as it's called, people that are denied shelter at the time when they call our shelter system to try and get a spot. And the other one is service queue data, which is also, for example, someone can't get into a shelter at 4 o'clock in the morning when they try and get in. The difference being the wrap-up code data is actually people that call and they're turned away and we don't hear from them again. One of the things that I've certainly heard as a counselor when it comes to shelter is there's a discrepancy in numbers. Both of those people that come into our shelter, that leave our shelter. Mr. Tanner made a comment about when people leave our shelter, we actually don't know where they've gone. They don't always notify us that they've left the shelter system. So I really think there's a need for more accuracy in the numbers of our residents that both use our shelters and can't get into our shelter system for one reason or another. Because the other thing that I often hear about, in particular on social media, is that our shelter system has exceeded our 90% capacity target that City Council set. So I think it's very important to have that information. I also think that we made great strides using the hotels. I think we made our shelter system much safer, as we've heard. I think the other variable that we're always going to have to deal with, as being the largest city in Canada, is that people come to our city for work. They come for employment. They come for a place to live. Just hoping for a job. And unfortunately, that doesn't always come to fruition for one reason or another. People lose their employment, they lose their place to live, and they end up in our shelter system. I think it's very far from the truth, as the one deputant said this morning, that city councilors are going out and looking for people to live in our shelter systems. I think that's anywhere far from the truth. We want people in our city. We want them employed. We want them living and working in our city. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, people do have issues and need our shelter system. I think having a shelter is a basic necessity of life, that you, to have any hope to survive, it can't be hinged on charity. We need to have basic material like shelter that enables everybody to participate in our society and political life, makes our cities more vibrant, more democratic, but they need that shelter first and foremost. So I hope the members of the committee will support my motion, because I think this information is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. We will now move to Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Chair. Let me begin by expressing a few words of gratitude, first of all, to our city staff in Shelter Support and Housing Administration for their management during an exceptionally challenging time during COVID, in their work right now in this report to convince homelessness further. To many of our nonprofit partners who are providers on the ground in the shelter and support sector, as well as the frontline staff, and we've heard from both, as well as many clients of those services, and to members of the community and the communities around many of our shelter hotels who have engaged, in some cases supported, in some cases problem solved, as we seek to build both a more livable and more supportive communities. It's both. And in this moment, where we are today, I believe extending the leases is absolutely the right thing to do, and we'll be supporting the recommendations. When it comes to homelessness, and we have spent many hours all together on this file, it is truly an extremely hard issue, because it is an interconnected issue. Housing and poverty and health and homelessness are all intertwined. And the causation and the solutions are also intertwined, from housing to addressing economic insecurity, to dealing with access to health and social services, to dealing with the trauma that comes from all of it. And, you know, if I reflect on the years I've spent together with those working in the sector, those working in our civil service, colleagues here at the table, and I reflect on this really hard issue, you know, I believe that the solution requires three things: empathy, policy and investment, and engagement. It needs all three: empathy, policy, and investment, and engagement. The empathy piece is a real one, because there is immense trauma and struggle associated with homelessness. And none of us are too far off from a traumatic event or incident that could lead to homelessness. None of us are far off from that. And so there needs to be a level of empathy at the hallmark of this work. For policy and investment, we need to end chronic homelessness. An entrance into a safe and supportive environment and a pathway out. That is the goal. And it's not just a policy objective, it is an investment objective. And then there's engagement. And, you know, we've heard from a lot of people here today. We have a duty to build livable and caring neighborhoods, both. It's not easy. It is hard work. When you come from that point of empathy, that empathy extends to the parent who has a kid who is witnessing some of the trauma associated with homelessness, and it extends to the client experiencing homelessness. That empathy it guides that engagement, and it's just hard work. And so when I look today, you know, the report speaks to a scenario where you have more than 8,000 people homeless every night in our city, but shelter flow data that shows recently about 160 people exiting chronic homelessness each month, but 310 entering chronic homelessness each month. We need to flip those numbers. We need to double the number of permanent homes we're creating in order to tackle chronic homelessness. And I'll tell you, I believe in recent years that as a city, we have taken big steps in the right direction in this goal. The new shelter model to look at wraparound services, the shift to building and investing in supportive housing, including using our own land and resources to support that. The incredible alignment that didn't used to exist with SSHA and the Housing Secretariat to put a housing first lens on this work, and the COVID response as an emergency response to look at permanent solutions. And the decision today is yes, this is a turn. It is a turn to turn our emergency response into part of a 2-year transition plan to create permanent housing solutions. It is a pivot, but I cannot in good conscience simply send people back to overcrowded shelters. That's not a path to solving chronic homelessness. A transition in a building of housing plan is. And it's for that reason I'll be supporting these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Our next speaker is Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to take carriage of Councillor Ainsley's motion because the debate over the numbers has long been there. And I don't think just by posting this data in a more open way will overnight solve the problem of, is this double counting? Is someone coming in as a new intake multiple times a month? All of those things will still need to be solved, but we might get closer once the data sets are out there, and it shouldn't take, you know, an expensive and time consuming FOI to get the basic numbers. So hopefully this will begin the journey to numbers that the shelter supporting community and the city shelter support and housing admin can sort of come together on what the size of this bread box is. I read this report obviously differently than really the two groups of residents that we heard most from. We heard from some that, you can't shut down these hotels. They mustn't. We heard from another group that you must shut them all down right now. Keep your agreement. And when I read the report, what I heard was this is very much, it's a plan that has goals. There is a tremendous amount of work to be done that we're moving very carefully in 2022 because it may not be possible. And so we see all of the facilities being renewed at least until 2022 with options to April 30th. The facilities in my area are going till 2024. And, you know, I can live with that because we can't do it all at once. We may not be able to do it at all. We're still, you know, we didn't talk about the elephant in the room at all today, which is Ukraine. We don't know what's coming. And so we're going to do our best. But what I heard was that staff are developing a plan. They've got to take care of the real estate piece, the very specific terms of which are in a confidential attachment. And what they've told the community is that here's what we'd like to do. But I heard a very important thing. We are going back to a new normal. What I heard Mr. Tanner say is that the intent here is not to take the base shelter system and fill it to the rafters as it was before. I heard very clearly that we know that we've learned a lot about infection control and congregated sites, and pandemic or no pandemic, we really have to look at how much shift back to that base shelter system is even possible. And so there is a lot of work to be done here. What we're authorizing today is that they begin that work that starts primarily with detailed evaluation of what is possible, and that work is done to the end of the year. But there are only 2 sites that operationally must happen. And we have operational reasons why they must. And so for the rest, if I am honored to be serving again, if I'm reelected, to be sitting in this chamber in January 2023 and find out how far did you get, what were the lessons learned, was everyone truly treated like a human being, which means if no action was possible, no action was taken. And I'm happy to hear that report in January 23. In the meantime, we also heard from Mr. Tanner in his answer to questions that where we heard today about problems on specific sites, we'll go back and continue to work there. But I will say this. I know someone who lives in the building that some of the people were talking about who live close to the Novotel. And there's a mixture of opinion in that very condominium about whether or not the difficulties that existed the minute it became an emergency site to the situation that exists today, there has been progress made. And some of the residents are accepting of what needs to be happening there. And so I think we have to take almost everything we heard today with a grain of salt, but commit that we are going to treat every shelter resident as a human being for whom our ultimate goal is the kind of housing they can live with. And the thing I heard most loud and clear is the thing we are working the least on right now. We're building mid-range affordable housing through inclusionary zoning. We're doing some housing allowances. We're doing some deeply affordable in our housing now. But we need a lot of rent geared to income housing in
Wrap
this
up,
city.
please, Councillor.
And we're not doing enough about that. So I think that's what has to come out of this discussion, because that's the one thing that's missing here. And we haven't given Mr. Tanner the resources to even begin to do that.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, our next speaker is Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome.
First off, I'd like to thank all the deputants that came out today. And, you know, it's nice to hear some of the stories. And this issue, I know, has generated passion on both sides, you know, those who care about the shelter and the homeless and those residents who live nearby. I think it's not easy to balance for a common ground here. And I do understand that there's a need for housing and homelessness in here. Secondly, I'd like to thank the shelter staff. I think I would not envy your job because, you know, you have a lot of those difficult choices and a lot of these, you work very hard. I know. I do really appreciate your work and your insight and a lot of time spent on this one. I think the most important thing is to consult and to engage with the local residents. I do have a shelter in my ward, the Travel Lodge, and I actually did a consultation with 3 languages, English, Cantonese, and Mandarin, and it was a very, very good consultation, and everybody welcomed the people at the homeless shelter, people with open arms, and they stated it right at the consultation, and I was actually very touched by what they say. And the key word I wanted to use today is compassion. We all know that, there's different people have different stories, and if we can use our compassion to say and then to understand that shelter is a necessity in life. Before I come on council, I was a realtor, and I do care about shelter, and I only dedicated my donations or my fundraising efforts to shelter. And now to see the city is improving, I think is very, very, very good. That we have done a lot, we've gone a long way, and I think we still have a lot more to achieve, to move people up from those chronic homelessness. And when I first started on council, I didn't realize that there's so many hidden homelessness people. I actually went to the Aging Court Community Center, and then they said, "Counselor, we'll drive you out there one day, and you know that there are people who hang out in Tim Hortons, in McDonald's, the 24-hour restaurants, whatever." And then I do realize that there's a lot of hidden homelessness residents, even in the suburbs. So I really would think that this staff report I would support, because I think it's a necessity for people with shelter over their head. But I do hope and believe that cities should move quicker to close some of these temporary shelters, because this is just a quick fix and is not the ultimate outcome that we wanted to achieve. And I'm counting on staff to work very hard. I know you all has exhausted your resources, and you've worked very hard in trying to get some of these supportive housing going, and very, very important that we will at the end of the day, hopefully sooner rather than later, that we're going to solve this homeless issue in the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai, for your thoughtful comments, and everyone else who's spoken. I'm just looking to see whether or not there's anyone else wishing to speak. All right. So I'm going to speak on this issue. First and foremost, I want to thank all of the people who came out to speak today. They spoke passionately about their concerns, and some people are supportive, some people are not supportive, some people needed to have a little additional clarification. I want to thank Mr. Tanner, Junaid, and their team. I spent a lot of time often with Mr. Tanner in terms of our briefing and so on, and to get to the bottom of the challenges and very complex nature of the challenges dealing with simply trying to provide adequate shelter and housing, and to provide a level of decency and dignity to, as Councillor Carroll points out, human beings, because that's what we're dealing with. We are not dealing in abstract, and these are people who are in need of support. It's not lost on me with respect to the challenges that are being faced by residents who are impacted by the effects of the facilities that we put in place. I am also very encouraged and, in fact, very thankful to the partners that we have, the people who are in the trenches with us in terms of providing assistance to those who are in need of shelter. I have facilities in my ward. Most recently, we worked with Mr. Tanner to transfer the residents from a downtown facility to my ward. And a significant number of residents came. We put in place a process in which we were able to speak with the residents. This was actually just a day or two before Christmas. And because of the transitional changes that took place, then they needed to have a place to go. And I want to applaud my residents, because in as much as some of them were not supportive, most were. And the process and system that was put in place, they were comforted by what was in place. Those residents are at the Metropolitan Hotel, or the address now. I know at some point they will be moving on, and there'll be other uses of the facility. And so I also have the Birkdale Women's Shelter in my ward. And so we are obviously having our share of the responsibility in ensuring that people are adequately assisted in the most challenging time. I think it's really important, though, that we listen to the impact that is having a challenging effect on residents who, are doing their part and things are happening around them. I have seen firsthand some of the activities at the Esplanade and the points that were made here today. I've seen some of the things that people have mentioned. I know that Mr. Tanner is aware, and so are the partners, if you will, and a lot of work is actually being done. You've heard about the amount of investments that's being made in security, and of course there's some question as to whether or not that's the wisest use of our funds in terms of putting into security or investing it into more facilities to help people to be housed and to have that level of dignity. I will tell you, I have a new and profound appreciation of this issue, and it's been helped and fostered today by Gru, and his presentation today has been very helpful. It provides us with a sense of understanding as to the circumstances that could bring about the changes that causes one to fall into a condition where there's a need for assistance and so on. And I want to thank you for actually being here, because I think you've helped me a lot. The report itself and staff is trying to work through. I endorse what they're doing and support what they're doing. And I simply just want to thank everyone for the work that's being done. And at the same time, I'm mindful of the challenges that are being posed to residents and so on. And much work is actually being done. And as Mr. Tanner has indicated, he's committed himself to work with the community. Had been some challenges as a result of COVID and so on, but that has now obviously changed, and they're changing. And so there's an expectation that more will be done. And I appreciate Mr. Tanner's leadership. And also I must commend former manager Marian Bedard for her great work that she has done, and she's left a great team of people in place that are able to action out and help us with the ongoing challenges. So, members, we have a number of motions. It felt like more. Just one from Councillor Ainsley that Councillor Carroll is putting forward. Yes, it's been a long day. And yeah. Yes, please, let's display that. And members, we have one motion.
This motion. Can I just confirm that the staff recommendations were moved?
I'm sorry, Councillor Cressy?
I just confirmed that the staff recommendations were moved as well.
Yeah, we're dealing with them. We're going to deal with the amendment first, in essence. Okay. And I was just conferring with the clerk. Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Carroll there has just been some little tweaking by the clerk, and we were just discussing that. So I just wanted to make sure that you both have had an opportunity to a quick review to ensure that the changes are being suggested by the clerk is consistent with what your objectives were. City Council, not
Yeah,
committee.
I'm fine.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Councilor Ainsley. We just made some changes. All right, so members, there is a motion. I'll just suggest that we consider it read. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Members, we are now moving right along. And members, I've had a couple of people reach out to me today and said, Deputy Mayor Thompson, your eyes look swollen, and they are. So I just wanted to make sure that, thank you for that. It's been a rough day for me. I've had some type of reaction to something, I don't know what it is, and right after I'm finished here, I'm going to the hospital. But I want to get through the day because it has just been horrible, but we've got to get the business of council done. It's gotten worse over the course of the day, as you can see, but we have to get the business of council done. And so we have 2 items left, and so we can get through those items rather quickly. I'm actually not crying, it's just my eyes are just very teary, and my whole day has just been really, really difficult here. But we have to soldier on because the business of council has got to get done. So we're going to move to our next item, and we have a number of speakers for that particular item. The next item that we are dealing with is EC 2810, a final recommendation on the UrbanHensTO backyard hen pilot program. And let me just get my list. I have my list here. So many pieces of paper. All right, so Mr. Clerk, I'm going to call the first speaker. The speaker is Ali Leila, and I know that you've all been waiting for some time, and I just want to remind everyone that you have 5 minutes to speak, and after that you may be asked questions or not. So do we have Ali Leila? Okay, well, let me call that person out 3 times. And Ali Leila. Once, Ali Leila. Twice, Ali Leila. Not here. Okay, and we have, it looks like we have Nada Papineau. Do we have Nada Papineau? Hello, are you there?
Hi.
Oh,
yeah.
Fantastic. Hi, good afternoon, and welcome. It's almost evening. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for waiting.
I just wanted to make sure that, is my video on?
Yeah, we can see you clearly, and we can hear you clearly as well. You have 5 minutes. You may begin. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your time, Chair and members of the committee. 2 years ago, like many during the pandemic, I found myself out of a job, and I had no idea that the next 2 years would become such a journey full of experiences, some tragic, but many more fulfilling. I decided pretty early in the pandemic to go back to school and study horticulture, while my husband would work to support us as a carpenter. With the pandemic and school, I started asking myself questions about where I could see our future going. We'd always dreamt of a future built around sustainability, getting our hands dirty in the soil, and possibly moving out of the city to buy some land. The dream pretty quickly disappeared as we witnessed a lot of people leave the city. Rural house prices soar, but also what happens when there's movement of a lot of people and less medical services able to support them. Quickly, we noticed that that dream we wanted outside of the city really had more to do with earth, the soil, and building a sustainable lifestyle rather than actually leaving the city. Who wants to leave a lifestyle of curry pad thai anytime you want it when when it would also mean leaving your community behind, the friends, the amazing neighbors, the awesome family doctor we have, and a city that's initiating greener movements every day. There are so many wonderful aspects of city life that we couldn't imagine leaving behind, and there's a lot more hope that we had of possibility of building that life right here where we wanted. And this is when I heard about the Urban Hens project, and I went a little nuts. I had pretty much spent every night, all night long, researching anything I could possibly find out about backyard hens. I joined multiple Facebook groups and watched video after video about how to build a coop, and even watched videos of what people propose to do in situations of illnesses and the unfortunate predator attack, which almost backed me off of the idea for a moment, but then I realized, just like my dog, the hens would need a vet, and so I researched that as well, and sure enough, there was one nearby. So for my birthday in June 2020, my husband built us a beautiful hen coop decked out with some custom bells and whistles that only a carpenter would think of. Unfortunately, almost a year to this date, my husband had the difficult task of coming home to inform me that he'd been diagnosed with cancer. Something that in your early 30s and newly married, you'd never think you'd be in that situation. The combination of the pandemic and cancer made this the most difficult year of our lives. And when life gets that hard, it's the smallest things that keep you going. And for us, one of those things that made our life bearable was our hens and the connection to community that has grown with them. Neighborhood kids who were out of school because of the pandemic and itching for something to do were thrilled to find out they could come by to our yard and say hi to the hens. And this new version of our Toronto life was so wholesome and fulfilling. And using my newfound horticulture school knowledge, I was also able to see sustainability firsthand. We could have never known how meaningful the Urban Hens project would become for us and for our well-being as we went through this battle with cancer. And what we learned is that where we are is where we want to be. And we need to think of the city as a place to foster people's interests and diversity and full lives. And this is ultimately what I've started to see is possible of life here in Toronto. Programs like Urban Hens add to the diverse fabric of the city. And people like me are encouraged by policies like this and want to call Toronto our forever homes. Because cities are the people that live in them ultimately, the things that those people do, and the ways that we interact with each other. And policies like Urban Hens are what make cities full and vibrant. And I hope I can continue to call this city my home with my family. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me see if there are any questions for you. There are no questions for you, ma'am. Thank you. All right. The next speaker is Lorraine Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. Johnson, and you have 5 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Hello to the chair, councillors, and staff. Thanks for this opportunity to speak today. My name's Lorraine Johnson, and I'm active in the urban food production movement. I'd like to commend staff on this report. I think it's a really thorough and thoughtful balancing of all the issues related to urban hen keeping. And I commend staff for recommending that the hen pilot be made permanent and expanded citywide, and for including community hens on a case-by-case basis in the interests of equity. I urge the committee to approve the staff report. I was delighted, but not at all surprised to see that there have been no significant issues with the pilot program and that the complaints citywide have been very low. The reason why I wasn't surprised is that I've done research across North America on cities that allow hens. I've written a book called City Farmer, and that's why I did the research. And it's clear by the experiences of all these major North American cities where hens are legal that urban hen keeping can be done safely, securely, and in a way that complaints are minimal, which is exactly what the Toronto pilot showed. So I think that the city has done its due diligence with the multi-year pilot, and I urge you to move ahead and approve the report's recommendation that the pilot be made permanent and expanded citywide. I know that there are people and groups within the animal welfare community who are strenuously against legalizing urban hens. And when I mention this to friends and community members and people who are sort of interested in the idea of hens, they're always totally shocked that some animal welfare groups are against legalization. I mean, it's so clear from the city's research that's shared in the report that people who keep hens place the health and safety of their hens as a priority. Many people consider the hens their pets. Many people keep hens in order to ensure that the eggs they eat come from hens who are treated as humanely as possible and have the best life possible, which includes safe time spent outdoors, which I would say should be a basic right for animals, but it's actually quite a luxury that the vast majority of commercially raised hens do not enjoy. So I commend the staff report for placing hen welfare at the forefront. The staff report recommends some of the most stringent requirements you will find anywhere in North America for urban hen keeping. I don't know if there are even any other cities in North America that require all of the following things together in order to be allowed to keep hens. Registration with a high fee, pre-inspection, submission of a site plan drawing, and completion of a hen keeping course in order to be approved. So so the city of Toronto has really, and the staff report recommends very stringent requirements to ensure the health and safety of animals. And so if the city passed this, we'd have one of the most strenuously regulated urban hen programs in North America. So the report takes an abundance of caution approach in order to ensure the health and safety and welfare of hens in their care, in urban care. And a quick note on the subject of the financial costs of expansion and whether or not it will add to the city's budget shortfall. As per the staff report, this program will be cost recovery over time and regularly evaluated in terms of budget to ensure this. That's what the staff report says. So it's clear that there are no financial or budget reasons to not allow this program. My final comments are on the issue of avian flu. Even just hearing those two words more than 2 years into the global pandemic, it's terrifying to hear those words. And while those two words might give pause in the context of expanding urban hen keeping, I think what we need to remember is quite simple. Toronto Public Health was consulted on this. I'm assuming that Toronto Public Health could have stopped this expansion recommendation in a second. They didn't. What they said is in the staff report on page 15. With proper hygiene and coop management, the risk of bacteria and disease outbreaks is limited. So I urge you to keep in mind all of the positive benefits of urban hen keeping, which are detailed in the report. I urge you to not be scared away from all these positive benefits by fearful talk about avian flu. I urge you to keep in mind instead what Toronto Public Health has to say, and I urge you to approve this report. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation, ma'am. Let me check to see if there are any questions of you. There are no questions of you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rhonda Tell Payne, Toronto Urban Growers. Is Rhonda here? She's online? Okay.
Hello,
Good
I'm here.
Good afternoon. How
My
are
video.
you? And welcome.
I am good.
Excellent.
Thank you for all of you.
You're the last
Sorry?
speaker on. You're the last speaker on the item. You may begin. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you so much. I wanted to say thank you for the time, but after watching the meeting all day, thank you so much to all of you.
I think we've lost her.
Subjects. I'm from Toronto Urban by thanking the staff. I'm going to echo Lorraine's comments about what a fabulous report that they've written. And I know it's very difficult for the city to come up with a policy that across the city both minimizes negative impacts, but still allows residents to do things that really matter to them. And in the middle of a pandemic, it's even more impressive. So as much as I really appreciate the effort that went into stations, and I see
the staff reflected what they heard from community residents. And I'm not doing just a sandwich technique here. I genuinely appreciate this. The cities recognize that equity issues, particularly in the context of food and access to nature, urgently need to be addressed. And I think staff responded to this, not just with language, but with a tangible action. There's a recommendation to include community chicken programs and to waive any fees for those projects. So community chickens, if you haven't heard of them, are similar to community gardens, where a nonprofit organization, a school, or a community group will take responsibility for managing a hen keeping program and involving local residents. So there are successful examples of these around the world. They've existed in Toronto as well. And this kind of addresses the concern that the backyard hen program is not accessible to people who don't have that kind of space or who can't afford the cost of keeping hens. So these programs make fresh eggs and the experience of caring for hens available to people who could probably benefit the most. And they also add a layer of accountability for minimizing nuisances that might occur and for maintaining animal welfare. Community programs can be strong partners for educating residents on care of hens and keeping them updating on any emerging issues that might affect the hen keeping. So I've been asked, how do hens contribute to food security? And I want to say that language is changing from food security to food sovereignty. So for instance, Toronto doesn't have a Black food security plan. It has a Black food sovereignty plan. And the reason for that is it's not enough to be handed a bag of food from say, a food bank. People need to have more control over the way that they access food so that they're getting food that's and represents the full range of well-being that comes from food. Being involved in producing your own food, including keeping hens, is one way to have that agency. People keep hens to ensure that they have healthy food to eat, but they may also have a family or cultural connection to growing food that adds a layer of importance for that well-being. They want to eat eggs that have been produced in a humane way, and as I think Lorraine mentioned, they think of hens as pets, not food-producing machines, right? And I think the report support as pets, not just producers of eggs. This is the livestock framework. We're not talking about people producing on a scale. And so it's just not part of their mindset. They're thinking of animals as pets. I think there are a couple of things I would like to flag. Pre-inspections are proposed, but it's not that common. I think only 2 out of the 16 cities mentioned in the report use this approach. And I think it's probably because it's not really an efficient approach. It leads to higher costs, which leads to higher fees, which creates barriers for people to participate. And it actually makes it harder to achieve cost recovery. So I think it's far better to invest in good training and support of people who are looking to keep hens and respond to complaints, as it's the case for the other pets. And the last thing I think I'll say is that because training is such a key component, I'd also like to see a small tweak to the report, which mentions OMAFRA training as a requirement, specifically OMAFRA training. I think if we have a broader framing of training to anything that's approved by MLS, then I think we would have a better coverage and better support to hen keepers. The pilot project offered training in collaboration with community experts, so I guess would be an effective option. And
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for considering this report.
Thank you very much. You're right on time. Thank you. I had stated that you were the last speaker, but I've just been given a list that suggested that you're not. And there are 2 additional speakers. Let me just find the list here. All right, so. All right, so we have 2 additional speakers. A new list has been presented to me, and the next speaker is Liz White, Animal Alliance of Canada. Ms. White, is she on? Ms. White, you're on?
Hello.
Hi, hello, good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to speak on this issue.
You're welcome.
I think I might be the only person in the people presenting that's recommending that the city actually defer this expansion of the UrbanHensTO over the entire city for three really good reasons, I think. First is the financial cost to the city. We've just sat through a long discussion about homelessness and the difficulty that the city is having to pay for all of the programs that are necessary to help homeless people. And we're now considering having the city spend $300,000 per year after the first 2 years to allow the city to have backyard hens throughout the city. It seems like when the city has a financial deficit of 1.4 billion with no indication as to how that's going to be made up, to add $300,000 to that issue seems to me to be really problematic for the city. The second is, and I think this is very serious, is the avian flu issue. If you look at the CFIA data, if you look at the USDA data, a lot of commercial operations have avian flu, but so do backyard hens. And although the city is not near many commercial barns, we do have a number of slaughterhouses within the city, one particular that deals with many hens and many birds. And so bird flu is not a non-issue in the city of Toronto. And I think that then calls into question the humane issue. If there is bird flu within the city and the CFIA comes in and says all the backyard hens have to be euthanized as a result of that, I think it raises questions of humane issues and how those birds are actually handled. So I think if you look at the financial issue, there is cost recovery in the first 2 years of the program as the program gets set up. But after that, the city is on the hook for $300,000. And that's for an estimated 1,400 people who might actually participate in the program. It seems like a pretty rich program to me. And I think you need to ask yourself the question, is that money well spent in a city that is facing some pretty big challenges in terms of its budget? I just point to the very end of the submission that I did. I pulled out the data from the USDA, which keeps the reports on bird flu in the United States. And as you can see, of the 50 locations where bird flu have been identified, that 22 of those are involving backyard chickens, some very small backyard chicken numbers and some a little bit bigger. But this is an issue that has been spreading and in fact started in Canada on the East Coast. So I think it's something that we just should not ignore. And I think for that reason, I would recommend that we defer the item so that City Council can consider how to deal with it from a budget perspective and how to deal with it from a bird flu perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me just check to see if there are any questions of you. There are no questions of you. Thank you very much again for your presentation. All right, I understand now, Mr. Clerk, that now this is the last week. Yes, now we have Sarah Doucette, former councillor and former colleague of ours. Councillor Doucette, former Councillor Doucette. Sarah Doucette, are you there?
I am here. I've waited all day for this.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you
you,
have
everybody.
5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So good afternoon, councillors, and I hope everyone is keeping well, and I hope, Councillor Thompson, you work out what's happening with your eyes. It's great to join you today. This is so exciting. I'm here today to ask you to support the final recommendation for the Urban Hen Pilot Program. By extending the 3-year pilot project to 4 years, this has allowed staff to consult, send out a survey, research what other areas are doing, and come to the conclusion that this should be a permanent program citywide.
I would like to thank staff for their due diligence, and once again, I invite them to come and visit my ladies and myself anytime. Councillors, you're welcome to join them. So if you were to visit, you would meet Ruby and Stella. They joined us in April 2021. Since then, they have each laid over 300 eggs, provided some beautiful rich compost, many hours of amusement and companionship, and eaten a large amount of my kitchen waste. So, for those of you who follow me on social media, you will also know that my lovely ladies appear in many of my social media posts. The first 2 summers that we participated in the Urban Hen program, we used Rent the Chicken. At the beginning of May, our chickens arrived with a predator-proof coop, food and water containers, all the food and bedding we needed for the season. After living in our backyard for 6 months, they were picked up at the end of October and were overwintered in a farm in Milton. The first year we had Roxy and Millie. I think you can see them over my shoulder. That's Millie and that's Roxy. The second year they came back to us, they brought a friend, Rhoda. At the end of the second year, these 3 lovely ladies went to a new family just north of Toronto to continue being chickens, laying eggs, and pecking in the gardens. This program is an amazing way for people to learn how to look after chickens while having the knowledge and the resources of the providers. So Rent the Chicken is a very vital program which must and is being incorporated. Our hens also became therapy chickens. I did have a hard time after leaving City Hall at the end of 2018 and spent much of a summer in my back garden with my chickens while sending out resumes and looking for work. Then COVID hit, and our chickens helped us through this. It has been wonderful to collect fresh eggs every morning and so relaxing to watch them wander around the gardens when we are out there with them. I do have a few questions, which I know I can't ask, about the report. I understand from the report that the proposed fees make this program full cost recovery, the same as the pet licensing fees. So putting this in the budget shouldn't be an issue. The Toronto Public Health has been consulted by staff in the preparation of this report and have advised that a proper hygiene and coop maintenance practice that reduces and will keep the risk of bacteria and diseases, including the avian influenza, which is basically the good health will limit anything like that. It is reasonable to assume that Toronto Public Health perspective is the same shared as the public health units in the other cities in Canada that also allow urban hens. This is a very stringent requirements recommended by staff, as you have heard from some other speakers. Pre-inspection, registration, taking courses are all measures to protect public health and ensure high safety standards in this program. I am very proud of the policy that we did set up in the pilot project. Our number one concern was the health of our chickens, and that from the number of complaints shown in the report, what we set up in the bylaws have worked. From table number 2, it shows the majority of the complaints are from prohibited birds and not those in the 4 areas where they are permitted. So in fact, by legalizing this program across the city, it will actually reduce the number of complaints, therefore reduce the number of calls bylaw officers have to respond to. By requiring the participants to take educational course, this will add to their knowledge of how to look after the hens and keep them safe and healthy. There are also many Facebook pages where owners share information and one can ask questions. An area covered misleading maybe was vets. One of the vets in my neighborhood, the animal hospital in the Junction, does treat poultry. And I am sure that this may be a chicken before the egg situation, but as soon as we allow more hens to be coming in across the city, the vets will get the accreditation they need to be able to treat them.
At 5 minutes.
So in closing,
okay, go ahead.
I just want to say, having chickens around is like living with trees. They make everybody happier, improve the quality of life for all those involved. And I do have one chicken joke, and I hope you like this. What is a chicken's favorite subject to study?
Thank you.
Eggonomics.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's a good one. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Sarah. All right. So questions of staff members? Just looking at the screen. We'll
Any
start
questions
with-
for me?
Pardon me?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
point of order, I have a question of Ms. Doucette.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. My apologies. Question of the speaker. Go ahead, please. Councillor Lai, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you for your deputation, former councillor Ms. Doucette. And I really like your passion and about this chicken. You mentioned in your deputation about this hen education course. Do you know where people can take it?
Well, when we were setting up the program in 2018, we had two wonderful and very knowledgeable people volunteer to do courses in the 4 areas. I know in the program it's talking about the Ontario agriculture and other people have a course. I think the city does need to look into where courses can be taken. I understand that the Ministry of Agriculture only does like once a year. I think courses are important. So I think we do need to find a place which will provide more courses more frequently. And it really does help educate people. Actually, I just want to show you one thing.
Wow.
Look at those.
Yeah.
So just so you know, I have a white chicken and a brown chicken. And that's
Okay, so that's interesting. So the white eggs and the brown eggs. Yeah. So just build on that one.
Yes.
Are you aware that whether they are in different languages? You know, these courses, they're just in English.
That's a very good question. And I'm sure that the staff who produced this report can look into that. And I'm sure they understand that this city does not only speak one language. There are many,
But
many
the ones that
languages.
you mentioned, they're just English only, I suppose,
I actually
right?
don't know because the course I took was run before the pilot project. And that one, yes, was done in English, but I believe it could have been done in French as well.
I see. Okay, thank you. That was just my question. Just
Thank you.
Great.
out of my interest and curiosity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai, and thank you very much, Ms. Doucette. All right, members, questions of staff? All right, so I will start with Councillor Carroll, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Oh, there he is online. I'm still surprised because I had a briefing before the report came out. The report doesn't tell us how many people in the pilot areas took us up on this.
So I believe it does. I thought it was around 1,200 people and 102 households, or 1,200, 307 hens and 102 households.
1,200 hens, you mean?
102 households and just over 300 hens.
Okay. 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 I'm confused. So, how many coops are there right now? 102 households. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, the 1,200 number, I misspoke.
Okay. So we've got 102 households across 4 very large areas. So we're talking, probably 25 in each area on average. So these are wards that even in the old ward boundaries all had 60 to 70,000 households in them. So despite the fact that we extended this, there isn't a huge amount of take up, is there? There isn't a chicken coop on every block.
Through the chair to the councillor, no, it is around 1% or less than 1%. There is a natural barrier to entry. You must have a backyard. You need proper setbacks. There is a financial commitment, and there is a care commitment. So there's a lot that has to go into making this decision, and now with training. So again, we want to provide the opportunity for people to participate in this, but there are natural barriers to entry.
Yeah, and there is a lot of work involved. So in the surveying, did we happen to find out, did we talk to registrants who had hens for a year but didn't come back to have them the following summer? Are there people who had them for 1 year and then decided too much work?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So if we did go citywide, if you wanted to extrapolate, we're probably talking 25, maybe 50 homes in each ward as people get to know it more. And it takes a while to get to those numbers, is it not? It took you 4 years to get to these numbers.
That's correct. We've extrapolated it to around 1,400 homes, again, citywide. And again, the cost recovery piece that has been spoken about is flexible, it is scalable. We will only hire so that we are based on cost recovery, and that we will also use these resources for other animal care service requests as well. So it won't be exclusively, as people talked about, $300,000 dedicated to this. If we only have a cost of $200,000, we will only hire, or we will only work with two
That's
officers.
sort of an upset amount.
Correct.
Okay.
Up to 100%.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Just turning over now to Councillor Lai. Councillor Lai, you have 5 minutes to question.
Thank you, Chair. Just through you to staff, I have a few questions. You talked about consultation outreach before finalizing this report. Do you have the result on in my ward? I mean, in Scarborough. I don't know whether if you don't, can you send it to me? I mean, how many are for and how many against, or what are the questions that you ask?
So I'll actually defer this to our Director of Animal Services and Chief Veterinarian, Dr. Esther Attard. I don't think she has the specifics on each ward or region of the city. We did general consultation and a general survey. So we do have public opinion research, but I don't know if Esther wants to add anything more specific.
Yeah, I don't have anything specifically by ward, but certainly the overall thoughts from people that took the surveys and that we consulted with were all for this project to become a program.
I see. So there's more for than against.
Yes.
Is it fair to say
definitely.
that? And
Yes,
are they being done in different languages or just English?
At this time, we had just done in English, but that is certainly something we can take on board for sure. If different people in different communities want to get into this, that is something that we would extend.
Okay. My next question would be through the chair. Are there many complaints from neighbors for the pilot program?
Want me to take that?
Yeah,
no, there aren't many complaints.
There aren't any. There aren't many.
There were 6 for the pilot.
I see. So tell me, how does the complaint work if your neighbor complains about your chicken?
It would be similar to our 311 response. I think obviously the neighbor would talk to their neighbor first, I would hope. If the issue continued, they can call 311 and that would be dispatched to our officers. But I think it's important to note that from March 2nd, 2018 to January 26, 2022, we had 6 complaints about the piloted areas. And again, that's significantly low, as you can imagine.
And will staff regularly inspect those sites? I mean, those households with the chicken. How often do you inspect them?
Back to you, Dr. Attard.
It would be, well, for this program, it would be an annual inspection, but with the pilot, there was no inspection. It was just people could register, and then we would address complaints if they came in.
So on a complaint basis, you
Yes.
just go in there and inspect, I suppose. Eh?
Yes.
Yeah. So if this program is going through, I just talked about education courses. Is the city operating those education courses, or just like Ms. Doucette said, the province is doing that? How is it going to work?
It would be a course, it's online, so it's quite accessible. And OMAFRA would work with that so that they could deliver the course as often as we needed.
So it would be the city initiating this course then, we don't rely on other people.
Sorry, we would say that this is the required course.
But the city will be, doing the curriculum and all that, and we don't have to rely on the province or whatever ministry of animal, whatever.
The province already has this course, and it's already done, and it contains everything that we would need people to know to be able to raise chickens properly.
I see. Would you consider doing it in different languages? In case some of the people, the reason I ask that is I have a lot of Chinese people who wants to raise hand. I just don't want them to get in trouble,
Of course. No, of course. That would certainly be something we could do.
And in terms of communication about the program, I would assume that you will, do some earned media in different ethnic media, and just to make sure that this is widely covered and everybody knows about the program.
Yes, we would want to make it as accessible as possible, and that would include languages, yes.
Okay, that's good. I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Just seeing whether or not anyone else has any questions. Okay, I have a few questions for staff. The 6 complaints that you reference, Mr. Grant, what were the complaints?
So thank you for the question. 2 were related to the shelter standards, which is the COOP. 2 were related to unsanitary conditions. 1 was related to hen care, and 1 was related to rodents.
Right, rodents.
Which is rats.
Yes, okay, yeah, I got those guys. Does chickens fly?
I know the answer, but I think it's more appropriate if that comes from our chief veterinarian.
Yes, they can fly short distances.
Short distances, right, okay. So are you recommending a specific height of fence, for example, between neighbors?
Yeah, let me take that, Esther.
Sure.
It's the responsibility of the hen owner to keep those on their property. Okay. We have fence bylaws in place that don't allow unless you go for a fence exemption.
Gotcha.
And I don't think we want neighborhoods with 8 and 10-foot fences.
Okay, so chickens don't fly that high, right? Is that it? You don't have to answer that one. I was just curious. How much excrement and feces do chickens produce? My understanding, because I'll tell you, Mr. Grant, over the last few days, I've watched so many videos on chicken. I didn't realize there was so much associated with chickens as well. So I understand that they produce a lot of feces. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Esther.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, they produce enough as the size of bird.
Right, and it attracts lots of flies as well?
It can attract flies if it's not cared for properly.
Right, so if I have a neighbor who has the recommended 4 chickens and we have lots of feces, who do I complain to? Do I complain to my neighbor or do I complain to 311? And what happens was part of that process? I realize it's not noise, but it's feces.
Yeah, so we do have an excrement bylaw, and so we would be able to deal with that. And there are certainly ways to mitigate those issues.
Right. I think you mentioned earlier that it was 102 households. That was the answer given to Councillor Carroll in terms of the participant. I'd heard 100, I'd heard 107. Which is the correct number?
102.
102, okay. Thank you very much for that.
Yes.
So, good. Can you help me to understand in terms of the comments that's been made by Ms. White about avian flus? Can you speak to that? Or is that a concern? And I know that apparently it's been addressed, but how confident are we to assume that that is not going to be a problem?
So we have been certainly monitoring it, and we've been in contact with OMAFRA and the CFIA because we have to report anything that we would find. Right. Because Toronto is not near any commercial operations, it isn't that, it is a lower risk, right, but it's still a possibility. Yes. And if the CFIA were to, close things down, then we would have to comply. But again, we've been assured by OMAFRA that risk is low.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think this question is for you, Mr. Grant. I think it was mentioned, you talked about cost recovery and so on. And so the registration, how much is the registration and how long is the registration period covered? And what happens in between when there are no registration requirement? There's still a cost associated with respect to having staff being able to monitor and respond to complaints. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, and I guess I'll respond.
There's actually about 3 questions in there, but Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to remember them. So the registration is $151.
Right.
And that's at the initial, and then it's $34 annually. You're right. If you do the math, it doesn't equal 300,000. It's closer to 200, and that's why we would make it scalable,
Right.
such that those officers, we would only have as many as are required based on the costs, and those officers would also be involved in other areas. But we do want to provide the opportunity for people to participate. But we've also learned that if we've under-resourced a program, it gets us into trouble down the road.
Got you. And just my last question, two parts. The eggs that are produced by the chickens, can I give those eggs to my neighbors? And if can I also, I guess, kill the chicken and use it for meat?
You know on both occasions. You cannot give the eggs to your neighbor, nor can you kill the chicken for to have dinner.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much to you both and members, speakers. Okay. Councillor Cressy, I see your hand up to speak. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. And it's been a long day, so I can be brief. I'm happy to move the staff recommendations in front of us. We implemented a pilot on this to assess and evaluate the proposal, and staff have come back and said it was wildly successful, and that the concerns that we might have expected were not to be. So I think that this is a no-brainer. And I'm supportive of staff recommendations and pleased to move it in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Lai, you have 5 minutes.
I would also be very brief. There are benefits to the program for the residents. And in my ward, I think I kind of surveyed my people, and it's sort of like a half and half. But a lot of people with an ethnic background, they tend to like to raise the hens in their backyard. But I think we need to ensure the program is monitored and there are regular reports on both usage and complaints. And I'm actually very happy to hear that some of this education and communication will be in different languages because, a lot of, like I just said, a lot of ethnic population, they tend to like to immigrants, they tend to like to raise hens in their backyard. So having said all that, I would support the staff report.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Councillor Carroll, speak.
Wrong button there. There we are. So, Mr. Chair, I know we all reviewed this. We all got mail. We all reviewed it, and I was inclined to say, "Oh, this is the wrong year. Let's have another year of the pilot." But I'm shocked at how little the take-up was. I'm really shocked. The worry that there would be chickens everywhere has not materialized. And what we heard from Mr. Grant was there a number of people will do this once, and then the chickens go in the winter, they go back to agricultural programs, and then they don't call back for the following year. A lot of people try it, and then they don't come back to it because it is work. Hens do poo, and that's part of the work here is you have to keep a clean coop. And if there are only 6 complaints, by and large in these 102 households, people are keeping clean coops. The most telling report to me is the one on chicken-related complaints where there is not a pilot going on at the minute. And what that tells you is that first of all, I think some people had chickens in their backyards all along, and people staying home to work from home suddenly noticed them. But it also indicates that it's very possible that there are about 100 odd households not in the pilot area that got tired of waiting and just went ahead and did it. I know that I have a chicken coop in one home in my ward We went out because she had a complaint with the way Metrolink savagely removed trees along the GO track behind her property, and that was annoying. We gave them an earful. But while I was there doing the site visit, I discovered a little chicken coop. It was very clean. She hadn't even got the eggs out of it yet, and offered me some. And I said, no, you eat them. My fridge is full of eggs from Costco right now. But it seems to me I could very easily not be able to afford those eggs from Costco. I probably will be able to afford them, and I probably won't be able to do the work. I'm not home enough to do the work, so I won't exercise this bylaw. The fear that every living soul with a backyard is suddenly going to have a chicken coop and 4 hens has turned out, after all this time, to be an unreasonable fear. There are across 4 wards, 102 households that have taken us up on this. 25 per ward, and there are wards with 70,000 people in them. In wards of those size, then you can imagine that about a third of those people are living on the ground. There was a lot of opportunity for tens of thousands of people with backyards to take us up on this, and they didn't, because they know it's work. What Councillor Mihevik posted, former Councillor Mihevik posted, was that his coop is visited by every child in the neighborhood. Now, they go home with an egg. They learn something about where eggs come from and how it is that a hen can lay an egg without a rooster, and it's an unfertilized egg. He teaches them all that when they pay a visit. But they haven't gone home and their parents haven't said, oh my gosh, we got to get a coop too. The entire neighborhood that Councillor Mihevik lives in hasn't rushed out to get chickens. And so I think that we will find that people prepared to do the work, interested in food security, and fully cognizant of how strict our bylaw is going to be about them keeping it clean, keeping it closed, keeping it weatherproofed, et cetera, et cetera. That's why there were only 6 complaints. I have a feeling that's what will come of this. A smattering in each ward is what will result if we proceed. And even that won't start until 2023. So we've got time to prepare. So I'm now of the opinion that we should adopt staff recommendations and send this on to council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. All right. So members, I have a motion that I would like to. The motion is that City Council direct that the current pilot project in Chapter 349 Animal, Section 349-1-41, Hens pilot program be extended until March 31st, 2023, and that 2, City Council direct the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standard to conduct further consultation on the proposed changes to a permanent program outlined in recommendation 1, 2, 3 in the report dated March 10, 2022 from the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards, and report back to the Economic and Community Development Committee in the first quarter of 2022. Having been here and having had some of those people who had concerns, in fact, it was former Councillor Mihevik's own neighbor who actually, he and his wife and his children came, and I've spoken with them. They were very, very upset in terms of what had happened to them. I don't know the current situation with respect to where they are and what has happened, but I can tell you that in dealing with them, it was very problematic for them. Actually, as a young boy, I had chickens, actually. Love them. They're very nice. They make a lot of noise. And I realize that the uptake, as staff has indicated, has not been that many, but there are a number, and to certainly make this a city-wide initiative, looking at the costs, I'm very concerned about that. We've heard from the staff in terms of the initial cost, and it seems to decrease. So the registration is $151. Annual is $34 annually. I think that's what I heard Mr. Grant stated, and so on. I think at the end of the day the resources that are going to be spent by the city is going to be much more than actually that we actually have stated here. Not to suggest that staff are actually providing us with misinformation, because that's not the case. But I do think that as we move forward, as we've seen in many things here in the city, the cost continues to escalate and so on. And I also think that, people have to be aware that chickens produce a lot of feces. And when you're out in the summertime or when you're out with your friends and in your backyard, if you don't have chickens and your neighbor is not actually cleaning the yard as they should, and we often hear this from the city, that we will respond to it, but often we don't get the response that we need. How many of us as members of council are often trying to get, whether or not it's the bylaw enforcement officers or what have you, to enforce some of the rules or planning rules and so on, because people are not actually adhering to them. And so the other piece of this is that chickens, yes, they're animals, and we know, in as much as the suggestion is that you have to keep them in your own yard, that's not always going to happen. One of the questions that I did ask staff, not today, but prior, around the containment of them. There were some comments around the chickens being in cage and so on for most of the day. Well, that's not really the case. Chickens will be out running in the backyards and so on. I'm happy that they will do that, and happy that that's something that they are prone to do. However, it's a very delicate line, quite frankly, because I'm not strongly opposed to this. What I'm concerned about, I need more information. I relied on Ms. White and her team when we were looking at Reptilia, putting it here in the city of Toronto, and people came out and spoke to that. There's no reason for me to dismiss the things that she's saying in this 9-page document. I value her input, and for those reasons, I'm going to suggest that we spend a bit more time dealing with this issue, have more people engage. We've seen that the uptake's not been that many. Over a 4-year period, we've had about 100 people participated in the survey. That's not a lot of people. We have 3 million people in the city of Toronto. And so I don't believe that we have spent enough time to review and study this. And I think there's a need for more time. I know people say, well, government, you're always studying. Yes, but this is a really important issue. Chickens make a lot of noise. And if you ever stop to think about the noise and why they make the noise, because one of the videos that I looked at, the chicken that laid an egg wanted the other chickens to lay the egg right then in that area. And that chicken just kept on making noise and noise. We're going to then deal with those noise complaints. So I'm suggesting that we defer making this decision, but to continue to extend the program so those who are participating in it now will actually continue to do so until such time that we deal with this matter in 2023. Those are my remarks.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Could I have a question about your motion?
Of course, absolutely, of course, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So this is, if approved today, this will come into effect April 1st, 2023. So you're asking a report back to March, sometime in March. I didn't catch the time. So would it delay the implementation date of April 1st then, if that's the case? Or can we actually, we'll stay on the course and this program will come into effect April the 1st?
So my motion doesn't speak to an April 1st date. It really speaks to a process that will allow us to actually coincide to what we're looking at in the future, but we will actually take more time to review and ensure that we have more information to address the issues around avian flu, which I'm concerned about. And so it really doesn't speak to actually dealing with that issue in April, Councillor.
Well, the reason I'm asking that is because, I don't want to perceive to be that we are procrastinating in some of the decision-making here. And I just wanted to make sure that if I don't know whether you undertake how much longer the staff can can provide another report about avian flu, because, you know, you asked that question and they say that it's very low risk. And I'm just wondering whether you can maybe make the, like a friendly amendment to put it maybe January council meeting or something, so that at least it will not be delayed for the implementation date much longer.
Yeah, just to reiterate, Councillor, there's no delay with respect to the implementation at all. What I'm actually saying is that there's a real need for more time. We were not going to start the program until 2023.
April 1st, yeah.
Yeah, so there was enough time to allow for the work to be done between now and that time in order to be sort of consistent with respect to the timing if we were to support this report going forward. So it really doesn't negate, it doesn't detract from the go forward, but it does offer an opportunity to have more time in order to review the concerns that I've raised and others have raised.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Those
You're
are
welcome.
that's my.
You're welcome. Councilor Carroll?
Can I maybe follow up, question the mover, follow up on what Councillor Lai is saying? Because I think we're kind of jumping over it and missing this. I think what Councillor Lai is talking about is rather than have, you're asking that the pilot continue until March 23rd, 2023. Right. And if that is the case, then staff could not proceed without coming back to us with these same sort of bylaw amendments, which couldn't happen until April or beyond. And so I think what Councillor Lai is asking for is if they could do the work that your motion contemplates, but they could report back January 2023, I think that might be a peace in the valley compromise, that if they come back with great information, particularly about avian flu, we could pick up where we left off, or we could say this isn't going to work.
Yeah, and now it's a little clearer to me.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to actually adjust that to reflect that, and that would reflect
friendly amendment to
your
January
interest and
2023.
Councillor Lai's as
do
well,
that.
because then we still are able to continue the program along.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Lai, we're all just going to make some changes, so that's a good suggestion.
Yes, that's exactly what I was suggesting,
Yeah.
but I'm sorry I didn't articulate
It's
maybe
totally
good enough.
fine. That's
Yeah.
why we're all here. We're all working
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
One moment,
Good,
please.
thanks.
Just give me one moment, please, Councillor Lai. Is it ready? Oh, wow, you guys are brilliant. Yeah, January, that's fine. Councillor Lai, the staff are just finalizing it. We'll be ready in a moment.
And thanks, Councillor Carroll, for reiterating what I was going to say.
Teamwork, Councillor Lai. Teamwork.
Yes, this is the most collaborative committee in the darn building.
All right, members, if Councillor Lai, could you take a look now to see that, and Councillor Carroll? Yeah, that works.
Yes, that
Yeah,
works.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for the suggestion. Thanks for the clarification there, Councillor Carroll. All right, so Mr. Clerk, we would basically deal with my amendment first? Sorry.
Chair, can I just ask one question of the mover, because there's just been changes here.
Yes. Go ahead, Councillor.
So if your motion passes,
Yes.
then council will not have the opportunity to extend this pilot citywide.
That's correct.
At the April meeting. Is that?
That's correct. That's correct, Councillor Cressy. Yeah. But the program will continue in those designated areas that had the program all along. Okay. All right, members, ask for a recorded vote on this, please. Thank you, Mr.
All right, we will display Deputy Mayor Thompson's motion.
And we'll vote on that. This will be a recorded vote. All in favor of this motion by Deputy Mayor Chair Thompson? All in favor, please?
Call the names.
In the room, I see Councillor Ford, Councillor Carroll, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Again, I'm asking in favor. Councillor
I'm in
Lyle-
favor.
Councillor Lyle is in favor, and all
In
opposed?
favor.
Yep, all opposed. Councillor Cressy.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, that motion carries 4-2.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, we're moving to our final item, which is EC 28.11. And it's the Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal 2021 Annual Report. We have the chair of the tribunal here with us, Mr. Rick Ross. Mr. Ross, are you there, sir? Is he on?
I am here.
Good afternoon, sir, or almost good evening. It's good evening. How are you? And welcome. You are no stranger to this committee.
Can you hear me okay, Councillor?
We can hear you, yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
You have 5
Not
minutes.
sure why the picture's not up, but that's fine.
We'll give you a
Okay.
moment, maybe we should, I'm just trying to look here. So Mr. Ross has to actually turn his video on, is that correct? Yeah, Mr. Ross, you
Yeah, I
can
don't
turn
see
your video.
I don't see where it gives me the option to do that, but I checked it out
Okay.
this morning that it was working.
And you weren't able to do it this morning? That's fine then, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was able to do this morning, but regardless, if you can hear me, that's probably good
Yes,
enough.
thank you. You may begin, sir.
First of all, I thank you for soldiering on with your eye problem.
Thank you.
You can start the timer, okay. So Animal Service indicated in the response to the chair's report that they would propose an amendment to council to section 349 to specify that a dangerous act done in self-defense would not count against the dog when determining whether to issue a dangerous dog order if coupled with a subsequent act, because the two acts would be required. This works well if the dangerous act done in self-defense preceded the other act, because it refers to a subsequent act. However, to take into account a case where the dangerous act done in self-defense came after another dangerous but non-self-defense act, then the wording should specify the words previous dangerous act as well as dangerous subsequent dangerous act. So that would cover both cases depending on which one came first, just to make it clear. Second, one of the conditions of a dangerous dog order is that the owner post a warning sign on the front door of his or her premises. Many condos have rules prohibiting posting anything on the front door of individual units. This situation puts the dog owner between a rock and a hard place, and that they're forced to either break a condo rule or be in non-compliance with the term of the dangerous dog order. To solve this problem, the following words, with the permission of the condo board, could be added to posting on the front door. But leaving it the way it is puts the dog owner in an untenable position. The third item I wanted to quickly address was, in a situation of a dangerous dog order being issued in the case of two non-severe dangerous acts, to allow the dog owner to ask for a review where there has not been any dangerous acts or subsequent acts for 2 years. This would have to be proposed as an amendment to council to section 349. And in the chair's report, it does list several Canadian jurisdictions where appeals of this nature are allowed. If Animal Services have a concern, and I understand that with how a dog owner could, quote, prove their case, they could do research on how these other jurisdictions have satisfied themselves that they are not compromising public safety and how their legal departments have dealt with that. A couple of examples do come to mind, though. Many dog owners do have a summer or winter retreat. We've seen that happen, so that since the dog does not have to be muzzled outside of Toronto, there is an opportunity to demonstrate the dog's behavior without a muzzle. A second possibility is testimony from a respected dog trainer whose credentials and expertise and experience are recognized by Animal Services. But probably the best way is to look at these jurisdictions that allow it to see how they have solved the problem.
So I have taken less than 3 minutes to cover the points. I'm more than willing to answer any questions, but I recognize people have been here for a long time today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ross. So can I just ask you, the issue with respect to posting the signage on the door relating to a condo, the condos, some condos have rules that require you not to post any signage on the door, is that correct?
Correct. And Merry Christmas, anything. They just, you're not allowed to put anything up there.
Right, and so you believe that it would be a, putting the dog owner in a very difficult position. On one hand, the rules in the condo says you can't put a sign on the door. On the other hand, there would be a requirement from, let's say, the tribunal to put a sign on the door. Is that correct?
Well, the order, the 7 items that are required as part of the dangerous dog order, one of the items is to post a sign on, and it's actually a blank and gets filled in by the animal care and control officer.
Oh, I see,
when
okay.
the order is issued. But I've never seen it do anything other than say on the front door. So
Okay.
it would be relatively simple to add if permitted by, if permitted.
Okay.
It is handwritten
Okay,
after the word on, but it's always been the front door
right, and the.
or a conspicuous place, but that's the problem.
And the other question I had for you, Mr. Ross, is that with respect to a dog's behavior, a dangerous dog, if there are 2, I'll use the term citation against dog, you're suggesting that, and you talked a little bit about the monitoring the dog's behavior. If the dog owner has a property elsewhere and the dog doesn't behave or misbehave elsewhere, that somehow we would use.
Well, that would, if for example, a dog, if the owner could show that, you know, the dog has spent 6 months at their home in Collingwood, unmuscled, which he's allowed to be because the jurisdiction doesn't apply to outside Toronto.
Right.
That would be one way they could try and prove that the dog is safe.
And
There's-
how would they do that? Would they have to go to visit the area where the dog had spent 6 months? Would they have to take sort of, I don't know, getting some type of report, or do they have to get letters of support validating that? How would they go about doing that?
I think probably the easiest thing would be for them to have letters from neighbors that, you know, the dog is out every day, my kids pet him, he's friendly, that kind of thing.
Right, but there'd be an obligation for us having to acquire that information, or would it?
The onus would be on the onus would be on the dog owner who's seeking the review
Okay,
to prove that the dog is safe, not the other way around.
all right. Thank you very much for that, sir. Any further questions for Mr. Ross? Okay,
And that would only be in the case of 2 non-severe acts. If it was a severe act, there'd be no chance for review.
right, okay. All right, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Ross. I guess questions of staff. Just looking at the screen, staff. Mr. Ross has made a couple of suggestions about potential changes. I wonder if you could comment on the first with respect to signage on the door, and the second on the behavior of a dog, particularly after that dog has had some challenges and has spent some time away without exhibiting a similar behavior. Just wondering whether or not this is something that you would recommend that we look to bring about some changes, and where those changes would be required.
Thank you. To the chair. One, so operationally, we all already work with condo boards to meet the requirement of the signage. So this could be now made formal by a change, so that we would work with condo boards with respect to that requirement for the dangerous dog order. And then the second question, where we have two non-severe acts.
Yes.
And if we could review those and allow the dog out of the dangerous dog order. Looking at these acts, they're very complex in their nature,
it's really difficult to know what will trigger a dog to do something and why they responded the way they did, even if the acts are minor. That first incident is given as a warning to that dog owner to make sure that changes are made so it doesn't happen again. When it happens again, now it's a safety issue for Toronto residents, and we're charged with public safety and could end up being a liability to the city. Being in the city is very different from being in another location that may not have as many people, may not have as many dogs. So there are lots of compromising situations that could happen that we wouldn't know about. And the best predictor of behavior in the future is behavior history. So if we have those issues and incidents that have happened, we can't discount them.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So if I were to make, and I think you're in agreement with respect to the signage on the condo doors and working with the board, you would be agreeable to that?
Yes, we would.
Okay. However, on the issue as you've just described it with respect to the behavior after two warning and some time in between, that there is still a great amount of uncertainty and so on. So that's something that at this time you wouldn't support in terms of making any changes with respect to the behavior of the dog.
Yes, agreed. We wouldn't support that.
Okay, thank you very much for that. All right, anyone else to question staff? All right, okay, thank you very much. I will speak. I want to thank Mr. Ross, and Mr. Ross is very dedicated as the chair of the tribunal, works really hard, and I know I've had numerous conversations with Mr. Ross, and I know that certainly he is desirous of bringing some changes, and we've obviously had a chance to discuss the issue with staff. They are amenable to the first, the motion that I have, and maybe I'll just ask you to put the motion on the screen. And staff have indicated that they're in support of this, so it is basically that City Council direct the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standard to revise the dangerous dog order text to note that dog owners should seek the permission of their condo boards in order to post the order on their unit doors. And I know that staff have been working with condo boards and so on, and this just, essentially put our position forward. And so I'm going to move this, and I don't disagree with the staff, and I understand Mr. Ross's desire, and these are some of the things that we have to continue to work on. It's probably not the most efficient way in terms of responding to the the dangerous dog behavior and so on. And I understand the issue around being able to take the dog out of the city, and the staff have just indicated that the dog being out of the city in the countryside, it's perhaps would not be the same type of environment. So we're not comparing apples to apples and so on. So for those reasons, I wouldn't necessarily at this time entertain pursuing that. And I simply want to thank Mr. Ross for his continued dedication, and also to our staff as well for their willingness to engage and to work through these discussions. And I simply want to just thank them. And so with that, I can move that motion and ask members to take a look and to vote on it. Staff are in agreement. All those in favor, I can see, looking at the screens, I see Councillor Cressy's hands up. Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Pardon? Yes. And item is amended. All those in favor, opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I think that we have exhausted the agenda, and the hospital awaits me. Thank you very much. I'm smiling, but it's interesting. All right, so members, move to adjourn. And I just simply want to thank the staff, Mr. Green, This is our first time working together, and we will be able to iron out the edges, but I want to just thank you so much for what you've done and all the amazing staff team members who are here today. Thank you, and welcome back. It's great to see you, and stay well, stay safe. And members, thank you. Thank you. All right, Councillor Lai, I know you can't you be with us, but we can see you, and thank you very much, and Councillor Cressy as well, and to everyone. Thank you so much. Have a good day, or evening, actually. It's been like that.